Friday morning. My name is Sunny. I'm from Events and Training Business Consulting. I'll be your MC for today's initiative. And for those of you who are new to our initiative, Events and Training, ET Business Consulting, brings together some of the top delegates of the healthcare industry under one roof, such as today, what we see right now. And the motto of our event, you will see on the screen right there, the motto and purpose of this event in bright green is to develop healthcare infrastructure that heals beyond the walls. Now, what exactly do we mean by that? There are so many questions. When we think about healthcare today, there are so many questions. At the top of my mind as an outsider, some of the questions that come to my mind are, what are the innovations today that we want to become mainstream in 2026 and beyond? What do we want to be more mainstream? Next, what inefficiencies do we have today that we want to eliminate with the magic wand? Of course, it's easy to say eliminate efficiencies, but if it was so easy, it would have been done by now. But if we could remove those with the magic wand, what are they? And finally, if hospitals are like airlines, then what would be the equivalent of the business class? Airlines, of course, have been in trouble of late, turbulent, but of course, if hospitals had to develop and deliver customer experience, world-class customer experience, what would that be? And so all of these questions and a lot more will be answered during the course of the conference. And it's going to be something that's very insightful and very beneficial to all of the delegates here today. So we look forward to presenting to you all of our speakers. And I'd like to introduce our first speaker today, who is going to deliver the keynote session. And the topic of the keynote address is Building the Hospitals of Tomorrow, Innovations and Eliminating Inefficiencies, Future-Ready Infrastructure for India's Healthcare Needs. And please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on stage our keynote speaker, Mr. Nilesh Shinde, who is the Group Chief Technical Officer and Head of Projects at Jupiter Hospitals.
Oh, there is no response, so it's very difficult. Good morning. It's always difficult for whenever there is a cricket match, the first ball to face is always difficult. Either you will hit or you will get out. So like this type of event, the first speaker is always in that mode only. And I think most of people could not able to make because of indigo chaos which is happening. So they are also not able to make it. So, okay, so we'll move ahead. Will you able to see this? Is it now readable? Okay. So bringing the hospital of tomorrow, future-ready infrastructure, which is the topic I'm going to discuss here. And the time given is only 15 minutes, so I have to be very fast. Okay, so we'll move ahead. So whenever we see this, we always believe in sustainable and resilient design, because that is very important, because we believe that because I'm involved in the Jupiter Hospital from the initial day. So I'm the first member of Jupiter Hospital Group. So all the projects what we have done. So how we can do sustainable or resilient design is very, very important, and how we can able to do it with the practical approach. Because unless until you design while the planning stage only, it's very difficult for the later stage for operation phase to carry out. So whatever we will do it in greenfield project, there is always advantage over brownfield project, where you can design as per your wish, considering that greenfield project. So what is sustainability? Everyone is aware about that. I will skip that. It's like improve operational efficiency and promote health well-being of patients and staff and community. That is very, very important. And at the same time, we have to keep the standards of care, because for why this building is existing, because of for patients. So we have to take care of that. We have to design to take care of patient and patient relatives. So these are like environmental, operational, clinical, social sustainability. We'll move to the environment. I will directly put this. This is for our, which when we started our first project in Thane in 2007. What has happened is that we took that time whatever the best available infrastructure and as well as the medical equipment which was available at that time. Everything was there. But then we realized in few years, in 2 to 3 years, that our electricity bill was going up to 60 lakhs, 70 lakhs per month. And then we realized that, oh, this is something really alarming, and whatever project we will do next has to be energy efficient project. And if you see that most of the time it was for us also, we were not sure it, which is causing more electricity consumption. So it is now very clear, this data is from the 2011. So if you see there, the HVAC part goes up to 50 to 60% of the entire electricity consumption per day, what happens. So basically, when you are saying energy efficient hospital, you have to consider more on HVAC part of that, because like everyone says that building orientation should be like that, But like if you don't get a proper plot, you can't do anything as such, because whatever is available on that basis only you have to work. Okay, that is always challenge for all the architects who are sitting here. They can accept what I'm saying. So here we can definitely can control that. So moving ahead, how to improve energy efficiency of HVAC system only. Okay. So the simple thing, thermal transmittance, U value. U value has to be as low as possible. That is very, very important. This is a common terminology which we discuss in during the project discussion. So this plays very important thing. Believe me, roof insulation. That if you normally it is a practice that we just do the waterproofing, but if you do proper roof insulation, at least there is a difference of 10 to 11 degrees. Just believe me, 42 degree comes, when it comes inside the building, it comes up to 32 degree. And practically I have seen that we are using different types of roof insulation. And if you are having proper roof insulation, 100 mm with proper slope so that water drainage can happen properly. The rainwater harvesting for that rooftop rainwater, we can take it down. So if you do it properly, you can able to do the proper roof insulation, then you are going to save huge energy. Second thing is this protection screed, what we use for roof insulation, glazing. Now glazing, all the buildings are hospital buildings having some glazing everywhere. Now what is important is that there are two aspects is that. One is that if you want to have a green building certification, if you do the tinted glass, you are going to get less U value. But consider the case, why patients are there? Because they are unwell, that's the reason they are there in hospital. If they are standing in front of glass, tinted glass, where you will get really good energy efficient, but they are seeing their own image there, will they able to cure fast? Answer is not. And in green building, there is one more point is there, that if it is connect to the nature, daylight coming inside, there is 2 points for that. So this is always a conflict is always there. So which we have to choose. Now as an infrastructure development, we have to choose what is best for our patient, because that is important. And what we choose that, yes, we are having DGU, but 6 mm, 12 mm gap and again 6 mm glass. But if you see that we are not using any tinted glass, we are using clear glass. So now these are the softwares are available now, and you can able to do how the sun path, how is going to see that. Now I will just put it across sun path. You can able to see what happened. Solar radiation, what will happen in north, west, south, east, all the sites. What will happen? You will able to make out. Acoustic comfort, you can able to do it. UV radiation in glazing, you can do it. These are softwares are available. You can able to see what will happen in sunny sky, how it will look like, cloudy sky, how it will look like the building, the exterior. These are like different U values are there. You can see on the right side, like 2.8, you will see that U value is more, but at the same time, it is good for the patient comfort. So, but 1.6, you are going to do energy saving, but at the same time, patient will never be comfortable. So you have to find out between this. This is our from Pune hospital, direct connect to the side. If you see here, all our hospital are having connect to the nature. Directly, all the rooms are having direct sunlight is coming in the room. Now, second thing is external wall. Either you can use brick wall. Normally, we used to have brick wall. But if you use a AAC block, it will going to definitely, it will be less U value. And as similarly, you are going to save the energy. So these are external walls. Now, chillers. I'm going fast, sorry, we're going 50 minutes to cover a chiller. Chiller plays important role in hospital. Okay, if you see that most of the people are doing absolutely wrong in chiller. Okay, we are having variable frequency drives in chiller also. So what happens normally, if I'm just giving you an example, if my requirement is around 300 TR only or 600 TR, normally because we are having a different locations, Thane, Pune, Indore, and now we are doing in Dombivli. I see in Pune, hardly I have seen anywhere it is gone up to 480 TR above. Thane it is going up to 600 TR. But if you design this one chiller of 1200 TR, what will happen? Yeah, it will work because you are having VFD. But then when you want to work on 300 TR or 450 TR, you have to bring down to up to 35%, 40%. It's not going to give you any efficiency as such. Because efficiency you will get only at 75%, 60 to 75%. So make sure that how you are going to do the chiller selection, very important. Cooling tower plays very, very important. It is always a neglected part is cooling tower. But believe me, I am using Baltimore cooling tower 3 times cost, but energy saving is too high. So please look into that this cooling tower selection is very important. Free cooling, city like Pune, Indore, definitely we can use free cooling because we are giving 24 degree as a comfort level. Air conditioning is available. Like temperature here goes to 9 and 10 degree. So why not to use that free cooling? Humidity control is very important. You need to have a different, instead of electrical heater, you have to use a different way of taking into that. TF is important. zero liquid. Now I will not go to heat pump, usable VFDs. Monitoring is very, very important. Now I will tell you one thing which is practical. If you are having considered a case, you are having two chiller, some load is there. If you use two chiller in parallel, it is going to make a difference. It is going to save energy. Please make it sure. People are used to that. Run one chiller because energy saving होगा. उनको लगता है गलत है FME. एक chiller पे लगाएंगे 90% we will do it. If you are in VFD, it is of no use. Okay, run on two everywhere, whether it's cooling, and these are the readings I have shown you, how it makes a difference. If you are running on, what happens? Condenser, if you are doing, now condenser water, if you reduce it, how the energy saving happens? You can see here. These are the actual data which is there. This is chiller performance, as I mentioned, part load against single chiller. You can see part load is always better. Similarly, cooling tower, instead of one, if you run two, it will always better because run parallelly, you will have more advantage. I like this Pune hospital, what we are having, is already, we have got the award from Nirma for best energy efficient hospital. Then aspect of green healthcare facilities. Okay, this is something like when we talk about greenfield hospital, most of the time it is not been shown what need to be done. Most of people are not aware. The problem here is that if you see in hospitals also, when your maintenance manager comes, he comes when any building is going to be inaugurated, just couple of months prior to that, he is there in picture. Now, architect, structure consultant, everyone is there. They will do design, planning, execution, everything. These maintenance managers are not there, okay? And then as-built drawing, whatever they will get, on that only they have to work. So whatever has been planned, they are not there at the time of execution, operation phase. So we have to make sure that they should be there whenever we are constructing any hospital building. Those engineers, whosoever are going to run the show later on, they should be part of that from day one. Not only from planning point of view, from the execution point of view. Because यहाँ बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, drawing paper पे, कुछ table पे, कुछ अलग से बना हुआ है, then we say 19-20, Bombay के language में 19-20, that is north and south. Okay, so design is totally different than whatever has been planned. So these are the topsoil preservation, what we need to do. Barricading of existing trees is important. Tire washing is important. Whenever we are taking trucks out, we have to cover with tarpaulin. Then sprinkling on site. These are all these things are required for environmental clearance. Okay, if environmental person comes on site, believe me, it will be a tough time. Okay, once they are in office and if you can manage it, then it's okay. But if they come on, they will ask all these things. So these are the chemical and demand for elevated surface. Site barricading is important. Proper material stacking is important. All these things, it starts from the project phase. It cannot happen in operational phase only. So these are like construction workers. You have to take care of them also. So these are things labor colony, drinking water for them. RO has to be there for them also. Then these are sanitary facility for them. First aid facility has to be there. These are all for green building. All these things has to be the rest area. PPs for them also. Adequate night light illumination. Dedicated pathways for construction workforce. Now we are talking about healing architect. What is the meaning of healing architect? So daylight spaces, connected with nature, patient healing spaces. So I will show you the photograph. You will get more idea than whatever I am saying. So this is from Thane Hospital where you can see this is ICU. All are like, you can see that there is a external window is there where direct sunlight is coming in the room. Okay, this is from Pune. This is on 6th floor. We are talking about patient healing spaces. This is on 6th floor in Jupiter Pune only, where we are having garden, healing garden is there. And that is on 6th floor of the building. This cafe, this from indoor, the green belt. Now we are saying that positive effect should be there, color effect. So those are there, patients. Then these are for playing areas for patient. This from indoor. This is for pediatric rehabilitation. Vibration control is very, very important in any of the hospitals. So either you have to have proper DGU also, then you need to know where to place the compressor chiller so that there will no vibration later on. Fire lab safety is very, very important. Fire lab, whatever we are going to do it at day one in project days is going to remain with operational phase. So main thing is that whatever shafts has to be like fire resistant because most of it get mixed. So these are very important. Now everyone is having kitchen. So kitchen should have a UL certified fire suppression system. That is very, very important because that is a one more source of fire. So the kitchen fire suppression system should be there. Segregating waste at site and promoting recycling, very important. Like most of the times it happens in project days. They take as a recycler. They take it that scrap, but whether they do the recycling, that is a big question mark. But then whenever some EC guy will come, they will definitely ask for that recycling certificate, not the where you are sent at. So recycling is very important. All these things, always everyone is aware. Then segregation of that. Construction site, we have to do it. Water conservation, now low flow faucets are available, rainwater harvesting is there. So all these things we can do it. But important point, which is the lower one, which I say, you have to take care of this, keep track of water requirement. So many times it happens, there are cooling towers, CSZ and lab equipment, no one takes care of that. Because there is no way you can know that what is the water consumption is happening there. What is utilization of water is happening here. Everyone concentrate there. So please look into that, and you should have a very good control over that. And that's the reason we have a automatic control where like CEO can able to see it sitting at office. So what is really it is happening there. Okay. Then sustainable procurement is very, very important during project. Now everything is Green Pro only product which comes. Operational sustainability. Now this is a very important point. If you see that everyone is having all these equipment there. I was working along, earlier I was part of Siemens and GE. I used to install CT scan MRI machine. So if you see that technical data sheet, they will always say that temperature during operational hours should be 20-21 degree. Everyone will say that if you don't do it, your CMC will become void. Everyone will like pressurize that. But believe me, if you see their main technical data sheet, which is there from Siemens Germany or Philips Holland, where Netherlands, or maybe GE US, all the equipment will show that machine can run till 26 degree. But humidity you need to maintain below 60%. Now, we are talking about net zero, we are talking about whether we can say 1 degree or 2 degrees, that is what we are discussing everywhere in all the. So here, during the working hours, if you take 20-21 degree and night time, if you increase, because every time working hours will be 8 to 10 hours in a day, 10 hours will be still the idle period, you can increase there. Still what we are doing in our hospital also, just by increasing 3 degrees, 2 degrees in night time, but maintaining humidity, you are going to do a lot of energy saving. Now, either it is manual, now we are having, my colleague is there, and first time in India we are doing with a Schneider, everything like BMS control. So, it is like, this currently I am doing it manual. उस फिर छड़ी लेके जाना पड़ता है, किया कि नहीं किया. Because then we have to see that someone has to really do the monitoring. So, this is possible, like we are having our own windmill, solar. So contribution reduction in sustainability, this is also important. Now we are working with Canon design, and there is a we can able to see on Revit design, daylight simulation. Now we know that when we are doing our new hospital, I know that 23% energy saving we are going to do it day one. How it is possible? That is only because of the simulation what we are doing it. So with that you can able to do it. Energy modulating, simulation, construction management, waste reduction, everything can be possible. We can use digitization here. Now with this you can able to see that how much is lux intensity we should be there having. Then clinical sustainability. Now this point I will say, people are talking about infection control, medication management, infection. I just want to take care of infection control measures. Now if you see the infection control, everyone is aware about this positive pressure, negative pressure, all these things. Okay. Now if you see that as per the any audit that the HEPA filter what we are having, the validation is for that after 6 months. Okay. During these 6 months, you don't know what is happening. Everyone is talking about their infection control, they are talking about hand wash, they are talking about positive, negative pressure, then there should be isolation. Everything is okay because that is visible. Now, the place where we are standing, the indoor air quality, anyone is aware of what is the indoor air quality? No. And we can't able to find out also currently. So, there are filters are available, there are various filters are there, they are controlling this air quality. So, whether we can able to see that right now? Answer is no. But there are systems what we are installing our new hospital, that sitting at one location, we can able to see everything. What is real indoor air quality? HEPA filter is going to be clogged. We should get the information. We should not wait for 6 months to happen that. So when a third party validation will happen, we should come to know immediately. So all these things are possible there. Only thing, we need to spend some money, because if you say the overall project cost, this is very minimal. Only thing you should think in that direction, that yes, we have to do this infection control, because that is not visible, but we can able to do it very clearly. So if you see the before cleaning and after cleaning, duct cleaning, very, very important. Most of the projects, when it gets handover, everything air is clean, but they don't know. There are a lot of things are there. If you don't clean it, because physical no is going to go there, there are robots are available, they can go and do the duct cleaning. So duct cleaning very important. You can see here, before cleaning, after cleaning. Okay, so this duct cleaning has to be done. These are everyone having the sterilizer. Medication management, I will just say medication management, pharmaceutical waste reduction, automatic dispensing, patient education. Patient education is important because health and literacy policy, chronic disease management. What is important is that one more thing is that when patient is there, patient relative also come. Okay, so whenever we are designing hospital, we make sure from 2007 onwards that whenever the patient is there in ICU, for patient relative, there is a one dedicated place for him where he can sit in night, wherever he can sit in daytime also. There he will have a charging point. There is a bathing possibility. So this is very important. For the patient relative is important. Patient is always there in ICU or he is there in OR. But what about patient relative? He is under pressure. Maybe for financial pressure, whatever, iska insurance nahi ho raha hai. All the pressure are there. So where he will sit? You can't sit and go to that place and sit. That is not the right way of doing. That is what India need. Because when we are spending so much, we should take care of patient relative also. So that is very important. We need to take it. Patient and staff well-being. Because if our own staff is not happy, then it's very difficult that you will be able to do it. Any good justice for the patient. The social sustainability. These are reasonable access to the healthcare, patient-centered care, well-being, workforce diversity, inclusion, well-being. Now, if you say that, I can say that nowadays CCTV cameras are available. You can able to see it from IP. Wherever you can sit, you can sitting here, you can see your hospital. But only one problem is that because there are a lot of cyber security threats are there. Most time it happens that we install that and then we tell someone just take care of that. फिर वो अपना क्या करता है? Easy है. admin@123. That is a password. Now this is visible to everyone. If you see that recently this case has happened in India only, it has become as a hospital site has become as a pawn site because admin123. So these are the problems we need to take it. Cyber security also very important. So this is what I want to say, security and data ethics, because nowadays what has happened, that is very, very important. This pen drive access. Now I will tell you, every time I go to ARB, they were, Arab Health, all across the world people used to come. They never used to talk about this data privacy, security, all these things. But nowadays if you say last 3-4 years, they are talking about that. Because now not a normal idea is that CT scan ka console hai, take the images from a pen drive and put it to some other place. Now if that is corrupt, your entire data, because that CT scan is connected to your entire infrastructure, you are in big trouble. So it can happen with anyone. So we have to be very, very careful in all these things. Security, data ethics are going to play a very, very important role. So thank you from my side, because it was 50 minutes, I believe I could able to give justice to this topic.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we get the chairs back? And while we get the chairs back, maybe can we take a question or two from the audience, if you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
So if you have any questions from the audience, or maybe while, yeah, please.
Hey.
Chairs, please.
Yeah, I am Dr. Rakesh. I am the CEO at KEM. My question is that have you tried the underwater radiant cooling? Because recently I have visited one place and they have got rid of the complete air conditioning system. Of course, not in a hospital sector, but they have that underwater radiant cooling system. Any thoughts on this?
We thought about that. We thought about, there are some chillers are available called a Maglazing chiller, where now currently what happened, like if you say that chiller, we are putting 7 to 12 degrees, 7 incoming, outgoing and 12 back, so that we can able to get 14, 15, 16 degrees in OT. Okay. In a hospital what happens, there are different requirements on single floor also. OT might say, nowadays if you say that after COVID, they are using a lot of things. Now there is a lot of awareness about the radiation also. They will cover their entire body with a lead aprons and everything. Now they require that temperature should go down 16 degree, 18 degree. The adjacent ward may say 24 degree. Now this type of variation, that underground will be not so easy to maintain it.
I think
because the problem is that you have to have a standby system also.
Yeah.
So that is good for a data center, but very difficult currently, because someone has to do experimenting. Now who will do experimenting? It's very difficult. Now we tried that magnesium, but the problem is that that is 2 times costlier than the normal screw VFD. But the issue is that then you have to have a standby for that. And what will happen if ICU, OT and all other things are asking different temperature, and all the rooms are having a different temperature. And what happens that in a hospital setup, even if say 500 bed, 700 bed hospital, it will not happen in one day. It will go stage wise. So how to do the provision of that? Because a lot of investment will be there. And the problem is that there are 2 things are there. There is a one which planning, design planning, execution, and then operational phase. Now, like when we think Pune Hospital, this was done by BIP Swiss company. Okay, that was a tie between India and Switzerland. and there was a guy who was there, Mr. Pierre, who was there with us in all the design up to operation. What happens that most times, the consultants who are there, they are not part of that after inauguration. Okay, and when inauguration open, everything is really good because occupancy is 2%, 1%. When it go to 50%, 60%, then problem will start, and that time no one is there to help you out. So you should have a where you can able to get. It's something like that Maruti Gadi. Either we gas spare part mila. Otherwise you are in big trouble. That is my opinion, but it doesn't mean that it will not happen. In future, definitely it can happen.
Yeah, thank you, Nilesh. I think sir has something to say.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning. My name is Behram Khudaiji from Ruby. My one question is, you'd shown a slide which showed the windmills and the solar panels. So do you have a full solar panel sort of field somewhere as well as a windmill? You've tied up with some company?
No, sir. We are having our own. 1.5 megawatt is there in Solapur, Karmala.
Okay.
And 1.2 megawatt in Indore.
And how does that work? It works that you feed it into the grid over there.
Yes.
And in turn you get subsidized.
No, sir. Means practically whatever. There are some consultant who does job for you. You have to have his own lab. You have to spend on that.
No, but you get the electricity over here at a subsidized rate. Am I right?
Yes. It will get adjusted. Physically doesn't happen anything.
Okay.
It just get adjusted.
And do you see? Yeah, correct. And do you see substantial savings because of that?
Yeah, like 50% we are doing it saving because of that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it is applicable for all your hospitals or only for a few?
No, like what will happen in Indore will apply only for Indore.
Only for that
But
Indore,
whatever
yeah.
happening in Solapur and windmill, that we can use in Maharashtra.
In Maharashtra. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Nilesh, what will happen when humanoid robots replace nurses and admin staff? Will that reduce the need for space? Will that make the workforce more efficient? When I think of future hospitals, I think of humanoids replacing admin and nurses.
I don't think so. Because finally, please understand one thing. We were talking about monitoring or teleconsultation during COVID. But still, any one of you, if you want, if you are not well, you want to be there. Like I have seen that most of the people, like we are having a facility where BP and everything, we can check it outside, nurse can do it, and doctor will just see that patient. But that patient still wants that, doctor has to see him and say that whatever he wants to say, he is more happy. And this is what India, like what happens that we are having all the imageless now is on the pen drive, you can able to give CT scan, MRI images, 10 films we can give it. But no, we don't want it, we want that to be there because then everyone will carry that baggage everywhere and then everyone wants to give some info from their end. When their patient relatives are not well, they want to do all this thing because they are more happy rather than doing something pen drive. So this is what India, maybe.
You think that will not happen? You will not see humanoids becoming mainstream more?
No, it will not be.
Yes.
I don't know about the nurses or the doctors or the administrators yet, but so I was in China about 2-3 months back, and the nurses are not being replaced, the doctors are not, even the administrators so far, but the housekeeping was being done by these so-called robots.
Yes.
And it was amazing to watch
Yes.
it, huh? Seriously, you know. All the housekeeping and everything was done by the robots. So China, as I keep saying, it's not only ahead of India by 50 years,
Yeah.
I think it's ahead of the rest of the world by a considerable amount of time, seriously. Even in the hotel where I was staying, the room service, the person who was supplying the room service and all the tea, coffee, whatever, was a robot. It's
I
amazing.
believe, sir, the new Terminal 2 is which is happening, airport in New Bombay, that is
has
having
all
that
this,
facility.
okay. So
That's a
still
good insight.
some time to go, but God knows, 10 years later, 20 years later. Only.
100 years later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on the theme of AI and automation and the future of hospitals, that in fact is the topic of our next panel discussion, and that is transforming patient care and hospital operations through AI and automation. And this is a panel discussion, so allow me to introduce our panelists, starting with Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Kushagra Patel. Dr. Kushagra Patel, can we please welcome you on the stage and occupy one of the chairs? Dr. Patel is the Chief Executive Officer of Raigad Hospital and Research Center. Also, please help me welcome Dr. Rakesh Shah, who is the Chief Operating Officer of KEM Hospital, Pune. We just heard from Dr. Rakesh. And also we have Dr. Akash Rajpal, who is the Chief Executive Officer of MRR Children's Hospital in Thane. We also have Mr. Nishant Jaiswal, who's the head of operations, MOC Cancer Care and Research Center. Mr. Abhirup Bhattacharjee, who is the CIO at Chelaram Group of Hospitals and Healthcare. We also have Dr. Shushila Bhosale, who's the Chief Operating Officer at PBMA's HV Desai Eye Hospital. Dr. Shushila, please welcome. And our moderator, we just heard from Dr. Behram, who is the Group CEO of Grant Medical Foundation and Ruby Hall Clinic. So, Mr. Behram, you just said that China is the leader when it comes to AI and automation. Please tell us some more about what your experiences in China and share that with the rest of the panel. And how is this all relevant to the healthcare business here in India? Please take it away, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, ET Business, for inviting us over here. No, so just to take a point, you know what you were discussing at that time with Mr. Vishal. AI is there, it is here to stay, it is there in a large amount of our, in the medical facilities, particularly in radiology. It is already there. I gave a very small example of what I saw in China. I mean, the housekeeping and all was being done by the robots. But I'm sure that in the future, give it 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, whatever, it is going to take over in a large way. It is there already in diagnosis and all that, in radiology particularly. Going forward, who knows? It may be there for many other reasons, and hopefully the administrators will be the last to replace, but you never know. So yeah, but yeah, who knows? God knows. So yeah, so just to take it from this point onwards, I just want to say good morning again, once again, to this panel discussion on AI and automation, which is the theme is transforming patient care and hospital operations. So just to give a brief note, we stand at a pivotal moment in healthcare where technology is no longer just a support system, but an active partner in care delivery. Artificial intelligence is enabling faster diagnosis, as I said, predicting patient outcomes, and personalizing treatments, while automation is making hospital operations smarter, safer, and far more efficient. Yet, with these opportunities come challenges: ensuring interoperability, building patient trust, protecting data privacy, and preparing the workforce for a tech-augmented future. Our distinguished panelists today bring diverse perspectives from clinical leadership and hospital administration to technology innovation, regulation, and patient advocacy. Together, we'll explore how AI and automation are reshaping healthcare, and more importantly, how we can adopt them responsibly to improve our lives and patient care. Artificial intelligence and automation are rapidly redefining healthcare by enhancing patient outcomes, improving clinical outflows, and driving operational efficiencies. From predictive diagnostics and personalized treatment pathways to automated hospital operations, AI is bridging the gap between technology and care delivery. However, challenges such as data privacy, workforce adaptation, and ethical governance remain central to the adoption journey. This panel will explore the transformative role of AI and automation in reshaping hospitals of the future while balancing our innovation with responsibility. So with this, I throw open the first question to Dr. Sushila, who is the Chief Operating Officer at HV Desai Eye Hospital. Good morning.
Yes, sir.
The first question is, AI adoption in hospitals requires strategic alignment. How do you envision AI transforming your hospital's core functions over the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. So, I'm Dr. Sushila, and I'm working in PBMA HV Desai Eye Care Institute, which is the charitable eye care institute and one of the biggest institute in eye care in Maharashtra state. So, being community eye care, we have our own challenges as well as benefits. So, over the next few years, AI is becoming a strong enabler for decision making in healthcare, not only in eye care, but in all the healthcare system. But considering this, definitely it will help us. For example, we are having our primary eye care center at remote locations in various districts of the Maharashtra, wherein not always ophthalmologists are there. So in such scenario, definitely telemedicine or AI will give us very big support in getting the patient's check in aspect of diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, or sight-threatening issues, wherein we are getting information while sitting at base hospital because of this AI. But if we consider AI, how it assists to the clinicians, definitely it will help clinicians that it will upload automatic images and it will give easy reporting, especially for the critical alert or critical issues in case of issues. And if we consider organizational point of view or management point of view, definitely this AI give us the, I would say, metrics, remote metrics, while and give us the real-time metrics for the decision making and for the right strategy thinking. So this is very important because of both application, because of AI management tools or metrics. We have developed our own AI-based bot application in the hospital. Because of that, this charity data entry really has gone down from 4 manpower to 1 manpower. This is the help we got in the Charitable Eye Institute. So definitely AI is now is very helpful. As I told you, or as you said already in the previous session, AI never replace manpower. AI never replace clinician, doctor or nurses in healthcare. But definitely and certainly I would say that AI will empower our doctor, ophthalmologist, that they will take better information from the AI and they will use that knowledge for the better patient care and treatment while sitting at remote place, especially in community eye care. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So you said that the AI will help physicians and doctors and all that. Do you think that AI and automation can actually play a role in physician burnout? Can it help prevent that?
Yes, sir. Certainly in some repetitive task which physician has to do, for example, history taking, initial assessment or some vitals checking will definitely take away by the automation. Certainly it will be, that burnout will be reduced because of automation, and certainly this will be helpful for the doctor, so that while filling the paperwork, they are not able to give true time, true justice or clinical time to the patient. That time they can use for actual patient care and actual patient history taking, other than for the repetitive paperwork. Other than patients, I would say, if this automation is very important, this will support our clinician to reduce workload, work pressure, and this will reduce their burnout. Not only clinician, especially in case of nurses also. In various institutions, you must be having the system of HMIS or EMR, electronic medical record. If one person is entering the entry, again nurses has to do the same entry, again optometrist or again technician has to do the same entry. That part definitely will be not there if automation is there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My next question now goes to Mr. Abhiru. How can hospitals ensure interoperability and seamless integration of AI with existing health IT systems? Being the CIO at Chelaram, I think you're best positioned to answer this.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you, VT Business Consulting, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. But thank you, sir, for this question. So in healthcare industry, if you see, there are a lot of unstructured data is there, structured data is there, and a lot of systems are working in silos. So what we need to do is that we have to bring some standards. We have to maintain some standards in all the softwares which we use in this hospital, so that we can do integration, because until and unless those software can speak with each other, running a AI tool on that, it will not give the expected outcome. So what I feel is that we should have a proper level of standard, whether you maintain HL7, SNOMED City, ICD-10, all kind of standards. If we are maintaining SNOMED City is a very detailed one for every chief complaints, for every symptoms you are getting a code for that, procedure coding, diagnosis coding, all these codings are there. So if the standards are maintained properly, those softwares can speak to each other. And also we have to break a robust API integration structure between the softwares, because APIs are the bridges through which data will flow from one software to another software. So I think APIs will bring a lot of change in the healthcare industries.
Thank you. What strategies do you think can mitigate cybersecurity and data privacy risks in AI adoption once you adopt AI? Because this really is a big, big threat now.
Yes, because we are using a lot of softwares and we are using APIs also. So APIs bring a lot of security threat also, because if the codes are not properly written, so I think we need to do the VAPT, that is the vulnerability assessment penetration testing, at least every year, to have the review of the entire codes of the software, entire scripts of the APIs, so that it should not be threat to any kind of patient data. And also, if AI is all about the data, so data will get trained. So proper data should be there to get trained the AI model so that it can provide the corrective outcome. So I'm just giving example of this. Suppose we are trying to implement a co-pilot thing of co-pilot. I hope everybody knows that we are trying to implement a co-pilot thing in our HIS. So, for example, suppose a patient is coming since the last 5-6 years in his hospital. So if doctor want to see the previous history of the patient, doctor have to go in different areas to click the lab reports, radiology reports, investigate. So if there is through co-pilot, doctor can find out the clinic, suppose what is the clinical summary of the patient. So within a click, he can get the entire clinical summary of the patient. So we are trying to implement, it is in beta version. So we are testing with our physicians to have implement this one. And data privacy risks, what you were telling, sir, suppose for AI, we are using large language models. So large language model, it is not possible to implement in the hospital environment, as a lot of hardware infrastructure and GPU kind of infrastructure is required. So we are using the LLM models which are on cloud or which are with any third-party vendor and all. So we should not pass, suppose if any kind of data we are passing to the algorithm, that should be anonymized data. That means without any patient identity information. So which will protect the privacy of the patient. Or if you are dealing with any of the vendor or any of the third party for doing any kind of AI analytics with your data, you should always be aware that you should not pass any kind of patient name and patient identity information to the vendors.
Right. Yeah, please.
So, being a data privacy lead assessor, I would like to add some points in this answer. Data Security Council of India recently has, DPDP Act they have released and they have enforced for the India. As per the DPDP Act, being a healthcare system, we are a big or significant data fiduciary. We are holding very significant data of patient, which is very, very sensitive. So though AI is there, automation is there, or software is there, rather our vulnerability is more if we are going for the AI or data, privacy data, considering cyber security. So being a healthcare practitioner or provider or leader, I would say, we have to be very careful, kindly go through the DPDP Act very well. You have to implement that DPDP Act in your hospital, and if possible, kindly take DSCI privacy accreditation certificate to the hospital, because in case of, unfortunately, any issue of data leakage or data privacy leak is there, definitely there will be huge like penalty is there to the hospital. So if accreditation is there, at least your cyber insurance will consider you and your data protection board, Hospital Data Protection Board of India will consider you at certain level. So this is very, very important about data privacy and security. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one point I will. If any kind of data breach happens in your hospital, as per the DPDP Act, we have to report to the Data Governance Board within 72 hours. So people should be aware of that.
I think in my experience, I would say one of the biggest challenges in implementing this is the doctors themselves, They are the ones who find disciplining them is the bigger challenge. But anyway, let me lead on to the next question. I would like to ask Dr. Akash Rajpal, what are the most promising AI applications in healthcare that you see gaining traction in the next 3 to 5 years?
Thanks, Behram. Thanks to the organizers for this opportunity. I'm Dr. Akash Rajpal. I'm CEO at MRR Children's Hospital. It's one of the only children's hospital in the region. Everybody is talking about the clinical decision-making softwares. Everybody is talking about the integrated building management softwares, energy savings initiatives, privacy aspects and all. A lot of work already has happened in that space. But I think what I'm seeing right now is in terms of the revenue optimization and the sustainability part, and especially the aspects which can help the hospital either cut costs, reduce inefficiencies in the hospital related to costs and procurement, and the other is to improve the revenues and the footfalls. So a lot of AI applications are already being deployed in a lot of hospitals, and I see in the next 3 to 4 years, there'll be a lot of algorithms which will guide the management per se, not the doctors or not the nurses, but the management in a very smart way to say, okay, the industry benchmark, for example, the nurses patient ratio or the bed ratio is X. Based on your real-time data, how much vacancies you are filling up, you are going way too high. So these will be real-time alerts which will tell you that department-wise you are going above board on certain expenses. Similarly, a lot of data will already have been there in terms of vendor procurement data, where if you're buying certain things, especially certain medications or consumables or implants, the systems will be so smart to say that, okay, you know what, you are X percentage more than the industry benchmark on what you're preparing. For example, I was the executive vice president at a leading supply chain company called Boston Ivy or Medica Bazaar. That company, through these special softwares and algorithms, actually helped a lot of hospitals reduce their procurement costs by 30% by deploying patented technologies in terms of procurement related dashboards which they can use. So what it used to do is you feed in your procurements and it tells you with a trend how much you would need in the next 3 months to 6 months. It also gives you also used to give a benchmark as to how much more expensive it is than the industry benchmark. So a lot of hospitals who use those systems actually cut their costs by 30%. So I foresee a mass scale deployment over a period of time, the way people could not have imagined a use of HMS just 10 years before. Now even nursing homes are using HMSs. Okay, so similarly, these AI-based systems will help make a hospital more profitable, because there is no escape from, say, from the government schemes or Ayushman Bharats, where the rates are so low, but you still would have to compete. Maybe there may be a mandate from the government pretty soon on you have to be using or enrolled in certain schemes, then what do you do? So you will have to use these systems. So I think this is where we are headed in the next 3 to 5 years, where the concentration or the focus will be on revenue and cost optimization.
I agree with that, Akash. I mean, all efficiencies ultimately do translate into better savings and better profitability. How do you think startups and hospitals can collaborate to accelerate innovation while ensuring patient safety?
Okay, so I gave an example of Medica Bazaar, where they were a startup at that time. Now they are like they're about to go into an IPO soon, I hope, and now they become big. So I was fortunate to be part of their founding team at that time. So there are a lot of startups I've seen across time like them. Even now, if you see and you visit many of these conferences, etc., the advantage of working with startup is that they're pretty passionate about deploying a lot of things with you, including customizations which you want at a cost which is 1/4 to 1/10 of what the leading players can do. So I believe if you give them a chance, they can really prove to even a large player, larger hospitals, or what they can do. You just have to be broad enough in your imagination as to what you want from your hospital. or what you want to achieve. I'm sure there are a lot of startups who can deploy those things. For example, there are a lot of startups now which can really help any hospital deploy a chatbot on your website and reduce your demand on manpower, at least to take care of your customer care calls. It is already happening, but I still see a lot of hospitals not using it. So, and much of it is extremely cost effective. You just reach out to many of these players in the market, and many of them are startups. You say, I want to deploy a chatbot. Even now with the AI-based voice interactive, and they sound very human-like. Many of them are available even in Hindi and South Indian languages. So it is very easy to deploy such things on your website, where a lot of screenings and lead generations can happen even before it touches the customer care call center, and it can reduce your demand on your customer care staffing, because at the end it is all very costly to have so many manpower, but it can really help you generate leads. So I think this is how it will help.
Thank you, Akash. My next question goes to Mr. Nishant. Hi Nishant, morning, how are you? So, which operational areas, which is bed management, resource allocation, pharmacy, billing, OP flows, offer the fastest return on investment while applying automation and AI? Can you share an example of that in MOC, which is really one of the fastest growing units going? Yeah.
It's been 20 years in healthcare for me. I implemented digital applications past 12 years. So my first application was digital pen and a paper in 2016. I implemented Agent Bot in 2017. We won HIMSS Asia Pacific Elsevier Award in 2018, replacing Apollo, because Apollo every year wins the awards internationally. So I tell you the fact, we all come from different size of hospitals with different ideology of leadership. Some has the pressures of revenue generation, profitability. In hospitals, वक्त पैसा है, time value of money. Now it depends upon the administration and the clinicians. Clinicians are the most advanced and early adopters of technology. I have interacted with neurosurgeons who want a 3D view of their microscopes while operating a surgery, and a AI application sitting on it who can guide the navigations, etc. My experience in 2018, I implemented the bots, non-intrusive. The moment nurse clicks on the discharge, it automatically captures all the process points. I defined as per Six Sigma level all the specification tags in the software. I used to get a real-time process of my Six Sigma performance. At admissions, like in Ruby Hall Clinic, anytime you have 100 patients waiting for the beds, admission manager says, I need 12 single rooms right now. I have an app on the phone. I select discharge initiated, single room. Cash patients, how many? 6 are the cash out of single. Cash discharges, click which process, where the delay is, my managers will call that. And then we focus on those and create the bed capacity. We were able to reduce 1.5 days, which implies to multiple number of bed capacity additional without constructing a hospital. If you map each patient journey, we can reduce in a hospital by 1.5 to 2 days from the admission till the delay in the initial screening, till the MRI gets. So that is the value of the monetary benefits of the AI applications, which enhances the efficiency of the system, number one. Number two, I will not remove my manpower. I will deploy that manpower and my nurses in patient experience and giving in-person care, so that the non-value adding activities and documentation is reduced. These applications help us in generating revenue, better patient experience, and a doctor satisfaction. If I come in an OPD environment, then in an OPD, the business of healthcare lies in the prescription of the doctor. If I digitize that, and if I have a bot, and if my HIS is compatible, the moment the prescription is saved in the software today, then automatically a pop-up of the estimate of what the bill will be displayed at a billing counter or the handhold floor coordinator outside the OPD. I can educate Nishant Jaiswal, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन के हिसाब से आप अगर ये सारे टेस्ट करवाएंगे तो आपको 12,000 रुपये लगते हैं, I can introspect कि मेरे पास 12,000 हैं कि नहीं है. In a normal setup, in a multi-speciality hospital with a super speciality consultation, an MRI and XYZ test cost around 30,000 the ticket size and the appointments and everything. I can convert those appointments, schedule those appointments and retain the business in my hospital because the patient will do window shopping and we lose the revenue. In pharmacy setup, the OP pharmacy, the discharged patient pharmacy, there are repeated sales which happens. This bot is there in Apollo Pharmacy. So when I buy from Apollo Pharmacy, I get the message, the caller, Apollo Pharmacy person calls me exactly 2 days before my medications are getting over. So repeat order, with discounts, with retention of business at all scale. Even for the clinicians, it is very helpful because now the generations are there. The young breeds are entering the data in the software, which was not there 10, 15 years before. And now they want to do clinical trials and a lot of stuff which has a very high value benefit to the institution. So that is why the adoption has increased a lot in past 4 years, which we have not seen in past 40 years, right? Telemedicine initiatives, telemedicines of society have been working since 25 years. I've been reading about ATNF and all since 1990-91 when Pratap C. Reddy sir initiated and ISRO has done. But look at the mammoth scale. So many applications we have implemented in just 1 year, in 6 months. So that is how the scale is, and that is how the adoption of Gen AI and everything in our daily life. It depends upon the creativity of a clinician and the administrator that what business results you want to achieve today. The cost of applications have come down because the access has improved, adoption has improved, and that is how it is our vision that what we want to do with the technology.
No, thank you, Nishant. Well said. But how do you see AI and automation? This question is again to you only. In fact, it leads out of that. How do you see AI and automation reshaping hospital operations from patient flow to resource allocation? I think partly you already answered that, but if you could elaborate on that a little more.
So majority of the processes have been automated. So I give you an example. I have a kiosk, right? And I enter my Aadhaar if I am registered. If I am not registered, I enter my mobile number and do the registration and make the payment. So my process is automated. I will get the queue. If I'm more tech savvy, I can select the slot or take the appointment in advance. So I streamline my OPD process and cut down the manpower. So previously, we used to fill the form and we used to stand in the queue. That used to take 10-15 minutes in the peak. All that processes has gone. Now, when I'm at your clinic, in the clinic, I have a self-assessment form, and the screening before the main consultation happens with my self-review through the chatbots and the applications of the OPD prescription, which we designed at different phases, which reduce the manpower of RMO and the nurses doing the initial screening, and half of the job is complete and system captured. By the time I reach the desk of the consultant already has an overview. The consultant already has the list of investigations if I have done the investigations. If not, then he has the clinical summary. The same applies in the IPD processes also, wherein the admission, the financial estimates all are online. The pre-auth we do now 2-3 days back. So thereby we reduce all the TAT. These are management with the tech platforms, need not to be AI applications, sir. It can be the connected softwares which help in reducing the TATs and a uniform flow of information status to all the stakeholders, including doctor, patient, and the support staff.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Increased turnaround times obviously means more efficiency and thereby more revenues. I won't keep Dr. Rakesh waiting not too long. Rakesh, how can regulations balance the need for innovation with patient safety and with ethical concerns in AI use?
Thank you, sir. A very simple question we have. We all are talking about AI. Is it an evolution or revolution? That is a very simple question. We spoke about it is helping us to reduce the turnaround times. Let's look at the Indian scenario. 72% of the healthcare is required in tier 2, tier 3 cities. What are we talking about it? Of course, it is the future, and that future has come to our doorsteps, no doubt. It has come to our doorstep. But what about the pyramid? Where are we? There a lot needs to be done. While doing this, there is always a caution. There is a governance which is required, and I think regulations play a crucial role. As per Niti Aayog abstract, they suggest that by 2035, AI integration will help to increase India's GDP by 3%. They give the utmost importance to the healthcare sector. But are we regulated? One patient CT scan or MRI, which is done at somewhere, some diagnostic center, flows around the whole world because that person is asking for the various opinions. One prescription, which is very famous in Pune, one of the very leading neurophysician's prescriptions was circulated through and through, and it reached to him. The ecosprin or the blood thinner you have to take till how much time or till how long. पांडुरंग चरणी लीन होईस्तोवर ही औषध घेणे म्हणजे till the last breath you should take. That prescription roamed around whole the world. What are we talking about AI integration? What is the patient safety? So regulations, of course, when I say all these things about the other side, the pro side is also there. Regulations has to play a very crucial role because AI in healthcare is at all stages. It is not at one stage. It is at the screening stage. It is at the pre-hospitalization stage. It is at the OPD stage. It is at the intra-hop stage. It is at the service supply chain management. It is at the post-hospitalization care, and it is at the pharmacy level. So regulations are going to play a crucial role. When we talk about regulations, I think we are still in a very, very primitive stage. And of course, the bodies like Niti Aayog and ICMR, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technologies, putting pressures or putting efforts to control or to channelize this. So regulations, when it comes to a very raw level, certain key principle has to be kept in mind. One is the patient privacy. Second is the structured or the secured networks, which Abhirup will agree is that the infrastructure what we have for data storage. And third thing is the trust, which is unknown or unspoken word, but which is the core of the healthcare. And here again, it is a HI against AI. So it is a human intelligence against artificial intelligence. So healthcare revolves completely on human intelligence. So regulations has to be developed, modified, and a lot of efforts are being done to have that regulations in AI in place.
Yeah, thanks, Rakesh. You said about human intelligence. I would say sometimes it's artificial intelligence, the cliched statement really, artificial intelligence versus natural stupidity. But at the same time, I would say that let's not forget emotional intelligence, particularly in patient care. It is very much required. So yeah, so the next question, Rakesh, is for you again. What frameworks are being developed to govern responsible AI adoption in healthcare?
Yeah. So continuing to my last point, I would like to refer something. So let's look at the global structure and then let's reach to the Indian scenario of the governance frameworks. So EU AI Act, which is considered as one of the most robust act that is European Union has developed. And certain core principles they have focused is the risk level, then transparency, safety, and human rights. These are the core principles. I have just taken a gist of what EU Act talks about. Let's look at USA. What is USA is having? USA is having a decentralized structure wherein they have a sector-specific requirements or guidelines for AI. We started with the discussions about China. So very surprisingly, China is again having a different approach. While I was studying about this, they are talking about algorithmic audits. I think this is the one thing which is must and very much required when we talk about developing the frameworks, regulation or governance in AI. They do speak about the AI development with state interest, and last is the social values. This is what the global scenario about the framework. Let's come back to India. Indian government has been putting a lot of efforts. As I mentioned, Niti Aayog, ICMRs are putting efforts. So there are national strategy for artificial intelligence developed by Niti Aayog in 2018, followed by a rigorous development in 2022 DPDP Act and the 2023 regulations. Madam has just highlighted this thing. So what comes or what is the gist? It comes when we talk about this AI. One is for a scenario like India and healthcare, wherein the inherent complexity of the operations is there, because we are dealing with not only processes, but we are dealing with human lives. So data sharing, security confidence, anonymity in use, that is one more thing which I think Abhirup also spoke about, the API integrations when we do, because you go into the market and you see that after this conference also all of us will get 10 LinkedIn invites or 10 LinkedIn suggestions for the startups. So please review our software. But how safe it is, how the regulations are there, that all these things we all have to consider. And last point, which is very emphasizing in all these governance frameworks, is the rights of patients. How are we going to have those rights maintained in our patients? And as I mentioned in my last point is that how are we going to adopt this thing in India? That becomes a challenge, but it at the same time is an opportunity for a very diverse set of healthcare services delivered in India. So these efforts are going to definitely get the things in line when it comes to the governance, regulatory framework, and control in the AI use in healthcare. Of course, we all are very positive about the AI, reducing the TATs, improving the patient not experience, but improving the turnaround times and the profit margins. But, sir, emotional intelligence and human intelligence stays at the core of the healthcare. Thank you.
Maybe we'll see with these meta classes and all soon the AI will be able to guide the doctors and the nurses how to be courteous and not be rude with patients, and sense the patient is getting angry at whatever.
But anyway, no, good point, Rakesh. Just one more question, how can AI really reduce the health inequities, in our country and improve access to care in underserved communities? Do you think it can happen? Do you think
Yes.
I mean, we all have our opinions on that. We have, whatever, we know how to do it. But do you think it'll really be, an improvement in that?
Yes, I strongly feel there will be an improvement, and again, how we use this technology is important. As I mentioned that there is around 60 to 70% population in the rural area wherein there is no reach. So we heard recently about HV Desai's example, which ma'am shared. I would like to cite an example of KEM Hospital, not AI. We had health ATMs established in the peripheral parts of the Pune, wherein you can go and these health ATMs will help you to analyze your health conditions and telehealth as advanced. This AI will be really helpful, and I would like to mention the government's initiatives, eSanjeevani platform, most of us are aware, ABDM, Aadhaar cards. These all are the tools which are going to add value to increase the accessibility, reduce the inequality available for the healthcare services.
Sure. Thank you. I don't know how much time we have left because there's no timer in front of us. I'll just throw open one question to everyone over here. How, from a patient perspective, we all talk about administrative and doctors' perspectives and all that. From a patient perspective, what trust and transparency issues must be addressed for full AI-driven care? Anybody, who wants to answer this, honestly?
I think the biggest challenge which we even face today is many times the patients complain about lack of transparency, or at least not telling them the journey of their patient care, whether it is in the OPD or IPD, which may include estimates of bills or the visits of the doctors. We have all encountered these aspects where the patients have said, you have billed a doctor's visit, but I did not see that doctor come and visit me. And then the nurse says, oh, he came at 3 in the morning. You were sleeping at that time. But then he said that he didn't speak to me. Okay. So the personal touch point for the patient is very important than just a very, very shallow technical visit of a doctor, even if they have come in. So I think AI will play a huge role out there to even guide the staff, nurses, patients, doctors in setting patient expectations, and maybe use those as a tools to even help the patient through the technology to even know your doctor is here, for example. Like you get SMS alerts, who knows, maybe some simple thing like that your delivery is on the way. Who knows, using that supply chain concept in your patient journey within the hospital, maybe that will help.
Sure. Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry, you wanted to say about this, Nishant?
No, exactly the same thing. You know, we can't wait for more than 3 minutes for a Ola Uber, and we cancel and jump onto the second ride. What transformation has happened in past 7 years in financial sector? And now the way we bank has changed. What has happened in Amazon deliveries and Swiggy, Zomato? Patient want that. I'll give you an example. I've been using Suburban services for lab test only because whenever I do, it gives me the trend of a particular test of past 5 or 10 years, 6 years. Now, when the Dr. Lalpath took over, the software got changed, and now I don't find that trend. So I've stopped going to Suburban now. Yeah, because I have to manually see the trend. So that level of transformation will happen in healthcare industry. Patients are paying huge cost. When they go for asking the status of their service, they feel insulted. कि जब मैं इतने पैसे दे रहा हूँ तो मुझे क्या ज़रूरत है तुमसे मांगने के लिए. It is your job to inform me what is the status of any service delivery. That is so the patients are demanding who are paying in cash or TPA 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs in all 7-star hospitals. So that transformation is happening and the consumer demands of that particular section is changing, and that we will see very soon.
I can add the last bit. So AI, we all know it is about data points, and what is healthcare is about touch points. If at all we integrate artificial intelligence with human and emotional intelligence at data points and at touch points, I think that is the way ahead. How the amalgamation of AI and healthcare services, wherein certain points are controlled by the human at any stage or any journey throughout the process of the patient, of care, of delivery, that is going to make sure that the healthcare keeps the essence of individualized care with the technology.
So I think AI in the patient's true sense should not be artificial intelligence, but A for attention, that is what they seek, and I is insight, that is they want to know everything transparently. So I think that is what we should aim for.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No. So allow me to introduce Dr. Kushagra Patel. So we were talking about, AI and, the application of AI in healthcare and generally speaking, how it can augment and, make efficiencies better, particularly in areas of diagnosis, which we are already seeing and all that. Any thoughts on that? Any insights from your side, from your experience, giving examples if you can?
Absolutely, sir. Sir, first of all, I am very sorry to everyone for being late over here. What AI cannot do is skip the traffics. And what AI cannot also do is bring CEOs on time.
That'll happen soon, hopefully.
Yes, sir. But sir, I am coming from a rural setup, and it is a highly tribal rural setup. And things are beyond imagination what happens there. So first of all, how AI on daily basis is helping me over there is we are setting up ICU beds in each and every PHCs. In Ayushman Arogya Mandir mein telehealth ke through, we are setting up in such a manner that they are directly able to capture data from the multipara monitor. And someone at the back is already monitoring from our ICU setup in the hospital setup. So that is one thing that is happening. But at the same point of time, our doctors sleep. Our doctors get very annoyed sometimes कि इतना सारा कौन देखेगा. So at that point of time, AI is helping us long time because there are at least 80 to 90 algorithms running simultaneously which detect very small issues like this patient is undergoing sweating, this baby is undergoing tremors, there is something wrong, he might be under convulsion, and there is immediately a knockout effect. And then there is calls there. So that is one thing which how AI is helping me there, and we are doing it there. Other things is, sir, for increasing patient load through MJPJY on volume games, how I am utilizing AI there is that we are amalgamating at least 4 to 5 STGs. Say neonatal care में STGs जो भी लग रहे, we have put them under algorithms, we have given tabs to ASHA workers. They just have to put yes, no, ha, na, and they give a probable solution there. And from that probable solution, a push notification already goes to us. Even if the ASHA worker fails to say something there, our doctor gets a prompt कि there is something wrong at that point of time, and we call up the CHO, and that is how we are utilizing AI. So sir, AI is exciting for us there, but what is not exciting is electricity interruptions. What is not exciting is continuous provision of internet. So that needs to be resolved. We are working on it, but hopefully deep where there is no electricity current, we are stones throw away from the economic capital of India. And yet there are no roads, yet there are no electricity lines. So AI is giving us chances there, but AI is not, AI is still dependent upon human beings like us, and say government employs so many people where they are sleeping or in the deep slumbers to work to get them basic infrastructure. One more thing, that is a prompt management system. We are looking into NST. We are central hub. We have the hub for all the spokes of PHCs for NSTMIs and stroke centers. At this point of time, in last 1 year, we had treated 620 strokes and cardiac MIs. And all of them were able, we were able to reach each and every patient in less than 2 hours, not in less than 1 hour. We are not even dreaming of 1 hour. There are no roads and nothing. But our ambulances are reaching there on time because of automatic EMRs are working on AI algorithms and, along with GIS mappings. So nearest ambulance ko call aa jata hai, they are going. This is just a pilot phase, but coming up big time. So this is my insights into rural areas, sir.
No, very good to know, really. And I mean, it's great, you know, what you all are doing over there. We are also one of our hospitals integrated with this STEMI thing. Yes. And I know, you know, the kind of, you know, the challenges which are there, but also the kind of service which will be provided in the years ahead. And I'm sure it'll improve only with better electricity, better internet connectivity, all those kind of things. So just a quick this thing, I mean, I think we are run out of time. I'm really not very sure about the time. It is, okay. All right, okay. So just to conclude, I mean, it's not that AI is going to, you know, come with us only in healthcare. Very shortly, not only very shortly, I think it's already with us. It's going to impact and be with us in literally every sphere of our life. I mean, there's no way. I mean, healthcare is, of course, a big example where it'll help us, but it'll help us in every which way. And as I said, as Akash said, artificial intelligence, yes, but it should also be augmented intelligence. It should be used as a tool to help us. It should not be our master. Again, the old cliched statement, science should not be your master, it should be a good servant. Similarly with AI also, artificial intelligence should be a good servant. So with that concluding remark, I would like to open the questions to the floor. If there is anything, yes, Sunny is the gatekeeper for that. Any questions, anyone?
But let's
please.
take from the audience first.
And also let me thank our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Sir, my question is that I used to hear about AI contributions in terms of clinical research and medical research and clinical care. Is there anyone who has implemented AI in the operations, which is helping in the operational efficiency and management of the hospital?
Yeah, I think everybody has answered that question in a way. But I would, anyone who wants to answer, I think Nishant, you are heading operations in MOC, so you can.
Yes, we can discuss on that. I tell you very frankly, it depends upon are you or the leadership is ready to invest that money out of your budget. If the management has a vision, knows the value and has the funds to invest in these technologies, then we can see that spectrum. That is possible with a standalone 350 bed plus hospitals who have huge revenues, who have patients waiting, and they are working on efficiency levels, right? So it depends upon case to case basis, depending upon the hospital. So we can discuss that in person.
So I can add something out here. So I worked in government sector, private sector, corporate, charity, everywhere. So in the previous organization where I was working, Masina, the oldest hospital in Mumbai, we recently deployed an AI-based system which tracks footfalls of patients to check revenue leakages. It is a great help out there to compare what actual registrations are happening in the OPD versus how many actually patients came in. So you must be aware that a lot of doctors may see a patient but may not bill. Okay, so just a simple thing like that. So we use CCTV cameras with AI deployed systems to check footfall, etc. The same system can be expanded to even have a attendance free system by just facial recognition, so that nobody has to even go to a place to punch in, punch out. A patient the doctor or the staff just walks into the hospital. We can even know, for example, for rapid deployment of certain staff in different places with the existing systems available, where that particular staff is, so we can rapidly deploy that person, and your voice automated systems can actually announce that person to go from that place to this place. It is very useful for optimization of housekeeping deployment in hospitals. It is very useful out there. In the hospital where I've just recently joined as CEO in MRR Children's Hospital, we've got a beautiful IBMS or integrated integrated building management systems, which actually optimizes your energy usage through automated switch on, switch off of lights in thousands of touch points where bulbs need to be operational. For example, if you go into a restroom, only then the light switches on, and when you go out of the restroom, the light switches off. Till recently, a lot of hospitals didn't have that system. Now, a lot of hospitals and a lot of other industries are having the system. It drastically reduces your energy consumption. So there are similar such AI-based, algorithmic-based deployments now, not just in hospitals, but across the industry in different use cases where you can do a lot of operational efficiency through AI.
You ask about the operational importance of AI. So in HV Desai, EMR and hospital information system is there since last 10 years. We are already paperless, being a high volume setup. But data was there in hospital information system. But from management point of view, we were not using, or we were not aware like how to use that data. But recently, since last 2 years, with the help of one AI, we customized that HMIS information. As somebody told, that data is there, but if we are not helping data into decision driven, then it is no use. So we use that HIS data, and management gave some metrics to the one consultant. He automated that HIS data into some metrics, and now we as a management getting lot of information, lot of metrics, and we can play with various indicator and metrics on that data. Because of that, definitely our decision making has become very easy, and even resource allocation is also become very easy, because earlier, for example, for charity commissioner and district blindness control program, 4 to 6 members used to sit in front of computer for almost 12 hours for the each and every patient data entry. Daily we are operating almost 250-300 surgeries. So it was very Herculean task for the staff to do data entry of such patient on active mode, on real-time basis in front of that portal. So because of this boat application now, it is very, very automated. No one is sitting in front of the computer. Only one person is making the entry, who is making the final entry. He is putting into the that application. Application itself is taking that data and putting into the charity commissioner's portal. So really that number has gone down. There is no need of human resource. So we are using that resource into the another task where there is a need of patient experience. So really, as a management perspective, we are very much getting help of AI. Thank you.
Sir, we would like to round up this discussion.
Yeah, I know. Sunny is rolling his eyes at me, so yeah.
No, but with only with one question. But with one question, please. So since this discussion is about AI, so unknown to all of our panelists and to the audience, what I've done is I've uploaded all of these details of this panel discussion on AI, ChatGPT, and I asked, what is a smart and succinct question for this topic and these panelists? And AI has given me a whole bunch of questions. Each of them are as good as the other. So I had to go through all of them, and they're all equally good. But I've identified one, which I'd like to ask the panelists. And the question is, what automation has the highest ROI but lowest awareness amongst hospital leaders?
For my hospital, two things have really worked, and maybe it interests all of you also. One is rogue management. Now there is something, what we have done is we have identified all the rogue elements. We have categorized them also, basis of their age, religion. I'm very sorry for bringing it up, but caste in that area, and the village. And then we map it into our system, and next time our people are already being alerted that there is a violence factor over here. Why this is giving me more ROI is because 3 times my hospital has been vandalized, and we have spent at least 7.2 crores in the renovation. But for last 1 year, we have no incidences. In fact, हमने लोगों को मारा है. So one is rogue management. Another thing is that I am, with the help of we have Shivam Medisoft. With the help of this, I am able to get very good RCM insights on a daily basis. And at this point of time, we have orthopedicians over here. We have HV Desai Hospital also over here. We are able to do SICS at 200 rupees and LASIK, no, not LASIK, FACO at 1200 rupees. And then we are making 5 rupees profit also on top of it. And arthroplasty, we are doing at 20,000 rupees. And THR and TKR, we are doing 100 rupees profit on every using standard implants of Merrill. So all the revenue losses have been cut down. So insights into RCM has really paid off, was very well, and that has given us a good ROI.
So typically, not every hospital deploys it, but the real-time location surveillance systems of, say, RFID tracked equipments or pneumatic chute systems, which are basically the core to, say, a supply chain in a hospital, are one of the best ROIs I have seen in hospitals, because it really reduces the manpower requirement or the time delay in terms of delivery of a lot of things, say pneumatic chute system everybody's aware of. And second is, you can reduce your underutilization of equipments a lot if you have real-time tracking system for your equipment.
Okay, Sunny, I'll throw the question back to AI. What is the answer it gives? Seriously, what does it give? Okay, to this question. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you, our distinguished panelists, once more. Thank you so much. And thanks, ET. All the best to you all. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. Thank you very much to all of our panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the interests of time, we shall quickly move on to the next item on the agenda, which is our partner presentation. So this initiative and all of our previous initiatives, and in the future as well, all of this is possible thanks in great part to the patronage and support of all of our partners. And so we're going to have our first partner presentation this morning from Mr. Parth Chamria, who's the business development, who's the head of business development of the healthcare segment in Schneider Electric. Schneider Electric is our silver partner for this initiative. And Schneider Electric is always at the forefront when it comes to innovations, not just for the healthcare sector, but for different businesses as well. But today, Mr. Parth is going to reveal what Schneider has brought for the healthcare business for all of the hospital leaders here today. So without any further ado, sir, please take it away.
Myself, Parth. I take care of the healthcare segment for Schneider Electric. And with me, I have my colleague Pooja Joshi, who's the software leader for the country. So I'm sure all of us here know what Schneider Electric is all about. To start with, I'll just explain what Schneider Electric is doing in India. So we are not new to the country. We started in 1963 in joint venture with Tata, and with multiple acquisitions takeover over the years and decades, today we are a 15,000 crore company in the country. And not forgetting to mention that we are one of the top leaders in the electrical distribution and energy management organization for India and across the globe. Well, at Schneider Electric, we just not focus on the electrical distribution equipments or the hardware. We focus on the solutions. We try to be the solution partners or technology partners for our clients, the hospitals, and we have focus segments across the globe. So healthcare is one of the important focus segment for us at Schneider Electric, and here is where you can see the global presence of how we are contributing to the electrical distribution and energy management solutions across the globe in the healthcare segment specifically. We have multiple solution architects, multiple technology partners, multiple system integrators who are executing the projects for us across the country. We have solution architects who are expertising in the healthcare building setup and how we can make these buildings more sustainable and more energy efficient. So today, all of the hospitals are facing a lot of challenges. One of the biggest challenges is creating smart infrastructure. When we try to create smart infrastructure, the hospital buildings today are getting much more complex with the kind of technology that we are seeing in terms of the clinical area, in terms of the technology of building automation. At Schneider Electric, we offer you a solution that blends not only the electrical distribution but also the building automation. So we offer a solution that combines the building automation and electrical distribution, making your building more sustainable, more efficient, and definitely a carbon-free organization. Today, if we see that most of the countries have signed the Paris Agreement, where we see that carbon emission or getting to net zero is a mandate, not only to get the funding but also to come in the forefront of being the pioneers in the industry. Schneider Electric offers solution which not only enables you to monitor your carbon emission but also to bring you on net zero. Next is workforce safety. With the buildings getting more complex on the hospital side, we face a lot of challenges on having the workforce which are technically knowledgeable to handle these kind of complex building infrastructure. We offer solution and softwares which enable you to get this data on a platform which can be churned and give you a valuable, tangible data that can be utilized to make your performance more efficient and more energy efficient. Next is patient safety. Today we all know that every hospital aims to deliver the best patient safety. It's today's trend. What we see that hospitals are moving just like hotels. We want to deliver the best patient experience, the way hotels deliver in the guest as a guest experience. So having the best of the patient rooms, smart patient rooms, smart hospitals, digital hospital is what we need. So we have solutions for smart patient room, AI-based solution, what our earlier panelists were talking about, wherein we have few hospitals who are just paperless, but we are talking about hospitals that would now just run on the voice command. So just to give you an example, we'll be tying up with Microsoft to bring out our AI solution, wherein if the doctor, for example, is treating a patient, today he enters the patient room and he says, we are going to discharge you at 4 p.m. today, and these are the medicines I am prescribing you. The AI takes the command, sends a notification to the ambulance team to arrange for a discharge ambulance at 4 p.m., sends a notification to the pharmacy to keep the medicines ready, also sends the data to the clinical staff that we have to discharge the patient. There's another data that goes to the front desk that this room would be available after 4 p.m. So these are the kind of solutions we are offering, and this is in tie-up with Microsoft. It's an exclusive tie-up by Schneider Electric. So these are the kind of experiences we are bringing in to deliver better patient experience. Next is on the increasing cost pressures. I'm sure all of us, we know that every patient, that enters the hospital feels my bill is too high. But you as the players in the healthcare segment still feel that the margins are not as high as the cost. That is because we are not able to make our buildings efficiently performing, okay? If we all know that hospital has been the maximum carbon emitter, okay, and a highly energy intensive industry, okay, wherein HVAC contributes to more than 60% of the power consumption. If that one area is what we can tackle to reduce the energy consumption or make our energy consumption more smart and efficient, we all use multiple sources of energy. Today nobody is just dependent on the grid. We have solar, we have DG sets and other renewable energy sources. So we have microgrid solutions, softwares which can offer you a smart energy usage tools, and it will optimize that which source of energy has to be used at which time to ensure that you are getting the maximum output of those energy sources. Next is sustainable. As I said earlier that we all have signed the Paris Agreement. Most of the countries across the world have. So it is our duty that we run towards a carbon efficient or a net zero initiative in our organization. So Schneider Electric offers all the products which are not only green, but they are green label certified. That is first thing, and also our solutions offer you getting onto a carbon neutral path. So these are the key areas of your hospital building where we can play a role and contribute to make your infrastructure more digital or an all-electric hospital. It can be a data-driven maintenance or to your electrical distribution or to your building automation, every area. So the 4 pillars on which we run our healthcare solution is getting the facility hyper efficient, resilient, and patient safety, and definitely sustainability. So these are the key areas where we focus. Now I would like to call on my colleague Pooja, who would throw some light on the software solutions, how we play a role as a technology partner with you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Parth. My name is Pooja Joshi, and I take care of the software EcoStruxure business in Schneider Electric. So we talk more on the, you have seen all across all the facilities of the hospital, the electricity is as crucial as, you know, all the equipments that we have. So the main source of feeding of your, the power becomes your assets, which we have in the entire facility. So without electricity, none of our facility can work, and hence and at the same time, we also have to focus on the keeping the sustainability in our mind, because the more the electricity that we use, the more we, you know, pollute the air, and as well as the, you know, we emit the CO2 emission. So here the EcoStruxure architecture, specifically the Schneider is delivering in terms of sustainability, in terms of the ROI that we are talking about, and the AI. So what do we do here? We have the connected layer, which we are talking about today. All of our equipments, starting from the transformer, your energy meters, you have the building equipments, you have lights, you have so many equipments which are communicable capable. When we say the communicable capable, it gives the data. What do? We are today talking about the AI. Without the data, we will not be able to deliver the AI into the market. We will not be able to get the results that we are desiring. So connecting the products which we are talking about today, first we have to think about connecting the devices. So the devices should be communicable capable to get those kind of data and communicate to the right platform. When we say about the right platform, your building management system, BMS, we talk about BMS, EMS, which is energy management system. We talk about the microgrid. Parth has given the example about the microgrid solution. When we have multiple sources of power generation, power consumption, how do we ensure that we are actually effectively using our electricity consumption? So then, when I have all the data, what do we do with this data? We are getting the meaningful insights so that the decision making at the hospital, we are taking the right decision with the AI data that we are generating today. So if I take an example, like today in the hospital, if you see, I have multiple facilities all across India. So how do I ensure all the across facility I can monitor in the single platform, the effectiveness of the data that I can derive it, and I can take the accurate decision on that data. So we talk about the patient footfall, we talk about the lights which are going to be, you know, sensorization of the lights, like the patient are moving, the light should be switch off. So all of these, how is it going to happen? The first layer, it becomes about the connecting your connected equipments, which should have the communicable capability. Put it to the software which are doing the monitoring of this particular equipments, and then the doing the analysis of this data. So this is how the 3-layer architecture that Schneider is delivering today in the across India as well as in the global. So next is, like, we have multiple departments here with respect to the UPS, metering, power quality. When we talk about the power quality, then of course the harmonics, power factor. I'll speak about it a little bit, you know, in the layman language so that you understand what is the importance of this in the next slide. So, yeah, so here, like one example if I can give you, the government has also been given the notification to all the facilities today, specifically in Mumbai and across all over Maharashtra as well. The power quality becomes very, very important. Why is it important? Today, the consumers which are consuming the energy and generators who are generating the energy, both are equally important to ensure we are consuming the good power quality or we are generating the good power quality. In the hospital facility, if you see that, you are putting a lot of investment, 100 crores, 200 crore into the equipments that you are installing. How you are ensuring that your equipment are 100% uptime all the time. You talk about patient security, we are also talking about the asset security. So when I talk about the security, it means 100% uptime of your equipment, the efficiency of the equipment, the lifespan of the equipment. It becomes important. So for monitoring of these kind of equipments data, and ensuring that the power quality that we are consuming from the grid is also having the 100% healthy power quality into that particular machine. So where we talk about the under voltage, over voltage, so all of these comes at a microsecond level and easily will not be able to monitor from the normal multifunction meter. So what we have is with the higher sampling rate of the meter, which is tracking the data of a microsecond level, any of the transient is coming, any of the under voltage, over voltage, sags, well, is all of these about very technical jargons, but I'll put it in the very layman language. If any spike is coming from the grid, which will impact your very valuable asset, that the asset will lose its life, and it will also have like any time, downtime of that particular machine. So here what we do, we are monitoring these kind of, anomalies into the grid, whatever it's coming, and we actually not only monitor, but we also gives the solution for those kind of, issues when it comes to the solution. So what we are talking about is the power factor and the harmonics, as well as the transient, under voltage and over voltage. We have both the technologies on the active side and the passive side. Today we have in the India the penalty towards the power factor and the harmonics. If you don't maintain it, then you will get penalized by the electricity bodies. So how do we mitigate that? We have a loose component on the compensation of the power factor, as well as the entire hybrid solution with respect to the mitigation harmonics, as well as the mitigation of the power factor. It will also help you to mitigate about the under voltage, over voltage, what we are talking about today. You have invested 100 crores in the machine. That will also help you to avoid those kind of any microsecond level events that are coming into the grid, from the grid to your any of the equipment. So not only the monitoring, but we are also giving you the solution with respect to the solving all the problems that we are having in the hospital. So hospitals, we talk about the 100% patient safety. Here Schneider is also helping you to with respect to the 100% efficiency of your electrical equipment as well. So now we spoke about the identifying the problem, solving the problem. It's our responsibility to also monitor the efficiency of our equipment 24/7. So here we have both the solution on the cloud base as well as the on-premises. On-premises, we have more on the cybersecurity side. It is also having the SL1 and SL2, SL3 certification, which is your data will be within your hospital and in across all your India. If you want to monitor the data in the single location, the entire cybersecurity, your IT infra will be also within your hospital network. So it will not be having any to the exposed to the any third party network or anything like that. Your network itself will be having all the facilities data into the single platform. So here it's about the advisory services. We are talking about the AI. AI is the third layer of our EcoStruxure architecture. It is inbuilt in our software, which will give you the visibility what's next that we are solving the problem. So we would like to call you at our booth. We have showcased how we have solved a lot of Apollo hospitals problem with respect to the digitization what we have done. This is one of the glimpse of our success story of Hinduja Hospital. There we have in Mumbai, there are 3 hospital buildings that we are monitoring in the centrally. We have provided the building management solution as well as the energy management solution. There the customer itself, the Hinduja Hospital itself has saved 10 to 15% of electricity consumption. So by monitoring, it is you have to take an action of waste of your energy consumption. The software, the AI is just the insightful data that will give you where do you need to take the action. So this is kind of solution that we have done. So we would like to call you after this, whenever you have a break, please come to our booth and have a look at our metering as well as the software that we have delivered. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions for either Pooja or Parth? Okay. So I have a question on behalf of AI, ChatGPT.
Okay. Sure.
Which fed all the data and got. So ChatGPT wants to know what problem or what challenge does your product solve that most people don't even realize is a challenge?
So we just spoke about, I have given the example already on the slide. So if you have seen that, we really don't think about the electricity. What if my operation is going on and there is suddenly the power goes off? You'll say that, okay, I have an UPS, But what if your UPS don't perform at that moment? So continuous monitoring about these equipments plays an important role. So you have an asset, you have standby solution, okay, you're saying, okay, there is no power, I'll put it on the UPS, but what if your UPS don't perform? So that's why the AI, of course, comes when you have a lot of data. But creating those data, you need backbone very strong, that you are having the right equipment, you are having the right solution to create those data. AI is just an engine which will be able to help you to get a decision making. Your right decision making, AI will help you in that. But AI will actually, you have to solve the problem by your own, by monitoring of these assets on time and every day. Yeah. I hope I have answered this question.
Very well. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Chavan. I am from DY Patil. Now, electricity is a major challenge and is known, and the biggest challenge what we are facing today is hospitals are having lots of life-saving equipment. There is UPS playing role everywhere. Electricity playing an important, crucial role in clinical and operational outcomes. Now, I have got such a huge investment in, I have got different sources of energy. I have got solar, I have got main supply, I have got generators, I have got panels, I have got transformers, I have got internal UPS with every instrument. Doctors are asking backups even for that because life-saving. Then I have got central UPS backup also for it. Yes. Now nobody is worried about investment and outcomes, because the biggest problem, I really don't know the truth. And all these IT solutions, even the private players catering 10% of the population, they really don't know the truth, what exactly is happening, and their all faculties are not interacting with each other because they don't have softwares, or so that the real diagnosis happens in time. Even we are not in today's
succinct question, please. Succinct question.
Yeah, so how Schneider, see, what is important today is all these players should help us to make workflow analysis to really find out our problem, challenges, key issues, pain points, so that we achieve those ROIs. And that is what I feel today. But we are unable to get those insights from all departments or from. So the real is investigation, the workflow analysis, and it's going to be customized, not routine to everyone. It could be charitable, 2,000 bedded, 5,000 bedded, 100 bedded, 175 ICUs, 30 operation theaters, many different challenges. How you can bring that together, get a solution. See, I need to understand a problem, and then the solution can come together. So I hope I'll meet you. Let's see, something comes out of it. And thank you very much.
Just to answer your question in brief, as we said, we are not just providing you the hardwares, we are the technology partners, what we want to be with the customers that we cater to. Okay, at Schneider Electric, our softwares are open. It is not only communicating or getting you the data that is by our hardware, but all the other clinical, non-clinical departments of the hospital, those data can be brought on this single platform, can be churned out to give you a compiled, a holistic report of how you can make your hospital more efficient. That's about Schneider Solutions, sir. More we can discuss on our booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And we shall move to the next partner presentation from Astral Pipes. Astral Pipes, of course, is India's #1 piping brand. And I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Mangesh Kulkarni, who's the Area Manager of Sales and the Projects Division from Astral Pipes, to present their latest innovative solutions for the healthcare industry. Mr. Mangesh.
Astral Pipes Pune. I am taking care of project sales in Pune region, and with my colleague Mr. Manish Manu. Yeah.
Hi, good morning to all of you. I am Manish Manu. So I am heading the project business in the Pune region and the upcoming markets. handling the entire portfolio of the Astral pipes. We'll start the presentation. Give us 1 or 2 minutes max to max.
Yeah, Astral Pipe is India's leading construction material brand. Astral incorporated in 1996, 30 plus exports presence, 8,500 plus employees, 42 depots, 25 manufacturing unit, 5 lakh metric ton capacity, 3 manufacturing units in abroad, 3,000 plus distributors, and 2 lakh around dealers network. Operating in high growth categories, pipes and fittings, water tanks, adhesive and sealants, construction chemicals, bathwares, paints, specialized walls, and infrastructure division. We first introduced CPVC pipe in India in 1996. In 2004, we introduced lead-free UPVC pipes and fittings, NFSF approvals for CPVC pipe, foam core pipes for drainage application, low noise PP drainage system introduced in 2030, lead-free column pipes. Then we are CPVC compound own manufacturing, water tanks with anti-viral copper seal. Then in 2023, NSF approval for water tanks, IS approval for fireproof fittings. Then we certification of Astral Silencio, DIBT and SKZ for silent piping and material properties. And also we launched our Channel Pro system also. This is our silencer system. It is low noise, high density pipe. It is for drainage application. It is Fraunhofer certified by German. It is acoustic property with silent system. Previously we are using cast iron pipes, PVC pipes, but this is for the replacement for those pipes. Some challenges for cast iron pipes and PVC pipes, it is corrode, PVC pipe is brittle, so it is breaks the pipes. Astral Silencer, it is 3-layer piping technology. This is external layer is PP layer, mineral reinforcement with middle layer, and extra inner layer also PP. Some value engineering fittings, it is not only the T with along with some specialized cavity gap fill up. This is application for suspended application also. You can see the horizontally when travel the load is more, so it is suspended, especially for suspended application. Product range available 40 mm to 250 mm. Then we have many certificates for lead certificates. Then for Fraunhofer silent certificates also. SKZ for the material specification. We did, this is chemical resistance pipe, impact resistance pipe, hot water compatible. Hot water you can continuous for 90 degree, and short term 95 degree continuous you can for this application. Then we did prestigious projects across the India. Then we have another product range with fire sprinkler system. This is the CPVC piping system. This is specially for light hazards area. ISI mark our product with UL listed. Pipes and fittings both are UL listed. This is for ideal for hospitals and hotels, residential and commercial, high-rise buildings, school and institutions, and small 1 or 2 family villas. Product range available in 20 mm to 80 mm. Then we have approved from Mumbai Fire Brigade, Maharashtra Fire Emergency Services, Pune Fire Brigade, Gujarat, then Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Goa Fire, and Tamil Nadu. Product feature, this is low heat combustion, no flame spread, and high LOI. LOI is more than 60%, so it is not flammable. Some projects we did for the hospitals across the India. Then we have PEX piping system. This is PEX Safe Pro. Normally this is flexible piping system. High pressure resistance up to 6 bar pressure, highest flexibility, no thermal expansion, temperature resistance up to 95 degree. Ideal for portable application, there is no any contamination. Pipe in pipe technology for, you can remove the pipe after any breakage or any thing happened in pipe. Ideal for dialysis application, we did many projects for dialysis units. Expander tool is required for the joining purpose. And this is for narrow space required, very space, and you can use it in cavity also, cavity wall. This is expansion drawing technology, so that's easy to install, low bacterial growth. Kink on pipe, you can remove the kink also, so it is not the waste the pipe. This is kink resistance pipe. PEX Safe Pro available range in 60 mm to 32 mm. Then we have PEX pipes, brass and PPSO fittings, expansion ring and expansion tools also. Then we have channels for paved surface areas, landscape areas, industrial and commercial areas, and sports field and playground areas. This is a PP channel. Greetings pattern available, slotted greeting, mesh design, slotted oval grip design, mesh design, and mesh some patterns, 3 to 4 patterns. Load class depends upon your where is upon vehicle movement. It is 125 kilonewton to 600. So it is, you can fire tender also, you can. Channel standard length is 1000 mm and product range is width from 100 mm to 300 mm. We did some hospital project for one Channel Pro. Then we have offering adhesive, bathware and pet categories also. In categories, maintenance adhesives, wood adhesives, industrial adhesives, solvent cement, epoxy putty, sealants also available, and construction chemicals for waterproofing. And then we have bathware division also. Then we have CP and sanitary, some premium segment. Astral also launch in paints and wall putty also. Thank you, sir.
Just want to elaborate one or two things. Like we discussed about AI, and we also discussed that the service should be very fast. As an Astral team, we can assure you one thing, that Astral is one of the best company, and our distribution network is the very huge, and we are presence across India. Even we are presence in outside India also. So we can assure one thing, that the supply would not be any issues, because the hospital cannot be stopped for a day or for an hour also. So our network are so huge, so we can give the proper service to the hospital across the India. We have product which has the green certification. We have the LEED certification, we have the green certification. So there is a less carbon footfalls in our product. And the second thing, which is in the rural area, means I have gone through the presentation of the Patel sir, Dr. Patel sir. He is doing tremendous work in the rural area. So our dealer network are present in the rural area also, where we can give our service very aggressively and on the time. So product is not an issue, and in the bathware we are also kind of product where the water consumptions are the very less. We are using our faucets with the flow rate of the 1.3 liter per minute. So it has been saving the water as well. Thank you so much from our side. If you have any questions, we can answer it.
Yes, any questions?
Well,
Yes, thank you, sir.
if there are no questions, then thank you very much,
Yes, thank you so
gentlemen.
much.
And if anybody would like to know more about Astral products, services, or distribution, Astral, as well as all of our other partners and exhibitors, are available in the conference room and even at the booths that we have at the back. We have our silver partner Schneider Electric, our bronze partner Astral Pipes, and our exhibitors, and of course our emergency care partner Red Health. So please do take the opportunity to interact with all of our partners for this initiative as well. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we shall take a short break at this point in time, and we will be back here in approximately 20 minutes' time. The second panel discussion will start at about 12:20 p.m. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion is a very interesting one, and the topic is healthcare infrastructure, designing hospitals for growth and flexibility. So that's we have assembled a litany of a list of seasoned veterans to share their knowledge and experience with us, and I'd like to introduce each one of them onto the stage. Can we please get the... Yeah. So please help me welcome on stage first Mr. Saurabh Gupta, who is the Chief Operating Officer of KIMS Hospitals. Also, please help me welcome on stage Dr. Sachin Wagh, who is the medical planner and hospital design expert, Strategic Knowledge Solutions. Also, we have Dr. Major Sonal Dikshit, who is the regional head of medical services at Manipal Hospitals. We also have Ms. Preeti Pendarkar, who is the Senior Vice President and Director of Business Practices at Canon Design. Preeti is, of course, one of our regular attendees. Please welcome on stage. Also, we have Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Lavnish Tyagi, who is the head of the hospital at Sancheti Hospital. Please welcome Dr. Lajpat Rai Arya, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Vilu Poonawalla Hospital. And of course, our moderator for this discussion is Mr. Neeraj Lal, also a regular attendee of ours and many of our initiatives. Mr. Neeraj Lal, a well-known figure, but of course, he is the Regional Director of Maharashtra and Karnataka region of Medicover Hospitals. So, Mr. Neeraj Lal, hospitals of the future, what exactly are they going to be looking like? Because nobody knows the future. We are looking at growth and flexibility, a seeming dichotomy, but I'm sure with your expertise we can balance the two. Please unveil the mystery for us.
Very good morning. Can we have a big round of applause for the panelists? I think you all have a cup of tea and coffee. This has recharged you. So, this topic is very important. The few things which I want to say. Today's discussion, is very, very important. How do we design hospital so that it does not become outdated after 5 years? Like a software of a phone, iPhone, every alternate quarter, there is a change. So healthcare is evolving, and infrastructure must evolve with it, okay? It should be flexible, scalable, tech-ready, and patient-centered. So in this panel, we'll be exploring the practical insights, the real challenges, and the future-focused solution with our expert panel. I head Medicover Hospitals, which is based in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana. So we recently opened one hospital in Bangalore, which is in Whitefield. So it is a 400-bedded hospital. So we have taken one team, which is mother and child team. So you have to accommodate this mother and child setup in a multi-specialty hospital, right? So how to scale it, how to make a part of that. Very good morning, Dr. Arya. Pune is a place where I'm meeting so many my old friends. Welcome. Come. So if you want to have that so-called superstar mother and child team, so you have to accommodate a mother and child space into that. So you have to involve so many architects. You have a hospital which is last 1 year it is on, and they have a one say that you should have a mother and child on the ground floor. So that is more important. For the past 10 days, I'm talking to the architect, I'm talking to the stakeholders, and all these new neonatologists and pediatricians. So I think that is a challenge in the healthcare. You have to accommodate the various specialties, various function by talking to the various stakeholders. So welcome to this panel, and we'll be talking about, we have architects, we have hospital administrators, and we have a people who have got a very, very good experience apart from managing P&L, how to scale up the operations. So, so my first question, I think Udit is not here. So since Dr. Lajpat Arya is close to me sitting here, so I was just asking, hospital construction involve navigating complex component like a Da Vinci robo. So you have to enter into the hospital from regulations, so many regulations. There was a Columbia Asia hospital in Ahmedabad, which was made up, but it has taken 1 year to get the regulatory approval. So that is a time which sometime goes. So from regulation to the end user needs, what are the challenges have you faced in matching this intent, real world execution, and how did you surpass them? Your insights on that.
Thank you very much, Neeraj Ji Lal. First of all, very good afternoon to the august audience, the great people I could see, including Colonel Sunil Rao, and I will not name everyone, it would not be possible, but on dais, all the panelists, good afternoon. So, and thanks for inviting all of us. On behalf of all of you, I'm saying thanks to this forum. Now, what Neeraj Saab said, regulatory guidelines, how it clashes with sometimes hospital administrators or clients' wish list, and how do we overcome those things? Well, per my experience of 3-4 projects from scratch to completion I have done. So what reminds me, in Dubai, one hospital from scratch to completion my team took. I was general manager over there. But current project, if I say, Serum Institute's Vilupunawala Hospital, I don't mind naming the project and how we could overcome the regulatory glitches which were delaying our project. So AERB, typically bunkers in basement, as per AERB guidelines, the thickness of walls, the size of bunker, and all was to be done. Now this project, again I am opening one secret. Professionally, what we did, we have hired contractor and given this project as a turnkey. So obviously the contractor, architect, to save time, save money, save many things, they would want to reduce the size sometimes somewhere on the walls or ceiling. So it was a real challenge to convince the architect. Although they have built many hospitals, but many a times they would want to play around. So we had shown them that how the walls of thickness would otherwise lead to 1 year or 2 years delay of AERB approvals by putting gamma beam at the time of construction only showed that look, this passes and this radiation passed from these walls would lead to non-compliance. So this is a different type of, not the clients or consultants wish to make changes against, guidelines and leading to many a times problems. There are some other incidences also, but this is a classical incidence, and we could overcome and did as per AERB guidelines. So there is no delay, and because we complied with everything. Thank you.
All right. So I was reading one article many years ago in Business World. They're talking about hospital rules are like Panwala shop. So wherever you want to start, you start that hospitals. That was a condition earlier. I think now it has been granular and structured, but earlier it was a very, very difficult. Thanks to Quality Council of India and various accreditation standards, I think they made a structure which can breathe, which can have many departments and all. So there is one debate, brownfield versus greenfield, So there are some hospitals which is growing like anything and they want to have brownfield projects. And there are certain hospitals which want to focus on greenfield only. So I know Vocard, once upon a time Vishal Bali was heading he was a managing director for the brownfield, and there was one more gentleman who was managing director for greenfield. So my next question to Lieutenant Colonel Lavish Tyagi, who is heading Sancheti Hospital. So while planning greenfield hospitals, what factor drive the decision building a new versus a leasing and optimizing the existing infrastructure? If you share a case study where this choice has significantly impacted the growth, so your views on that.
Sure. Thank you, sir. I am Colonel Dr. Lavnish Tyagi. I had the Sancheti Hospital, and before that, I just want to thank Neeraj sir for the good question, and ET group also for giving me this opportunity to share my insights. And as sir brought out, I am being a veteran. I have got a good exposure. I got a little exposure. Say I was being the project officer of the new command hospital at camp. So, sir, that's a very apt question for me, I will say, because in military, if I say, the greenfield versus brownfield is always a good question. So whether to go for a greenfield or for a brownfield. So what I presume during my post-graduation, during my practical exposure, during my appointments, there are three key factors basically which there are multiple factors, but there are, I think, three key factors. First of all, the strategic need, whether to go for a greenfield or for a brownfield. And the second thing is the financial sustainability. And third thing is the execution time. So if I think if my hospital, for example, I will give an example of the command hospital per se, sir. It's the previous command hospital, which is just opposite to FMC. It's spread across 139 acres. And it's a horizontally spread hospital. So if I am, as a patient, I am reviewing in a medicine OPD, and the medicine specialist refers me to, say, a nephrologist. So literally I have to take my car. And when I say I means me as a doctor as well as a client and the patient also. So I have to literally take my car to go to another building, which is a horizontal spread, which may be like 500, 700 meters apart. So those were the drawbacks. So in order to overcome, we have to design a building which is all-in-one kind of thing, one static structure, multi-storied, so which cannot be inbuilt in a running hospital. So that was a strategic need to build it at a place apart, which is approximately like hardly a few kilometers, but within the reach of the camp itself. So then we decided to go for a greenfield project altogether for this new command hospital. When I say we does not mean me at all. It is the army headquarters which takes the decision. It's a long bureaucratic process which takes. So let's not get into that. Now, second thing is basically the financial sustainability. So if I think, as a management think, the amount of money that is going to be lent into that, and the time to get the IRR, the time to break even it is less, then certainly we cannot go for greenfield, because greenfield will certainly take time, will take much of efforts, most of the financial burden will come on the company or the organization for that matter. And third thing is as I say, the time. If I have to get the speed to the market, if I can utilize the official terms of the speed to the market, if it is very less, then certainly brownfield is the key. I will just quote in the same breath another example, another live example. After commissioning this command hospital, then we have thought of the organization has thought of establishing a palliative care center. So once again, the entire building is set up, but the palliative care center was a then need. So then we have to devise a 15-bedded palliative care center. Then we went under those 3 key parameters which I just mentioned, and we built an in-house brownfield project for that, and we converted I can say the which is the rudimentary OPD, which was not utilized for anything. We converted into a very much, I will say, I can take the pride of that, state-of-the-art 15-bedded palliative care center. And within 3 months of span of time, we converted this, I will say, vision of the army headquarters into reality. So this is where the brownfield thing came into picture. So as I mentioned, depending on these 3 key aspects, we have to take a decision. So certainly, these 3 key factors play a pivotal role in this decision.
Thank you very much. Debate is still open, greenfield versus brownfield. I still vote for greenfield because I think healthcare structures come with a regulatory thing. Of course, there is a pressure from the management, from the private equity or whatever. So let's keep the debate here and we move to Preeti. So I was talking to her while I was here. So she's a healthcare architect. I was talking to her. They have made certain hospital in Tata Memorial Hospital in Calcutta. Medical center. So I think she can tell about more of that. So the question specifically to you is, what cutting edge technology do you foresee playing a critical role in creating a resilient and a secure hospital infrastructure?
Hello, thank you. Are you all able to hear me? Yes. Thank you for the question, and thank you to ET also for inviting me. A very good afternoon to all of you. So in terms of cutting edge technology, or if we call it what is going to be the game changer, for us in the next few years, what I feel as an architect is that, the shift towards evidence-based design, powered by real data that is coming from the physical hospital space, is going to be something that I look forward to, and that is actually going to give true meaning to evidence-based design. Gone are the days when we used to design hospitals based on intuition, experience, anecdotal insights, or even assumptions. So now we have the ability to harness real-time feedback from the physical environment, and then apply it back to our drawing boards to be able to come up with a more impactful design, and also remedy whatever is not working in our future designs. And I feel that that is something that is revolutionary, and that is something that will provide answers to all of the a lot of the questions and issues that hospitals face. RTLS, BMS, operational models, digital twins, sensors, all of these different platforms actually provide us a lot of good data, and it's important for us as architects to be cognizant of that and to apply all of that into the work that we are doing. For example, me as a designer, I would love to understand what are the noise levels in the ICU, and how can I mitigate that in my future designs? Or, which are the overutilized rooms in a hospital, or where are the bottlenecks? What is the waiting time in the different departments of the hospital? So this is like amazing data. It's a gold mine for us as architects to be able to use that and apply it in our future designs. And this is all scientific data, behavioral, spatial, real time that is coming from hospitals. And I feel that finally we are coming to an age where the building is talking back to us and providing us feedback. So I feel that the next generation of hospitals are actually going to be static, much like what the other panelists and the other esteemed speakers before this session also mentioned, that hospitals are actually going to be like living organisms, evolving, changing, improving with the data that, it's active feedback system. That's important even for an organization. where you're continuously learning, improving, and even our education systems need to kind of elevate to be able to deal with all of these uncertainties and technological advancements of the world. So the workplace is going to be a place that's going to be very dynamic, and hospital infrastructure is I see it as a dynamic organism, and hospitals are actually going to shift from being like this 50-60-year-old fixed asset to an ever-evolving ecosystem. And that is something that I really look forward to as a designer. And all of this is super exciting. And it's easy for us to lose focus of what we really want to do. So I would like to caution everybody in my profession and also allied professions that we should not lose focus of what we are building all this for. So patient is still at the center of everything. So patient experience is something that we really need to keep in mind. And the goal of technological advancement is not just to elevate the hospital to a to becoming more technologically evolved. It's also to make sure that we are having a human interface and we are focusing on human interface. Again, this was something that was talked about in the previous discussions, that human touch points are very important, and we as designers, how are we able to orchestrate that through our design is something that I'm definitely going to focus on. And as a designer, I will always ask, what is the kind of experience that I want users to be able to experience right from arrival up to the discharge point, all through the hospital, and what sort of user experiences am I shaping through my architecture. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is that the physical space is no longer just a backdrop. It's actually very actively involved in, I would like to believe that it's actively involved in the caregiving process. And you can actually partner with it and make sure that you're getting the desired outcomes, and you're getting the desired clinical outcomes even, leveraging good design. The next generation of hospitals will be flexible, will be intelligent, and will be deeply human-centered. And I would say that in other words, hospitals can actually, they have the ability to be the healer, on their own. So that's my take on your question. Thank you so much.
You are right. I think these are the few points. I'll tell you some experiences for my mother and child experiment in Rainbow Children Hospitals, right? So that hospital, if you see, it is very difficult to manage children as a patients. So what uniquely, I'm talking about patient experience, what Preeti you're talking about. So it, generally they got an OPD of about 400 and 500 patients a day. And it is very difficult for the parents to manage the child during the waiting time. Right? So what we have done, we have created a magic game. So while you are waiting, just these stalls are there. So there is one game zone. On the top of the game, on the top of the roof, there is one game which was happening, and impact, the shadow is there on the floor. So once you jump, the ball moves, balls move ahead. So there's so many games. So while they're waiting for the consultation, all the children's, boys and girls, are playing those games. Sometimes mother and father also participates. It keeps the baby engaged, right? And it's just 3.5 lakh equipment. And it is becoming so popular there in Whitefield of Rainbow Children Hospital. And now this children is talking to the parents, I want to go in that hospital only. Just in case they require any consultation. So these are the things, if we do what she's talking about, hospitals are live. And the rooms, it is very difficult for the children to be in the rooms. So there is a film area, the job of a PRO every day to go to a children's room and see these are the 4 cartoon films we'll be playing in the evening in the theater, which is open, which is a sunlight from top. And they go there, every children can see from their rooms only. There's a round hospital, you can see from the rooms. So they feel very happy, this film is on. So it keeps the children engaged and while you treat them. So I think we have to see what kind of hospital we are making and what kind of patient experience we give. Because in hospital we talk about very standardized things. This will happen in that way only. So I think that makes a difference. So I'll move to Dr. Sonal. Yeah,
One
please.
sentence, please. This reminds me, we worked together in Shelby Group of Hospitals, where under his leadership, NABH was, obtained in a record time of 6 months after applying. It was second edition or first edition of NABH. And that day onwards, NABH suggested, play area and all those things for pediatric patients, not only pediatric patients, but whoever brings child along with, mother comes. And so this becomes not regulatory, but advisory from quality aspect for architects who design the hospital. So resilient, sustainable, along with this, these are the, Thank you.
So Dr. Sonal is a regional head for medical services with one of the biggest group in India, Manipal Hospitals. Okay, so I'll come to a very practical questions to you. What is one common misconception about hospital construction that you wish people would understand?
Thank you, Mr. Lal, for that question. And before I answer, very good afternoon, everyone. I represent Manipal Group of Hospitals, so greetings from Manipal. One commonest misconception was people have about hospital design is that it is just a complex building with focus on infection control. I don't think it's that simple. A hospital is a very intricate, not only complex, it's a very intricate building which needs a lot of differentiating things. Before I tell you what are the things which differentiate it, let me give you a stat. If you build a commercial mall or a commercial infrastructure, as on date, the cost would be around 2,500 rupees per square feet. A hospital would cost you anywhere between 6,000 to 8,000 rupees a square feet. So that is more than 3 times. And that explains the difference. So a hospital, I have said this in many fora before, the design follows the function. That is the basic difference. You cannot have a design and fit function in that building. You have to think about the function first and then design it. That makes a hospital different. Everybody knows about the material which is used to build has to be different. It has to be, anti-skid, anti-infection, all that we all know. But what is more important is that the hospital has to align with the vision of the organization. If the organization is planning to have a tertiary, quaternary level hospital and it intends to expand in future, you have to start planning right from the beginning when you are laying the foundation of the hospital. You can't put a LINAC, a linear accelerator, in an existing building. You can't put a PET-CT, if you have not planned for it beforehand, if the foundation is not strong enough to take that much load. Various utilities, medical gas, MEP, HVAC, everything has to work very closely with each other. They have to marry each other and have to function seamlessly because there is no scope for a failure. In a mall, if there is some glitch, it's okay, you can correct it. But in a hospital, if there is a glitch, you'll lose a life or a limb. So there is no scope of a failure. So that is what makes a hospital design and hospital infrastructure different, in my opinion. Thank you.
So I think I'm going to now Saurabh. So he's a regional CEO for KIMS who have just entered Mumbai. So, I'll be talking, there is a operational workflows. So much of clinical, I'll talk about operational workflows. So people generally don't take care of those operational workflows. Like, again, I'll give you one example to support my questions to you. Generally, if you see, the OPDs are not working between 2 and 4. It is a barren area, everybody's talking and chatting. And children in the hospital more. Because mother wait for the husband to come in the evening to come to that. So what we have done in one of the hospital, we have tied up with the cabs, Olas and Uber. You travel, we pay. Right? So what we have done, we have connected their application through our hospital thing, and we say whosoever mother or father want to come to our hospital with the children, so whatever the bill of the cab, it will be discounted from the consultation fees. But hospital cannot get up because so many cabs coming to you. Right? So we have created a platform where all these cabs are coming to you. So in afternoon, which were having just 10 to 15 OPDs, gradually within 3 months it raised to 150. So but your hospital has to be geared for that, like what Dr. Sonal was talking about. Generally, you have 1 cath lab, 2 cath lab, 1 PET scan and all those things. So if you have a place, say you plan for 2 cath labs, start with 1 and aim if you do X number of procedures, then you can have it. Because in order to fix those second cath lab, it is a big time. So my question to Saurabh, how can design innovation support multifunctional staff workflows and reduce operational bottleneck which we are having in the hospital day in and day out?
Okay, so thank you, Neeraj. I think that's a very interesting question. I also would like to thank ET Consulting for inviting me. So before actually I get into the answer, there are 2-3 thoughts I would like to put it on the table, because I think the entire discussion is evolving around the patient experience. And that is very near to me. In fact, KIMS has designed a flagship patient experience program, APIA, in Hyderabad, which is always talked about, in which we have measured the patient journey before even the patient enters to the point where patient goes to his home. So I actually heard this statement somewhere, and I really like it, that hospitals should not feel like hospitals, but they should function like a hospital. And that is what we are all moving towards. So gone are the days where the hospitals were built just because a doctor or a surgeon or an hospital administrator wanted a particular thing to be like that. And we already heard that form should follow the function. So that is at the heart. But it should also follow what patients want. Because nowadays, design is also a differentiating factor. We are talking about biologic design, which is more towards nature, and you can see more and more hospitals in even tier 2 and tier 3 cities going forward. Also, when you talk about the example of creating the games inside the hospital, you know what I thought? I thought, why can't we really mimic some of the airports? And the airport I thought was Changi. And if somebody has been to Changi, that is one of the best airports for kids to be around, because there are so many slides, so many games. They are so engaged. Probably the time has come when some of such elements need to go inside the hospitals. And hospitals are actually experimenting with that. When you talk about operational effectiveness, efficiency, there are a lot of things we can do. So one is you can get into modular design. Now what happens is that hospitals are ever changing. They are not static. We have already heard from the panel. So every 3 years or 5 years, you'll have to put a new machinery, or you'll have to modify a particular section of the hospital. Now, traditionally, hospitals are built not to function in silos, because there will be one chiller which will be, or 2 chillers will be supporting the entire hospital. Now, if you need to repair that chiller, the entire hospital need to shut. Or the OTs are all at a common place. You'll have to shut down the entire OT complex. In fact, someone was talking about Da Vinci Robo. I still remember we bought Robo. Of course, some of the early ages of Da Vinci in 2010, 2011 in Raheja Hospital. I was the head of operations. So we bought the Robo, then we realized that the height of the door is less than 8. So, you cannot even move the Robo. So we had to shut down the, OTs and realign the entire thing. Now OTs were all at one place. So we need to actually look into these things. We need to create more modular infrastructure. Also, the very classic example which I remember from my early days. So I was part of the team which commissioned Fortis Noida. And it was a beautiful hospital, second hospital in the Fortis group, way back in 2005. Now what happened, we had Nat Steel sterilizer. With due respect, we had sterilizers. What happened, one of the sterilizer went bad. And this is not a case of a sterilizer, this is a case of any big equipment. Because we put the equipment 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, but we don't think about how to update it. The flexibility point goes for a toss. Then we realized that there is a manufacturing defect that's continuously leaking. And guess what? There was no passage for the sterilizer to go out. There was no TSSU. So the entire brick wall had to be broken. The CSSD was shut. And, again, the repercussions were revenue loss and agony or so many things. What I'm trying to say is the hospitals needs to be more flexible, more modular, so that, you can actually have, seamless working. So you can shut down some of the part. Scheduling is another thing which helps, because there are lean periods and there are periods when you have, more public coming in the hospital. So you can actually schedule the non-specific specialties like dermatology, if it's not a core, in the afternoon or non-specific time. And you can have other things which are, core of your hospital at the peak time. Also, the lifting capacity and the holding capacity, again, as you said rightly, there has to be a separate channel for mother and child. They should not mix with the hospital, because efficiency goes for a toss. Clinical clustering. Now, the sample collection of small things, plebo has to be next to the OPD. The diagnostic has to be next to, otherwise so much of crisscross and the amount of traffic inside the hospital of patient will increase. Then diagnostic has to be near the ER. And nowadays we are talking about mobile CT scans and all, which we are actually experimenting with. So those have come in handy. So I think those are some of the things which can be done. Yeah.
Thank you. I pick up your modular world. So that is very important. People just don't want to come to the hospitals. After COVID, they want to everything at home. Apps are there, they can monitor you. Your chat GPTs is there, everything is there. So you're coming to the, now healthcare is moving away from the hospitals. So you have to engage with the patient, then only he or she is connected with you. So now, I'll give you a small example. I'm sorry for that. I just want to connect you with some examples. Like OPD is a very, very, if you see, you go to any hospital, OPD, right? So, patients are waiting in spite of queue management system, they're waiting. Doctors are there in the OT and procedures. Waiting time is more, and this Google generation, they keep on giving you feedback. And they generally, you enter to OPD, they'll say go to room number 10, room to 12, 14s and all. So in one of the hospital, what we have experimented, we have given the name of the OPD as a name of the flower, orchid, lotus, sunflower and all. So we have created modules. So once, and we have created these things, so once you go, where you want to go to Rose OPD. So once you enter the Rose OPD, the uniform, the ambience, it's like that only. And the rose flowers on the backdrop and all. So it creates that ambience, and you feel that you are at a place which is a wellness. So I'll go to Dr. Sachin now.
If you permit, sir. In continuation to what ma'am and sir has told, just basic healthcare architecture mantra is form follows function. And current organizations are also, we are facing this issue with the pre-op fitness basically. So there is a huge crisscrossing of the traffic of the patient. Like when the patient comes to the reception desk, then he has to get a registration somewhere else, then the lab somewhere else, then cafeteria for the postprandial sample, then comes back to the radiology, then see the physician, then the anesthetist, and all, there's a huge crisscrossing of the traffic. Just to counter it and to ensure that form follows function, now we are creating an insurance pre-op lounge. So that entire gamut of activities, the patient need not go from pillar to post, all the stakeholders are at one place. So without any duplication of the efforts. That's the main important point. So that's how we are ensuring, trying to ensure that form follows function, the patient does not suffer. Because there is a huge disgruntlement in the feedback forms that we have received, sir. So.
You are right. We actually test the patience of patient, so that is the issue. So now we move to Dr. Sachin Wagh. He's a medical planner and hospital design expert. So modularity, right, is a key for future-proving healthcare infrastructure to enhance flexibility as well as scalability. So what innovative modular design strategies have you seen, or you wish it should be like that?
Thank you, Neeraj ji, and good afternoon to everyone. That's a backdoor entry to your debate on greenfield and brownfield. You know, because if you're asking me to do it future-proofing, that means you are definitely going to do a brownfield project on my greenfield project. You know, it's a perpetual thing. You know, things keep on. There's a lot of dynamism in hospitals that happens. So now, having done fair number of brownfield projects also, you know, what are the usual problems that we see looking into probable structure, whether we can make a hospital here or no? First and foremost is the floor heights, essentially because maximum departments have air control, and air conditioning supply, which requires considerable height. And again, the electrical power backup supply, the vertical circulation, as we were saying. The vertical circulation, as they were saying, whether we have segregation between outpatient and inpatient visitors from the staff, the services, the doctors, and the maintenance people. And besides that, again, like Kapil Dev says, whenever you have a problem, go to your basics. So we'll just spend 30 seconds on that basics part. So any building, stands on the load-bearing skeletal framework, which is the columns and the beams. Okay, and hospitals are far different from a typical residential building. The ground floor of a residential building is same as the top floor. All the floors are same. The toilet will be at the same place. But in hospitals, every place is different. Okay, so when we talk about columns, now these are vertical members at the same place throughout. Okay, and these should not act as a constraint, especially when you are planning to have flexibility on your floor. So essentially, you would have a planning grid that will be compatible not only to the parking in the basement, okay, your lobby, your emergency CT scans, MRI on the ground floor, then your OPDs, daycare on the above floor. Very important, your ICUs and operation theaters. And after that, the patient rooms, which has the maximum impact. And that also has a good configuration of multi-beds to begin with, and then the twin sharings, the single rooms, and probably the deluxe also. So probably the 4 columns that make a structural bay, it's quite common with healthcare architects, is that a bay would actually accommodate 2 single rooms, and the same bay would accommodate 2 twin sharing rooms, having placed the toilet where it is. You knock off the center wall and it becomes a multi-bed, 5-bedded or 6-bedded multi-bed, and maybe on the top floor it becomes a deluxe room, a larger room. Now, having said that, what strategies we could use? So the column, which is why we spoke about this, the column come to the forefront. When we were designing Manavata Hospital, which later on became KIMS Manavata Hospital at Nasik, the client was very specific that I want a lot of flexibility. It's the similar question that came up. And we discussed with the client, we said that we have external columns and we have internal columns on the floor. And that is besides the vertical circulation and the staircases. So what we could do is that, a good flexibility we can achieve is if we have less number of columns on the floor. Okay. And definitely it is the domain of the structural consultant, and with due respect. And we did have a series of meetings with the structural consultant. A floor plate of around 14,000 square feet has only 12 columns on the floor plate. All the other columns are on the periphery. Okay, so that gives a lot of flexibility for a clinical planning. Secondly, even now this is in some other project because here we had space constraint. So I'll give you examples of some different places, wherever we can bring them together, that will be fantastic. So in another project, what we did was that we had good plot of land in Amritsar. The external columns, we placed the external wall on the inner face of the column. So perpetually the columns stay outside the building line. Okay, that again gives a seamless finish to the internal. So even if you have to place the ICU beds or even the daycare beds, no column will come inside. You won't have any awkward, positioning, structural disturbance, and you can. So that's what will bring in your flexibility. Now, having said that, corridors very important. For common people like us, corridors are usually for walking and probably transporting the patients. Okay, but it is a engineering superhighway, and that is above the fall ceiling. Okay, which is why it becomes very important again to plan your structural grid in such a way that you can actually double up the capacity of that superhighway. Okay. Then the fourth point probably is plumbing, which is one of the biggest headaches of hospital management. If not taken care of, because leakages are very difficult to identify also and even plug them. So there was one project where the client wasn't very specific whether he wanted to do admin or lab. So what we eventually did was we sunk the entire floor by 4 inches. So wherever he wants to take a wash basin or a sink, he can do it at his will, the entire floor, which happens similarly to some areas like kitchen and other. It's quite regular that way. In a smaller project that we are doing in Virar, it was actually the contractor who suggested, because there were again a lot of plumbing points coming up. He said, why don't we have a trench around the periphery of the entire floor? It's a small floor plate, but then why don't we have that trench so that you can take plumbing point anywhere, I'll just drag it and take it down through this. That again solved the entire issue, and that gave a lot of flexibility to the designers and for people like us who would do the planning part of it. So basically, even in some places it happens that you have surplus capacity. Sometimes they plan nursing hostel like the CCL hospital that we are doing in Ranchi. The client has asked for a nursing hostel and residence quarters on the top floor. So what we have done is that we have followed the same grid, and even those hostels are planned as patient rooms itself. Those rooms would have a 1.5 door with 1300 mm dimension. It would have a toilet similar to the patient toilet with the grab bar with the door opening outside. So that tomorrow if you want to convert it, you just don't need to do anything. You just need to revamp the interiors. So that's something that we can gain flexibility with.
Thank you very much. Now I want to change the format of this panel, okay? With all your permission, I'll ask one question. Fatafat you need to give answer, and I think it was in 10 minutes left. Then I think we should have some time for the audience. They're sitting, so they can ask any question. It's fine with you all? So, if you wish or dream, if you could design one thing differently in the healthcare infrastructure of today to make it more sustainable, what would it be? Okay, be an architect, be it a hospital manager, architect, or whatever. So, your thoughts? Okay. So I'll go to Dr. Tyagi.
Sir, when I say, as rightly brought up all of us, healthcare is a complex metric organization. So one thing which we should be ensuring, as all of us are, once again, I will reiterate the thing, the basic mantra, form follows function, that should be ensured, sir. And just to ensure it, the hospital should be designed in a manner that it reduces friction. And when I say friction, friction does not mean the thing, friction means anything which is obstructing the healthy patient care. Can you give an example? Okay, so for example, waiting for the OPDs is a friction. Waiting for the lab results when they're crossing the TAT is a friction. Waiting for the patient to get discharged once the consultant has told you are getting discharged today is a friction. Waiting for the surgery once the patient is shifted in the recovery is a friction. So reducing the cost, reducing the friction, reducing the cost, and reducing the infection. The effort should be in these 3 lines, sir. So that is one thing which I would like to ensure in my hospital, and thereby improving the healthcare and the healing environment.
I think that is very nice. One friction I told you, how we ease that friction. So whenever a patient is coming out of a doctor consultation, so what he or she is supposed to do, a pharmacy, a pathology, a radiology. So it is very, very difficult for him to go down here and there, billings and all. So what we have done, once he's coming out, we got an app. So we get to know a performa invoice is pushed into a WhatsApp. This will be a tentative cost of your pharmacy. This will be a tentative cost for your radiology. He comes out, a OPD executive. We have Roses and we have Orchid, the name of an executive we have told because they are sitting in that. These girls and boys, young girls, they take that patient and ask them to sit in an OPD lounge where they serve tea and coffee. And automatically, once the performer invoice is seen, so he may say, out of 10, I require only 5, I require only C. Instead of 10, I require only 5. The automatically a jute bag comes to him after a few minutes with a QR code he or she pays and they goes away. So they are not standing in that friction which you're talking about. It makes the experience very, very helpful. So now same question to Preeti. As an architect, what do you feel something can be changed in the current infrastructure?
Right. So what I would say is that as a patient and as a visitor, I mean, we come to a hospital, we are in a different sort of a mindset. You know, people are stressed. So orchestrating design in such a way that the patient and their family sees what they are supposed to see. So clear distinction between back of house and front of house. I think that yeah, so that is something that should be ingrained within the design. We heard a lot about robotics and robotics being used in back of house functions and logistics and things like that. So that is actually going to aid in this entire process. For example, if it's a tall building, a tall hospital building, a high-rise building, probably all of that happens in the basement and it comes up where it needs to through elevators. Or connection points, so that the patient and the visitors and the family don't have to see back of house functions. Because I've been to a waiting area in one of the hospitals in the suburbs where I actually saw a patient being taken to the morgue. So that, as a patient or a family, that experience is extremely traumatizing. So something like that. So that's just a small example. I mean, you don't want to see loading docks. You don't want to hear noises that you're not supposed to hear. So what I would say is that use technology so that you're able to clearly differentiate the back of house and front of house, and put in all of your resources, time, money, effort into designing really beautiful spaces, biophilic spaces that are able to help and aid with the healing process. And if you have all of these back of house activities happening elsewhere, you free up a lot of real estate on the ground floor and on all of your public floors to be able to cater to these needs.
One thing, you are there in healthcare many years. So if a promoter or a CEO or a company is one thing you would like to change.
Yeah. So yes, apart from what has been already said, I think I would want the hospitals to look more vibrant and not dull. Because as a patient, as a community, you see the neo-middle class is rising. The paying capacity is increasing. They don't want to come to a building which is dull and which is, monotonous. They want to come to a building which doesn't look like a hospital. So to give you an example, we built the Manipal Hospital, Dwarka, in Delhi around 7 years back. So if you go there today also, from the front, there's a huge mural which greets you in the front. It doesn't look like a hospital. And when you enter the hospital, the atrium is so beautiful with an escalator going up. The patient is already sick. They are already anxious. You don't want to add to anxiety by very plain and dull. So that is one thing. Second thing which I would wish to a better navigation for the patient, good sign posting, so that the team can focus on the core work rather than, guiding the patient. So I would want a very good vertical transport system. We kept that in mind. Actually, Dr. Rao was involved in building the Baner Manipal Hospital. He was part of that team. So we have 6 patient lifts, 2 service lifts, to ensure that there is never a queue in the lift. As of now, 3 years after commissioning, we don't face that problem. Huge lifts which can take the beds along with them. So, and signposting again, so that the patient doesn't get lost, because as I said, there are so many things going on in the patient's mind. They have to, think about the treatment, the options that have been given, and patient is an extremely important stakeholder. Unlike in other, businesses, here, right from design to functioning, we need to go back and take feedback from the patient and the relatives and make the changes in both the structure as well as functioning of the hospital. So I think these 2 points I would wish to be changed.
You're talking about lift, I agree. In one of our hospital, we made lift exclusive for nurse. See, you have never seen a hospital where lift is dedicated to nurses. You have for doctors, you have for managers, you have for visitors, but no lift. So one lift in one of the hospital, my previous hospital, is only for nurse, because these are the girls and boys who move from pillar to post. In order to make, sometimes somebody is not their housekeeper, they need to run and make the things happen. So I think these things actually make a difference in the hospital and give a better patient experience.
Just one point I wanted to add. When you initially asked about greenfield and brownfield products, I wanted to give one example, and I think I can take the name of the hospital. There is one a very senior cardiac surgeon in Pune who has built his own hospital, and I have huge respect for him, a very known person. It took him more than 2 years to commission that place. He took the first floor of a mall, and he wanted to make it into a hospital. Columns, pillars everywhere. They had to work around. They didn't have lifts which could take in the stretcher or the bed. Fire NOC was a big challenge for them. Even today, when you pass through that hospital, you can see the patient beds. I mean, there's no patient privacy, because in a mall, everything is glass. So I am in for greenfield.
So now we have reels now, 30 seconds. 30 seconds to Dr. Arya, 30 seconds to Saurabh, and 30 seconds to you. And then we'll close it with some questions. The reels start now.
Okay, I'll keep it concise. So I think one thing is biophilic hospitals, more close to nature. But I think we have spoken enough about the patient, but let's talk about Indian society. We are talking about the extended family. So the people who actually make the decision, majority of the time is the next of the kin or the relatives. So I would like to create more spaces for the relatives to settle down, especially in the ER, because ERs are generally quite claustrophobic. There is no area where they can sit and have a cup of tea, or somebody can come and counsel them what is happening. More areas where there is sunlight. In fact, one of our hospitals in Hyderabad, Begumpet, every room has sunlight, natural light. So that is something I would like to create, because the ratio in India is 3:1. So you have one patient, 3 more parking spaces, because if you do not have parking, that becomes a lacune. And then again, reels, social media. They will start putting things on social media. 3 people, patient will be in ICU, patient will be involved. But those 3 people will be examining each and every aspect of your hospital, and they will be providing, star ratings or whatever. So that is something what I would like to work on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Arya. 30 seconds.
Okay, so my time starts now. I have a wish list, and which I have tried to incorporate in my this project. Cost, affordable cost for patients, and cutting edge technology combined could be achieved only if we control the cost. How do we control the cost? Robust and sustainable hospital infrastructure, including best of the best building management system, automation, and pandemic prone infrastructure, manually separable HVAC, all those things, and energy. Biggest cost in the hospital is energy. If we like biophilic hospital, and the best of the best wish I would want for my hospital and other hospitals, electricity, if all of you ask yourself, what is the cost per unit for electricity? It is around 19-20 rupees for hospitals. If we go for conventional, maybe solar, maybe open source, windmill, or the best example is from CNG, compressed natural gas to electricity. I have seen a 1,000-bedded hospital for last more than 10 years, 11 years, working on CNG to electricity. That has brought the cost down from 19-20 rupees to 4 rupees per unit. So, to the patient, you can extend this benefit and achieve optimal patient satisfaction. This cuts cost, and this is what in nowadays, when healthcare technology is aging and takeovers are taking place, individual hospitals are difficult to run. Once we control the cost, we would be able to provide the best technology, cutting edge technology, best treatment at affordable cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now you have a fast reel, 15 seconds, Sachin.
Yes. Yeah. So the key word for me, taking a cue from what Dr. Tyagi said, Preeti also said, Sonal ma'am also said, the bottom line remains the circulation. Okay, and rather than going into the finer internal layout details, which probably are definitely important, but in the macro level, definitely, because we would want to follow a principle of a progressively decreasing footfall. It's not like a mall that the food court is at the farthest corner and everybody has to walk through all the shops and go there, so that by the time you reach there, you feel hungry also. But rather, it's the exact opposite in hospitals. So all your care is taken care as much proximal as possible. So that's one point. Again, segregation between inpatient and outpatient circulations, very important. Let me give you an example of a single department, radiology. Radiology would get your patients from OPDs, okay, your health checkup, okay, the casualty as well for your emergency patients, and also some of the ICU patients, for follow-up monitoring. And not to forget external references that you would get at your center. Okay, so it actually becomes a very critical department to avoid those crisscrossings. And these are critical patients because you would want to put somebody under sedation, you would want to give somebody anesthesia or maybe contrast also, and something may go bad. Okay, so that's the level of detailing one would want to give to circulation. Thank you.
So can I request audience, I request 2 questions please. Then also our panel will be completed. Without question means no panel is complete. Can I request some of you at least 2 questions? Yes. If you say your name and specific speaker if you want.
My name is Sukash. I'm very serious. Yes, sir. I'll keep my question to the administrators on the panel. The question is that what parameters do you use to guesstimate your future growth? Like, what all things do you check? What all things do you take into account when you're giving your brief to the architect or to the other designers that, this is how we are estimating our growth?
It depends entirely on what is the vision of the hospital. What are we planning to do? So if it's a super specialty hospital and we have decided some centers of excellence that we'll be having cardiac sciences as a focus or oncology as a focus, then the same kind of brief has to be given to the architect. If you're planning a neighborhood hospital with only the primary facilities, you're going to refer your super specialty patients outside, then that's a different brief that you have to give to your architect. So parameters as such is the vision, what you're planning to do. You're planning a 500-bedded hospital eventually. You want that going forward, we must be able to, scale up to 500 beds. But then other utilities like, radiology and other utilities like HVAC, MEP has to be catered right from the beginning for this. So if you want to start an oncology setup, you have to plan for at least 2 Linac spaces. Bunkers have to be ready, whether you put the machine there or not. PET has to be there, your brachytherapy has to be there, all the other things that you need, your therapy rooms and all that, because that requires a different planning and different design. So I think that is what you have to tell your architect before you start building. You want to add?
I would want to, look at your question. As an architect, what you wanted to know is, how do administrators, plan a growth and, accordingly architects can design the hospital. Now, once you have designed the hospital, growth, is basically anticipated based on benchmarks, thumb rules. Maybe, for example, 100-bedded hospital, would have around 200 patients OPD. So accordingly, you will calculate water storage. Accordingly, per capita water, underground tanks or overhead tanks, or number of surgeries, or the STP, ETP, watt, 1,000 watt, 100,000 liters of ETP you need to plan, and where, what electricity consumption, what all sources. So basically, healthcare industry in developing countries has got some benchmarks, in developed countries has got some benchmarks. That is converted in vision and mission, as rightly Sonal ma'am said, Dikshit ma'am. So, management drafts a vision long term, 10, 20 years down the line, where do we want to reach and how do we want to reach in divided in 3 or 4 years period, that is mission. So we'll start this department, that department, academics, and we'll achieve this vision, and then we redefine mission. That's it. So that is useful for a hospital architect to design a hospital accordingly. Thank you.
Anything you want to add? Otherwise, Acha.
So we are all talking about internal factors, vision, but one thing which hospitals have started looking into is the incident rates and the progression of diseases in the community. Because what happened is, few years back, everybody was after cardiology and cardiac sciences. Now the oncology is the new cardiology, but oncology needs to be planned. So that is one thing which we should look into. Then the hospitalization rates, which differ from district to district, because the health-seeking behavior of the population is very different. So that is another thing we need to look. If the hospitalization rate is higher, then you'll have to actually, it is better to cater to higher capacity, at least in the expansion phase. So you should be, at will, like 3 months, 6 months, you should be able to generate more beds. So that is one more thing you should look into.
Thank you. So we'll close it now. I'll just, one more questions? Okay. Who's that? I just want to say one thing and then.
Yes, please.
So I want to finish the panel just for laughs only, okay? How the hospital is. A man called up hospital and said, I want to know if a patient Ram Murthy in room number 303 is getting better. The nurse replied after checking, Ram Murthy is doing well, sir. He had his first solid meal today. His blood pressure is fine, and if he continue improving, he might even be sent home in a couple of days. The man said, thank God, that is a wonderful news. Nurse asked, you must be family member or a close friend of Ram Murthy. The man said, I am Ram Murthy myself. No one tell me anything, hence I called. So we need to make a hospital good patient experience, and whatever we are doing on the patients, we should communicate well in time. Thank you, panelists. Wonderful. Because of lunch and us, I think we have to close this session now, but I think we can interact more during lunch. Over to Sunny.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neeraj Lal. Thank you for moderating the discussion so expertly, and for all of our panelists as well for sharing their knowledge and experience and insights with us. Even the closing remark, top notch. Thank you all very much. We can accommodate one more question because we had a partner presentation, Red Health, but they missed, the flight was cancelled. So we can accommodate 1 or 2 more questions, actually, if you're up for it. Yeah, 1 or 2 more questions, and then we'll close for lunch. This gentleman over here, please.
Yeah,
Hello, I'm Gaur Sundar from CDAC Pune. The question I have is, whenever I as a patient or a family member go, I see that there is a competing, and many of you talked about it, is at one side, we do not want a lot of footfall in the hospital of people who are not patients because there is a lot of load related to sanitization, hygiene, etc., etc. And therefore, there is understandable regulation of visitor time. But on the other side, we understand that they are the actual payers. They have stake in the healthcare of the patient actually in the hospital. But not a lot of hospital. I think I can name a couple of hospital only who have a very good area where members of the family can sit, talk, even meet. So how do you think as we go forward, do you think that we'll go the US way where you check in your patient and you go home and we'll take care of? Or are we going to continue the Indian way? And if we continue the Indian way, then where will the twain meet? How will we take care of our pressing needs as a healthcare provider, but on the other side, our pressing need as human being and allow those family members as well to take part in it? Thanks.
One or two comments, and then we have one more question at the back, but from the panelists. Yeah.
I will answer that. So that's actually a very wonderful question, sir. Because, sir, by virtue of our nature, we Indians are basically emotional. So that's the bottom line. So no matter how much we succeed, even if you see today all the panelists in the before session and the previous session also, how much tech savvy we are, but हम सब अपने एक पर्चा लेकर आते हैं कागज का टुकड़ा, जिस सब लिख के लिखते ही हैं. See how much tech savvy we go, how much advanced we become. We cannot get detached from our roots. So somewhere the word is optimization. We cannot go very extremes, neither on the positive side nor on the negative side. So we have to optimize. I'll just quote an example, sir. I'm quite sure many of the hospitals must have done, but in my recent organization, sir, but we have come up with a concept called insurance lounge. Insurance lounge is basically a place, and that's like the termination point of the patient's journey, if I can say, the billing part, and insurance, all those things happens over there. And that's the most tedious part where the patient gets disgruntled to the core. So we have created a lounge wherein where my staff, the ambience is being created in a manner so that patient feel homely, patient feel very touched emotionally, and this place doesn't talk about money, per se money, but they ensure that the message is being delivered in a very subtle and very emotional manner so that the patient doesn't feel bad about that. कि अच्छा ठीक है हो तो हो गया, अब मेरे को पैसे की बात क्यों कर रहे हो? So that emotional connect with the tech savviness so that a prompt delivery is being done, and also the high-tech thing that we are talking about nowadays. So that lounge gives that experience. So certainly we have to optimize the patient require with the advancing world over there, sir.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Quick
will.
comment.
Yeah.
Quick comment.
So I would like to look at a different aspect. So first of all, to straight away answer your question, this trend is increasing now. People are creating more and more space for the family and all. It is an opportunity also because we Indian connect on food. So there are so many food courts in the hospital, which is also a business opportunity. So why shouldn't I make more areas where patient attendants can actually chit chat about whatever they want? And in fact, in some of the hospital, I remember Neeraj spoke about in one of the previous conferences, every area, every floor has a different food outlet. So somebody has rolls, somebody has, healthy foods. We would love to do that. And people appreciate that. So that is happening more as we speak.
And this is a wonderful opportunity for us architects to be able to, bring in good design while designing amenities. So we always have discussions with the providers in terms of how we can also up the the amenities that the hospital is providing in addition to beds and healthcare and all of that. So, one of the hospitals that we have designed, the Tata Medical Center, because we had the benefit of having a large piece of land, we had designed a courtyard, just like a very traditional Indian style, buildings around a courtyard. There is a nice healing garden and a lotus pond, where not only the staff, but also the families of patients who come from very far. They come, they camp there, they wait, because cancer treatment, it takes a long time. So you need to have positive distractions That's biophilia offers positive distraction because it calms you down, it calms down the nerves, stress levels. If it's a high-rise hospital in a city like Mumbai, then there are opportunities. We can get creative about carving out terraces and outdoor areas so that at least the patients and the families are able to, if not access nature directly, they are at least able to view greenery. And incorporating artworks, and you brought up a very good point about food. Food is something that makes everyone happy and brings people together. So definitely, yeah, we see a rise in the trend of making hospitals more hospitality-like and inviting people.
I agree with you. Food is something that makes everyone happy and brings people together, right on the stroke of lunch. Genius.
I would want to say something, engineer, scientist from CDEC. You have asked this question from the point of view of administrators. What do we believe, whether we should be following American practice, that is, leave the patient inside hospital. Once he or she is cured, he'll come back. Indian system, as speakers rightly said, we are emotional, Colonel Saab. So one study was conducted in India's biggest hospital by head of the department surgery, professor. His experience for 30 years of his surgeon's career was, yes, the patients who did not had their relatives or staying with that patient getting all right within how many days results, and patient's relatives staying with the patient, amazing, 100% best results with relatives. Secondly, food planned by a dietitian as per disease, maybe high protein, salt restricted, sugar free, and versus the food parents or relatives knew, they prepared food, they brought it from home, results, better results received from home cooked food. Thirdly, I've been to UK, US, I've seen their healthcare system closely, I've learned their system closely as a part of international healthcare management MBA. Europe and UK and US healthcare system is going in mess. Only Asian countries, developing countries, and developed countries like Asian developed countries like Japan, Singapore, or Indian, or these healthcare systems have got the best future. This is what experts have proved from data. Thank you very much.
If I may make a
last
point.
comment, yes.
Yeah. So that
Closing
was a
remark.
wonderful observation and a point to bring up. Pune has been revolutionary in many initiatives, and it was here itself that I realized 3-4 years back when we were doing the Eurocul hospital that Dr. Kulkarni said that I want a patient relative couch in the ICU. A person probably in Mumbai corporate hospital would have had thrown a fit on this. Okay, and we did that and it works fine. We have seen that ample number of times in public hospitals. Why? Because there is no staff otherwise also to look at the patient. So relatives you will find ample in public hospitals, but in private hospitals, that was the case study.
That is possible in urology patients, huh?
Okay. So our panelists, thank you all very much, and of course hats off to Mr. Neeraj Lal for moderating this discussion.
In fact, he gave me example of Ruby Hospital.
I'm sure. Of course. We do have more questions.
Thank you, panel. I think this is fantastic when you have many things to say, but because of paucity of time and a lunch break, we can interact just for lunch. And as Saurabh was talking about, we were having a food festival every Saturday. So one is Kerala Food Festival, Gujarati Food Festival, and all those things. And it is a revenue generating stream. Thank you.
Thank you. join. So, but we'll get started for now so that we are on track with the agenda and on time with our agenda as well. So the next item on the agenda is a panel discussion on digital hospitals, bridging systems for seamless care delivery. Seamless care delivery. Our panelists, I will introduce our panelists one by one. I'd like to first welcome Mr. Kisan Chavan, who is the Head of Procurement of Central Purchase Department at DPU University Medical College in Pune. Welcome, Mr. Chavan. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Also, please help me welcome on stage Dr. Manish Kumar, who is the General Manager of Turna Specialty Hospital and Research Center. We also have with us this afternoon Mr. Gaur Sundar, who is the Chief Scientist of Health Informatics and Head of CDAC and ACTS, the PACE Center for Development. Also, please help me welcome Professor Dr. V.K. Shashidharan, who is the Dean and Professor of Medicine in Symbiosis. Please help me welcome Dr. Sudhir Rai, who is the Group's Chief Operating Officer of Ruby Hall Clinic Hospitals. And also Mrs. Vilu Williams, who is an Advisory CIO and Digital Transformation Leader at GEMS Hospital. Mrs. Vilu was with us earlier as well. Welcome back, Mrs. Vilu Williams. And our moderator for our discussion this afternoon is Colonel Dr. Sunil Rao, who's the Group Chief Operating Officer of Sayadri Hospitals Private Limited. Yeah, please take it away, sir.
Sure. I know, after lunch, that's the typically, thin crowd, thin audience. I think it will start coming. People will start coming once they settle down. So today's topic is very interesting. Let me start by thanking ET for inviting all of us here, as well as the moderator to me. And we have been talking about technology, we have been talking about AI, talking about digital platforms and digital various tools which are being used in the hospitals. So I have the speakers and panelists who are experts in individual fields. What difficulties do we have in digital so-called smart hospital? See, previous session, all of you have attended, and you have been apprised of various problems related with hospital construction, as well as hospital modularity and what have you. So many things which we spoke about in previous session. So similarly, in this particular session, this is also part of your smart hospitals. This is also part of hospital construction, because we have to keep technology in mind when we talk about digital hospital. So digital hospital has various components like your hardware, software, and the communication language, and the integration, and the cloud, and so many things. And the experts are all sitting here talking about this very important topic. So in short, I'm sure everybody must have Googled it by now, and they must be knowing what is this digital hospital. So digital hospital in common language would mean probably electronic medical record or digital medical records. But that's not the end of it. So many things have come up, so many technologies have come up, which are making the hospital a seamless delivery for the patients. At the same time, also from patient safety point of view and patient's perspective also, their time should be reduced. The mundane jobs which our people keep doing, if that is taken over by the technology, I think the life will become very easier. In the previous session also, they were talking about patient centricity. So the patient centricity also, is the core part of digital hospital. I mean, that is the main aim of digital hospital. So just to give you this background, so many technologies like IoT, during COVID time also we have all experienced about these things, that the doctor was not ready to go near the patient, or patient was not ready to come in contact with various other healthcare professional. So automatically all these devices started coming up. Now they have become part of our life. You must have heard names like DOSI, cardiac science and life science, and so many sensor-based technologies which have come up, which help us reduce mortality also. That means people have even advertised that it is code blue free hospital. That means you detect them in time and save lives. Similarly, in the technologies of the stroke and heart, many of these things have come up. We've also experienced ourselves in our group of hospitals, Sahyadri group of hospitals, about AI-based neuro software, which is stroke software, so where we could save 50 brains in 6 months' time by use of this in the peripheral locations, and thereby saving time and doing the interventions in time. Thrombectomies were done in time, and we could save so many lives and brains, you can say. Similarly, long time back itself, I am sure everybody knows about Naresh Trehan. He had started this telecardiology. So telecardiology, that ECGs were being transmitted from one place to another, and then that is how they could detect from periphery also the correct diagnosis. Similarly, there was a segment which was started by some private firms also, which did a very good job in Chennai. In Chennai, we had this ST elevation detection in time. So and immediate analysis of your PAMIs, and they could save so many hearts, and that was really a successful project done by one of the private companies. I won't name them because they are a device company, Medtronic. so many of the things are towards this digital side and seamless delivery. In seamless delivery, again, the operational aspect is also very important. Today's speakers would speak on that also from operational perspective. There are many hospital administrators and COOs of the hospitals who are involved. Then again, very important topic which we are going to discuss today is government and private partnership, because everybody knows that now only 30% of the healthcare is being governed by the government, right? Rest all 70% is sitting here in the private healthcare, all of these people who are there, and the private healthcare is ruling the roost. Something to do with our economy also. So all these factors we will discuss one by one, and I would ask questions to the panelists accordingly. Let us start with Madam Vilu. So interoperability challenges. See, the biggest problem I also faced in my hospital chain, as well as in all other hospitals in which I have served earlier, we buy a lot of fancy softwares. We have electronic medical records, customized. Some people were also saying in the audience also that customization should be done, etc. But what happens is that when you bring that the software to the table, to your hospital, it takes almost 2.5 years to first of all get it integrated with your system, and any single modification also you do on the original contract, you have to pay through your nose, and you have to keep paying. There is no end to it. So is it sustainable? Is it cost effective? Madam, please, on this particular topic about the clouds and interoperability, etc., kindly, educate us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry. After eating food, I think my voice is also taking rest. So, good afternoon, and thank you very much to the ET Healthcare Summit for inviting us. Interoperability is one of my favorite topics, in fact, as a CIO. However, it needs to be looked into with multiple different perspectives. When we are talking about interoperability, the most important part of it is the integration. When we are looking at it from HIMS or any hospital software, hospitals work with processes, hospitals work with services which are workflow driven. And I would break interoperability in two parts. One is internal to the hospital, one is external to the hospital. So when we are talking about internal to the hospital, unless all your processes are not integrated on the digital platform, your workflow driven SOPs are not digitized correctly, you will not get the expected outcomes or results. So this is one part of interoperability, where every department in the hospital is connected to each other, they are dependent on each other's work. There has to be a smooth set of communication between each department. That communication is not just verbal talking, it is actually through the systems. So every module of your software systems, whether it is HIS, LIS, RIS, your radiology or your labs, your peripheral systems, your patient apps, your MIS, everything has to go through an integration. And if you achieve that correctly, you can say that yes, I'm fully automated as of now. We heard a lot about AI in the morning from hospital leadership. We are not even talking about that at this stage. So when we are ensuring interoperability within the hospital, half the battle is won on the digital automation front. The other is, of course, when we are talking about these government initiatives of ABDM, of ABHA, and the interoperability which comes wherein a patient can visit a hospital of his or her choice, but without carrying paperwork with him. So every hospital who is integrated on that front will therefore be interoperable, wherein the data is shared, of course, with the patient consent, but where the patient can see his or her data or his or her reports or his or her information, which is completely synchronized with that particular hospital that he visits. This is the second interoperability. And to achieve this, there is a lot of governance in the picture, which every hospital will have to adhere to. Today, it has taken off in a very big way with the government hospitals, but not with the private sector. Why do you think is the reason why the private sector is nowhere on the interoperable front?
Because there are multiple requirements of the software. See, IVF doctor will ask for a separate software, the cancer doctor will ask for a separate software, and so on, cardiologist will ask for a separate software.
So
and those vendors also come and start putting pressure on the administration, and the administration also, because the star doctor is there, they generally fall prey to all this. So my question today to you is that how difficult it is from the point of integration, all these APIs and all what people keep on telling us. To my mind, I think all the hospital administrators are also here. It's really very, very difficult job to meet everybody's requirement within the same budget. So we also are constrained by budgets. I'm sure everybody is aware about that. And we need to be sustainable also. So from that perspective, I would, take again, I'll get back to you again on this front, and let me move on because there is always a time constraint. So from now we have administrators sitting here. From operational point of view, what do you think, sir, Dr. Rai, seamless delivery, or how we can improve this experience in terms of digital hospital or a regular hospitals? 90% of our hospitals, I think, are not digital hospitals. They are mostly common hospitals like ours. So from that perspective, I would like you to highlight what are the difficulties, what are the hurdles in this direction, and how can we overcome this through so-called seamless delivery.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, delegates. And thank you, ET, for having us here. Basically, as a clinician, when I worked, my basic feel, what I felt when IT came in is that they never met us. They told, this is what we have, you have to start using and start learning to do it. So what would be the start for people who are starting with digital is to get your team. That's a clinician, the nursing, the IT, the pharmacy, the admin staff. Sit, discuss, get what they want, and put it up to the team which is going to get it digitalized. By doing this, you would understand what they really want. What actually a doctor wants is simple. He doesn't want to rewrite everything. He doesn't want to do that. So get automation into all the parameters, get the lab things going back to him, get alerts going back to him. Now, alerts doesn't mean that the BP slightly goes up, he gets an alert. Temperature goes up, he gets an alert. There should be vital alerts which should be minimum and will help him in decision taking. He should be getting this data seamlessly, and he should be getting not much of difficulty. It should be a single on entry. There should be patient data coming him of his previous admissions into the system, and he should be able to see that, and all that he does in his electronic documentation should have an connectivity to radiology, lab, PACS, pharmacy, billing, all of that getting flowed seamlessly. He orders a test, it should seamlessly flow. There should be no need for him to look at it or call back and ask why I have not got that report. So it should be something which just pings up and he is able to see all that in a hand. So there should be an AI enability where he can just talk out his clinical notes and it gets documented. A voice generated auto set. So these are simple things which is possible today, and this thing should be done. And this should be, having done, should be put up as a training. There should be people who are walking on the floor when it goes live and help all the team in identifying their areas of concern, teach them, and see to it what is happening, what's hampering those people from not doing. If you get all the vitals, like Sir said, dozy, it's just a small pad under the bed and all vitals are automatically recorded. So nursing doesn't have to keep recording it, but an alert goes when the temperature rises. There's a small skin tag which is stuck. The patient moves off. The nurse gets to know something is gone wrong. She has to go and attend. So the nursing, when at her peak hours, gets alerts for her to prioritize those patients. Those also help in identifying those MUs which immediately will alert the MU team. The MUs team, the news team, they come and quickly take care of these patients. The clinician will be very happy if he's known his patient is seamlessly taken care of. Yeah. So the ultimate sum up is what? Right things easy, hard things should be possible.
I very, very rightly pointed out, seamless for a clinician really means that all the tools which we use, all the softwares which we use must give us an experience. Like for example, the trending, certain things like blood sugar, ABG and what have you. So many things require you to understand what was the past of that patient and then now what is happening, and that trending must come for all investigations. Many of the softwares have these tools, but problem comes in the implementation. I visited one of the hospitals in South, very famous hospital. So they have started this, that the entire monitors who are there, the output starts coming into your notes. So you don't have to make separate notes from nurses' point of view. There is our own hospital which we have joined recently. They have come up with the taking over of the nurses as well as doctors in a shortest possible time, because that's where the nurses also spend a lot of time, in taking over itself. That goes on for an hour or so. So that can be reduced to within 2 minutes. They can just hand over because it is templated. Immediately you can home down on the most important things. And this is all AI based. There is one more hospital, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology. They are also working on what Sir said about the speech. The doctors don't have time. So based on that, whichever language you speak in Telugu, you speak in Kannada, it will start picking up all the things which are relevant to the patient also and to us also. So all this is becoming a reality soon, but it is taking time, definitely. We also have one more clinician in us, the dean of Symbiosis Medical College. I would request him to throw some light on digital aspects of clinical care and how we can integrate this with our current systems or future systems, how to make it from that point of view.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, and thank you, ET, for giving me this opportunity. When we look at a digital hospital from a patient perspective, the digital hospital should be easy to use, it should be seamless, trustworthy, and respectful of the patient's time and patient's money. Now, all the system which goes into building a digital hospital should be invisible to the patient, and patient interaction with it should be intuitive.
Yeah.
So this is the most important thing. Now, what is the benchmark that the patient is looking at? He is looking at our e-commerce, e-banking, and your travel portals.
Right.
They are all, easy to use. You just make a call or you go to the website and click, everything works out fast. So the most important thing which patients hate is queuing.
Yeah.
And if you are able to give instant answers, instant delivery, it will help. Now, a patient's interaction with this whole system, a digital hospital, is in 3 phases: pre-hospital, intra-hospital, post-hospital.
Right.
So the pre-hospital, you need to have something known as a digital front door. So a patient should be able to say, I want to go to this hospital, I have this symptom. He should be able to go onto the system and say, this is my requirement or this is my symptom, and the system directs him to a service provider or tells we don't have this service. And then it also guides them, saying that these are our consultants available, these are our fees, these are the appointment schedules available. The patient on one click should be able to schedule an appointment. Now, once that is done and an appointment is scheduled and he is supposed to come to the hospital should follow it up by sending an SMS alert or a WhatsApp message saying that you have an appointment on this day, please come at this time. It should be able to tell him, send him a Google location of the hospital. It should tell him where is a car park available.
Yeah.
Is there a valet service available over there? Also, as soon as the patient enters the hospital, then the hospital experience starts. You spoke about AIG and we went to AIG 1 month ago.
Yeah.
And they have a kiosk over there.
Correct.
You sit there, a new patient registration happens in 1 minute.
1 minute.
You can speak in any language, your patient registration and unique
pick
ID
up,
is
yes.
created.
Correct.
So they want a system like that. They want a system where registration is fast, a case record is taking place, and then it is transmitted to all the doctors they will consult. Now, if you look at an elderly person going to a hospital, he'll have a heart disease, he'll have a kidney problem, he might have a liver problem or a diabetes.
Correct.
So he's going to consult 4 or 5 doctors. He should not be having to repeat his history and story in every place. The record should go and time is saved like that.
Right.
That is the next important thing about what patients want.
Yes.
Third thing they want is that, hospitals are crazy places. There are so many corridors which all look alike. There should be an ease of navigation. You should be able to provide him with an app or a tool by which he can go around the hospital, or good signages we take around.
Right.
In AIG, I found this thing that they have 60 endoscopy suites.
Yes.
And patients going in, their relatives are waiting.
Yeah.
Actually, every patient who's registered gets an RFID band on the wrist. And you can actually track whether patient is in the pre-op area, in the endoscopy suite,
Yes.
or is he in the recovery room. All that is possible, and it helps patient relatives, it helps the patients to know that somebody is tracking them. So this is very important when the patient is in the hospital. Now, before he leaves the hospital, the most important pain point comes. That is prescription and billing.
Yeah.
Now, the prescription should be automatic, electronic. The billing should be so fast that the patient is able to pay it using UPI or any credit card. And they should also be able to track their insurance. Suppose they are covered by insurance, whether the insurance claim has been submitted, and is there an online tracking system.
Right.
Now, once the patient is discharged, then he wants to know, the hospital should be able to track to find out, is there a good transition of care? Is the patient taking the right medicines at the right times?
Right.
Are there any adverse effects which are happening? And all this is possible using AI-enabled bots and AI call centers which can be there. Hospitals should also have a system where the patient knows exactly this is that one number I should call, or this is that one contact I should click on, which will put me with my primary point of care in the hospital, who can schedule further appointments, tests.
Right.
The system should be able to find out when is a patient going to have a stock out of his regular medication, send him an alert, schedule investigation tests. All this makes a patient's digital experience really good.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you hit the nail. In terms of various devices and softwares which have come up, and it took example which was given by Sir about AIG. It took them almost 2.5 years, and they're still struggling. It's not that they're perfect in terms of requirements. They're still struggling, and I don't know about the cost. I don't want to talk about it. But that obviously becomes a constraint for a common hospital like ours or yours. So these type of constraints will always come. We also have scientists in the panel, and I would ask Mr. Gaur, who's a CDAC scientist, and he has come today to give us knowledge about these Internet of Things. And now we call it Internet of Medical Things. And how do we, use them? I gave one example, and Dr. Rai also gave an example of the sensors which are put under the bed. Whatever technology it is in terms of, software which gives us the output. How do you see, sir, about these things? Will they be really applicable? Will they get integrated into the system? And what is their future?
Okay, so before I ask, how many of you have a digital watch like this right now?
Many.
Okay, not much here. Okay, but usually if you go out, the iWatch or this Samsung Watch, etc., they all have health monitoring feature. And in a way, you can say that they're all also IOMT. They are Internet of Medical Thing in the sense that they do capture some sort of body signals and biosensing, and they upload it to somewhere in the internet. They survive on their own. They are not integrated with a particular, they're not tied down to a particular system. And that's what basically Internet of Medical Things is. But you as a doctor have been using it for a long time anyway. You have been giving bedside monitoring device, or the devices that patients sometimes carry to their home. Just that they were recording it at that time within themselves, and when you bring it back to the hospital, you connect to a receptor which basically downloads the data. Now we are talking about data being pushed onto a cloud, pushed onto your hospital servers seamlessly, so you have real-time information. Now we have blood glucose monitoring patches, which do it and upload it. So when you talk about, I think as we move from out of hospital care, being part of the entire care delivery plan, because care delivery can happen even before somebody comes to the hospital, and obviously for a long time after they leave the hospital. And one way that you can remain connected with that patient is through this set of sensors and devices, not only within the hospital, but also outside the hospital. And as we move on to digital healthcare and a digital hospital system, these are some of the way by which you will have continuous feed of information. And we are talking about end-to-end monitoring. There is no longer interventional health.
Right.
That is something that we have been doing for a long time, but for geriatric patients, for patients who have continuous need of monitoring, for chronic diseases, we are talking about end-to-end monitoring. And this will require you to have more and more devices into the system. So I don't think that going forward, digital health can ignore these sensors and devices. Rather, we have to create space for it in our entire caregiving plan as something that provides us not only to get data one place, but there are now digital syringes, there are now AFD devices which can be triggered remotely. So it is possible to give certain amount of insulin to a patient decided by a doctor monitoring as it is happening, or a bunch of people within maybe a basement room in a hospital which are monitoring hundreds of patients, and in real time they take a call saying that this requires a trigger and I will provide it digitally. So care is going to get out of hospital a lot. People in the name of self-care have been doing a lot of things, not good, most of the time bad. But now if we want to have a healthcare spanning lifetime. And I'm talking about preventive healthcare, I'm talking about monitoring healthcare, I'm talking about not everything that requires a surgery instantly. And those kind of things will require these kind of device. And there is a whole idea behind it. In fact, one of the latest 5,000 crore rupees fund has been created by Government of India called PRIP. And PRIP is to give not only in pharmaceutical development, but also for medtech. MedTech zone in Andhra, they are working tremendously to support startups into this field. So it is going to be part and parcel of how you see healthcare, not only as a patient, people like me, but also as you, clinicians and healthcare professional, as how you see care going forward.
How much do you rely on the results? You know, this again aspect is very close to the clinicians and to the doctors. That, you know, as a patient, from wellness perspective, it is fine. You know, it goes to 2 degrees there and 3 degrees here. It really doesn't matter. But when it comes to the specifics, how do you think it should be, you know, seen?
I think
from future perspective,
it is definitely getting better. At one point, I would have thought myself that it is a toy, and since I keep on buying a lot of digital toys to this date, I have a couple of them actually, and I keep changing them to see which one is more accurate than the other one. But you must have seen there are clinically recorded publications which says that an iWatch 6 was able to detect myocardia even before it hit and became apparent. So these kind of things, and they are getting better. Of course, there are a lot of regulatory reasons and a lot of reliability reasons onto it. But in terms of sensing something that it is happening or is going to happen without, you know, it being an invasive device, or even future invasive devices for that matter, reliability is definitely increasing as we understand our body signals better, and what to monitor and how to monitor it gets better is going to get definitely much better in times to come.
More we teach them, probably they will learn.
Yeah, with AI it is going to be even much better because they can cut out a lot of noise and look at the signal which matter. Yes.
Examples where they have detected better than a human eye and human being.
I read a paper in which somebody just kept a doctor, in order to listen auscultations, simply asked the patient to keep the iPhone against his chest, and he heard it over the phone and it detected what the problem is. So yes, it is getting better. The DSP today, which is there in iPhone or Samsung Galaxy series phones, they are top notch. I think 10, 20 years back, you would have paid something like 40,000-50,000 rupees just to have that level of DSP, which is now miniaturized and within your phone. So the cameras, I remember I bought my first 4 megapixel camera here in the same MG Road. It costed me 10,000 rupees. Now my phone has 200 megapixel camera coming from 3 different lenses which get stitched, and it has a LiDAR sensor in it. So you can imagine where we are going in terms of miniaturization and digitization that is possible. And much of it can be utilized for medical science and these purposes. So it is getting to go little more better as we go along.
Thank you. So all of this is actually, you know, you've heard all the panelists, it is throwing so much of data that it is becoming almost like an overburdened system with data and data and data, what to do with that data. And on top of that, government has put in DPDP, that is, you know, Data Protection Act, which has come into being. So we have amongst us the expert, security expert, cyber security expert. Manishji, please throw some light on this, because all of us are getting affected because of this. We keep thinking, is this the right thing to do or a wrong thing to do? What should we do in the hospital to protect our data? Many times, many firms come and say that, you know, we want to carry out the research, and they will set up the office within our own setup itself, and they will start taking patient data for various things. And they, of course, pay you well, but at the same time, is it right to do the things? Yeah, please, Manishji.
Before I'll get into this topic, I'll introduce myself. I'm Dr. Manish Rai. I represent Terna Hospital. Probably Sunil Rao sir know about this hospital.
Because Sahyadri also used to run the same hospital.
So when I joined 2 years back, it was a big challenge for me to, you know, implement some modern thoughts and, you know, talk about data. being a very, conservative management, or it's a medical college come hospital,
Yes.
the challenge was on me to modernize things within a given timeline. And also I'm I'm a person who's handling revenue. So my role is like modernize things on a operational side and brings revenue back to EBITDA positive. And management was very concerned about that budget should not be higher, it should be limited. It was a kind of position like chicken or egg, that to bring the revenue, do the changes. And I had so it was a very tricky situation for me to understand the entire things. So I worked before that Apollo Group and Cochlear Group. And when I got this assignment, it was a challenge that I should accept it or not. So the question arose, and I thought it's a big challenge for me also to take this kind of assignment and prove it that a hospital which is a negative cash flow, which has lost its brand identity in the market somehow, and not very vocal or focal in the new Bombay market. So first year it was like a case study, and I'll present you this entire things in a case study form. So probably you'll be understanding how a hospital which is negative cash flow, right? Generally we talk about digitalization or modernization for those hospitals, those established or those who are looking forward to go ahead for the growth. My first challenge was to bring that your EBITDA positive, then get things along in the forms of digitalization, and bring up the revenue higher and sustainable. That was a 3 major challenge. So when I started my primary research, because I'm a doctorate, so my primary research, strategy works out. I spoken with almost 350 people, stakeholders like doctors, influencers like integrators, and aggregators, those who influence your admission, IPD, OPD, and health checkup. So when I collected the data, I found that there's a big gap in terms of communication. So sir, if I cannot communicate properly, I cannot give you the fair idea or something back to you.
Right.
So I started working on a model where if anybody comes to our hospital, there's a 3 or 4 touch points. One is emergency, 24/7. They say it's 24/7, but after midnight or sometimes they are inactive. So most of the lama dama happens in the night, right? So when I started tracking that, it was like almost 76 lama in a first month I identified. Similarly, it was increasing, and so I identified that people coming to hospital but not getting admitted. So where should I deploy some digital tracking system to identify why people are not converting into this? And lama was happening in the daytime also. Right. So if you ask me whether digitalization should be adopted, yes. Why? I'll tell you. When I studied from ISB and I'm Ahmedabad, I worked on digital architect and digital framework. If a person is coming in, whether he is satisfied, dissatisfied, he is going without getting noticed, that is the 3 things which we identified. So in the first year, I deployed my own team member. I got somebody from Apollo that your deployment is in the emergency, 24/7, 2 people, then night, and train the people inside. It's not your duty that you track only thing, entire part. Your duty is to train people inside. And we got HMIS that is everywhere, but HMIS potential is not identified by people that are there.
Correct.
So we identified with the vendor that what are the things that we can do. He said lot of things that can be done with HMIS, and when we realized that there's a huge potential, but when we identified the mole into the system, it was like IT person. He was not willing, he was not ready to accept the challenge to integrate on every point. So we got some change management also. Change management happened, and we started tracking lama and dama ratio. We reduced up to almost 76 to 10 people. So revenue increased. Then second point we covered that if a patient is admitted, if you're coming, you are going out of service. But if you're coming in and you are going to get into IPD for at least 3-4 days for LOS, whether you are satisfied in a day 1 or you are satisfied on the day 4 when we are discharged. So I got my GRE team again back on the floor. I said that nothing doing, we'll implement one AI-based system. I'll name the company also, it's a Jonka. Jonka is having a patient feedback mechanism through AI. It's a sentiment analysis that we used to generally rely upon. So when he started counting through tab, that Jonka is identifying the sentiment, it is negative, it is good, it is bad. So AI worked into that. The minute you say, I'm not satisfied with XYZ services, it will generate again 5 questions on the basis of that particular question. And then your entire focus will be on the problem side. So we developed a problem statement. We solved that problem statement by giving our ideas and putting mechanism. Generally, it was like making people accountable. If I'm being accountable for revenue, I have to answer in the 30th day that whether my revenue is increasing or decreasing. Right. So same ways, I made people accountable from the non-clinical side and clinical side both ways. GDA, most of the common I found, the problem I found that bell बजाते हैं कोई आता ही नहीं है. So it was like a big challenge. Generally, it is not a big impact, but it is an impact. So we identified a company with different perspective, that you put GDAs on the floor, which is required prompt services, GDA general duty assistant, and these people must know something about patient service. So we got some trainer also to train them on a specific task. So that's how our NPS increased from 6.2 to 8.84.
So I'll just quickly bring your attention to the topic data privacy and the security.
I'll come on this, sir.
Kindly,
so
operational issues, of course, they will be there.
Yeah, I'll come on this because this is all interrelated, sir.
Right, right.
So the minute you say data security, data protection, HIPAA compliances, NHBI, all these people comes in a perspective. We are not able to collect the data only.
Yeah, true.
We are not able to collect the data only in the first instance. Emergency was not having data. The IPD mechanism was not having the data. So first we collected the data.
No, we are collecting data, but we are not collecting it systematically or probably the right data.
It is very random.
The right data is not coming. The
So
huge amount of data is coming.
I agree.
Yeah.
So data architecture, we planned some data architecture that from where we are getting the data, whether we should protect inside the hospital or it is beyond the cloud. The minute you say cloud, it is with some third-party vendor.
Yes.
So we sign NDA that our data will be protected, our login password will be with us. The minute we check our data's integrity, it is there. And because see, HIPAA compliance is there, so nobody can breach into that data. So amount of protection we wanted to have with us, right?
Right.
Then comes to cyber security. Since you are applying lot of data part to communicate with your patient base, sometimes relatives, sometimes your patient, sometimes your third party TPA insurance, all these people come into picture. The minute you sign some NDA disclosure with them, they will also give you scope. These are the scope to share the data with you, and these are the scope to keep your data with you. Every party who's involved into data sharing, they know the rules and they oblige that particular part. They cannot breach that, right? So that's how we control the data flow. Right. Definitely, we means for ROI angle, if you ask me, sir, return on investment, why we are doing this and how we are get benefited of that. Definitely, we used some data for our own intention to pitch our products to a customer, patient, those are prospective. Definitely, it is somewhat rich.
Yeah.
But the data control, because it is a systematic way of reaching to the patient, that you'll get only one WhatsApp message in an entire week.
Right.
And it is a blue tick, verified.
So there's a problem of this, I think most of us realize when we talk to our IT heads and various other people associated with the IT. There is a lot of traceability elements. Each and every transaction which we do in the hospitals must have some signature, and ultimately it should lead to the person who has done that in realistic manner, not somebody doing some fraud and things like that. So even in the NABH, we have now made it mandatory in the security manual itself, we have included this cyber security element, which is becoming more and more important. You've heard about so many incidents which have happened in the hospitals and their data was hacked and utilized in a totally different manner in which it is not supposed to be utilized. So these things do happen when you have a lot of data unmonitored, what Manishji was mentioning. So in this context now, government is taking a lot of interest, and government projects are also designed in such a manner. Madam also said that a lot of progress government sector is also doing, and she also asked that the private sector what they are doing. So today we have an expert from D.Y. Patil Medical College and Hospital, and he has been in the procurement since I think since the time he was born. I think he's a born expert in purchases. So I have personal experience with he working for the same institution we were working. So he will give us the perspective of government vis-a-vis the private healthcare, how we are placed in terms of digital hospitals or progress in the digital sector the hospitals have made, and how much private sector can do, how much government sector can do, and can we work together? Sir. Mr. Kishan Chauhan, sorry, please.
Rao sir, for a beautiful introduction. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you, ET team, for inviting me. Now the question or the topic which has been given to me is quite difficult, complex for me to answer.
And you have only 7 minutes, sir.
Yeah, and within that 7 minutes, I'll just try to focus, because everybody wants that how government regulators, government hospitals can work together with private sector. Firstly, we have to understand this, that India is a very big country. India needs volume healthcare. India needs affordable healthcare. India needs faster and reliable diagnosis. India needs ethical treatment, which is not happening. Now, Manmohan Singh came and opened capitalism because so as to save India. So now 10-20% big industrialists, all these 5-star hospitals came. Then India is also a socialist republic. We give lots of free ration, Ladki Bahen Yojana, and we distribute money so as to get the votes. The real truth, what I mean to say, is that digital or any solution, what is important, we need to understand what we have to achieve out of it. Now, all these are, firstly, we have to understand what is my existing scenario and what I have to achieve. Now, firstly, for India, now he wants me that government sector, now the regulators are from government. The hospital has got maximum regulation from all angles, from fire to safety to safety to safety. There are lots of worldwide bodies on what you call Heart American Association, this association. There are huge guidelines, there are huge compliance. But the biggest factor, none of the all government institute or none of the government organization follow the guidelines, or they are compliant to this, maybe due to the way they are operating. Now it is only forced to private sector, which contributes hardly catering 10 to 20% high profile customers or who have been insured. Now the most important part, as far as digital revolution, I have seen the medical ecosystem changing since last 40 years, the way revolution. Now today, the challenges coming ahead, aging population is there, chronic diseases are there. We'll have to control a bigger population. Both now aging population, more than home care is going to come in the future. Now, the most important part now, digital, what is happening now in certain government has realized this. In India, there are lots of policies which come without doing background work or future, how it is going to be implemented and what are going to be the outcomes. See, whatever I do today has to have clear vision how it is going to impact patient, clinicians, and how is it going to improve my clinical, financial, and operational outcome. So as to know this, I must know what is my clinical situation, what is my financial situation, what is my operational situation. Unless and until I know this data, I can't give this solution. That is useless if it is not measurable then. I don't have systems to measure things then. Now what is happening again here, see interface and all things are there, see I've been there. Now this has become a new business for all MNCs. Whosoever is selling urology, they want to bring urology product. Who wants to selling lab? Because everybody wants to integrate and give better picture so that diagnosis become very easier. That's good for physician. But now you should be able to integrate this. You must have a plan, vision, stakeholder management, a committee, and it should be practically we should be able to implement it. See, data in, data out, garbage in, garbage out, neither AI can work on that. Prompting is much ahead. If the data is not correct, nothing is going to work. And it is going to give you wrong results. So what is important now, government has taken, see, let me be positive. I have to cater 100 crore people because only 50 crore are only able to access the healthcare. Other 100 crore, they don't have any access. They die like that only because many doesn't know that they have got a disease because the infrastructure is not available. Now, if you really see the data, Indian data, available sources or available beds, available doctors, available facilities, the per capita income of, which is per capita is again with only 20%, 80% doesn't have money to eat. So what is important, I have to make affordable healthcare. So government has started now this Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, Central Digital Mission. They are trying to collect data with available sources. What is important now, we need to now standardize these digital systems first. All APIs, now we should not allow all software companies to really sell everything. There has to be a standard policy of pre-hospital, post-hospital and hospital softwares and how we can integrate.
Yeah.
Because then and then only we can support common people. And even to private five-star hospital, they need to know the truth. And unless and until they integrate all the department and data is available. See, now we can't increase prices. We can only save leakages, improve operational efficiency, improve experience.
So the organizers, sorry sir, organizers are telling us to wind up. So I will, ask a lot.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Guy, so
No, not like that, sir. But somehow, the flow was such wherein we could not control the timings. I also had a responsibility to allow each and every speaker into the system and give us the similar way the previous session concluded with, two-liner on what you think about the digital transformation or a digital hospital. We'll start with the scientist, sir.
Whether you like it or not, the generations which are now coming and they will take us digital.
Yeah.
That is the way to go. It is now part and parcel of even medical education. Informatics is being taught, and it is going to come. The one cue that I'll take from Dr. Sab there is, it is absolutely necessary that you understand some of the things that the government is asking us to do, and one of them is ensure standard-based interoperability. The reason is that unless and until we have system like this, we were not going to benefit or reap the benefit that is supposed to come later. Yeah. You talked about data, you talked about AI, all of it is not going to be possible unless and until you have data in a format that you can consume or AI can consume and make sense out of it. Right. And we are going to tomorrow again lose a lot of buses, and we keep talking about it, we keep creeping about in social media, we miss that bus, this bus, but we don't realize that there is already a bus there right now, which says digitize, standardize, and proliferate. Yeah. And if we're going to miss this, then again we will be suffering another whole milestone that we should have achieved as a country and as a profession. Yeah, so yes, it is one of the most needed things.
Yeah, thank you. Dean sir.
I would like to say that digital health is a patient's right today. And we are talking about systems today. Tomorrow it is going to be precision medicine, where we are going to give precise treatment based on so much information, tailor-made for an individual. We'll also be using these digital platforms to monitor patients remotely at their homes, give them clinical decisions. For example, there's a patient who's got a chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, wants to come to Delhi from, say, Mangalore, and his lung function on that particular day is low, and there's an AI prompt which comes to him, this is a bad idea to travel to Delhi, air quality index in Delhi is so bad today. So these are the systems that are going to come. And as the population ages, we'll require smarter systems to monitor elderly people at homes. And so digital health is going to be there. The flip side of digital health is data security and data privacy. One from the National Forensics University in Gujarat, one of the consultants who set it up, gave a very chilling story to me. We were having lunch and he told us that, there was an 18-year-old boy in Pune for whom an arrest warrant came from the CIA in the US. So the government of India asked him that find out why an arrest warrant is issued against some 18-year-old boy in Pune. So when he did the investigation, they found that this boy was involved in a dark hackathon. On the dark web, there was a hackathon, and they were asked to hack into a hospital system in the US. So this boy, 18-year-old boy from Pune, was able to break all the security barriers and hack into a system in Washington, D.C. Okay?
Yeah.
The next task that was given to him was change the dose of this patient X from 0.1 to 10 micrograms. Okay? And one Department of Defense official died. And that is how this came, and this only because data security was compromised.
Right.
Now, I look all around my junior consultants, my students, all of them have patient data on their phones. None of it is secure. They are getting patient data so that the rounds become easy. They are able to see the reports and everything.
Multiple nurses
We
also,
need to
technicians also,
actually
everybody
look into
is
this and
carrying
sort
the
out
data.
this, because this is going to be a very big problem in the
Yes,
future.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please, sir. Dr. Rai.
Yeah, like the stalwart said, digital thing is definitely going to come. It is already there. And in medicine, evidence-based practice is going to be one of the more important thing in saving lives. So like early warning signs have already shown
Yes.
when their automation is done, AI is involved, there is 25 to 40% reduce in cardiac arrest cases. So BU's alertness has increased by
Yes.
20 to 40%. We are seeing, by adding AI, the diagnosis in radiology and door-to-needle time for stroke management has reduced.
Improved,
We are
yeah,
able to
improved, like
improve the outcome of patients, better release, better people like painters are able to paint after 4 hours.
Yeah.
So this kind of digital saving of life is very important. And this is definitely going to come, and we all have to work together to make it possible. All systems, private and government, will have to come up and make this as a best way thing forward.
Thank you, thank you. We also have a lot of peripheral hospitals within our system. They definitely are getting benefited through this, remote technology.
True. I remember in 98, the Bedronic ECG. I have used it. We had given it to peripheral doctors.
STEMI project. It was STEMI project.
Yes. And they would record it, put it on the phone. On this side, we would have a receiver on the phone, and that thing would be taken up as an ECG, and we would tell them it's an MI.
Yeah.
So digitalization is just making distances smaller.
Vilu, madam, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a hospital perspective, digital transformation is definitely here to stay. But what hospitals and leadership should understand is that you are not doing digital transformation to change a manual process into a digital process. What you are doing is standardizing your manual processes in such a way that you get the benefit of digitizing them, more efficiency, more automation, and in the right direction. So whether you use AI to do this, whether you use your regular systems to be enhanced, the digital transformation must be secure. it must follow a process for standardization to build the interoperability, and it also must have patient consent at every level.
Thank you, ma'am. Manish ji.
Yeah, so anything exposed to Google, it is in the air.
Yeah.
Right. So data is not private; it is already public property for some companies utilize in their ways.
Yes.
Now, as sir said, security of the data is first most priority. Whenever you're signing a vendor, whenever you're signing a company, just secure that the storage is in-house and most of the control of the data is with you. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last word.
Digital transformation is the need.
They have a 5-star hospital within single-star hospital also.
Yeah.
Both things.
So the most important part, see, whatever it is a continuously evolving science, technology is changing. So now digital, as far as India is concerned, pharmacy, radiology, lab, blood bank, and these diagnostic things, at least we are integrating and trying to get the information. But there is lot much to go more ahead. But if you want to really have clinical, financial, and operational outcomes which can be measurable and save money and make it affordable treatment, yeah, grow profits, digital is the only way where you know everything, what's the truth. And today we really don't know what's really happening in my house, because there's no clarity on that. So we have to
Right.
get everything together, and it should interact with each other.
Thank you.
And the future lies there, so that I cater more, I make people life easier. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have time for the questions? 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, 1 or 2 questions are permitted by the organizers. So we were talking about government and private, no? That's why it came. Anybody would like to ask to our panelists the entire plethora of things were exposed today in terms of digital hospitals. So, anyone would like to ask any questions? And I'm sure the people are already oversatisfied with the kind of deliberations we had. So I think I will conclude it there. Okay, yeah, please. He's my ex-colleague. Yeah, please.
I was trying to utilize AI. I downloaded some 10 Excels. I was thinking, which Excel I have to give, which AI I have to give all these 10 different Excels so that it can compile everything and give me one whatever I am asking, like a pivot it does. So is it possible as of now, or
For that also you have to ask to the AI only.
I did, but somehow I didn't
which
get-
Excel should be exposed to the AI? See, because AI has learned from us, now that is teaching us.
So is it a time, or should we wait for some more time for AI to mature and give that data?
No, you shouldn't wait for AI to mature. What we need to do is change our methods
Yes.
so that it works better with AI.
Absolutely.
See, AI, the current generation AI that we have, the generative AIs and things like ChatGPT or other ones, they are already at home to understand what you provided. If you provide in Excel, then I assume that it is tabular data. So there are columns there, and then there are rows of information, etc. So if you're able to, this is basic summarization and mathematics or statistics that any AI can do. So that you will be pretty okay if you just want to ingest some Excel and then get some question around what you can easily get from Excel itself. For example, pivots and some summary information. But if you want generative information, if you want it to give you a view on the set of information that you have provided, then it needs to understand the data much better. Because of the current generation LLMs, which is basically language models, they are able to make sense of lot of things that is capturable in our languages. But it fails at a lot of places if it doesn't understand what it is in terms of how it fits with whatever it knows already. But there are ways of doing it. For example, if you just provided a prescription, say a PDF, the chance is that it will not understand that PDF because there are a lot of scribble and there are variations in handwritings, and the OCR technology itself, after even 40-60 years, is not that good that it can recognize every letter written by every person in this same room. So if you provided structured data, or if you provided data which it can understand much better, it will give you much better answers because it can understand it. Similarly, there are linguistic differences that sometimes it doesn't understand. So if you're codifying your data properly, so if you're telling it that this exactly means this, rather than providing male is 0 and female is 1, which it may not understand, if you're providing it properly in terms of codified values, which say, for example, SNOMED, or if you're codifying your diseases with ICD, then it will give you much better results. So in order to get much better results from your AI systems, you need to provide it much better data.
Yeah.
And if your data is not of that quality, or if your data is not of that variety, then you are going to get something, maybe wrong, or something hallucinated, or something which you're not going to be satisfied with. So yes, it will require data, but you don't have to wait. You can just transform your data into a standard format, and it will understand it well.
I think due to lack
Just
of time,
add-
you want
Just
to
one-
ask one question
Just
is only
to
for
add
okay.
to that.
You want to add?
I just want to add that we
Sure.
have to be mature to use digital technology.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
just adding to that, the entire crux of this story is prompt. What you write and ask. That's very important. There's a complete term called prompting, and there's a training for it. And understanding AI, we have Willu William, who has a college which trains and will help you in all kind of training for AI.
True. Yeah.
So,
I think
good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, last question. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abhinav Joshi from Sahyadri Hospitals. I have one question from Vilu Madam and Mr. Sundar. It's a very basic question, sir. Wanted to understand what type of jobs, medical and non-medical, will be replaced by AI, from your perspective?
AI will not replace any jobs. This statement has to be remembered well. It will simply give you better things to do while AI does its own work. So if you are wasting time in doing something which can be automated, which can be predicted, which can be prescribed, everything can be left to AI, and you do something where your emotional intelligence plays a better role in achieving that outcome which you are looking for. So AI is really not, so if I can't write creatively, I'll go to a ChatGPT and I'll tell it to write it creatively for me. What will it write? I will still be giving it the information that I wanted to make creative, right? Similarly, the same thing happens with every aspect of AI. We can take this offline, otherwise Sunny will kill me. We'll talk a lot more on this.
I'll just add a bit to it. See, in our country, there are a lot of people who are doing the same thing just because of the size of the crowd that we handle. So I'll tell you some of the things that will get speeded up, and most probably it will affect some job at some level. For example, if your footfall is say 3,000, 5,000 people in a day, and you do take a 10 people or 20 people team to just triage them, AI will do it much faster, and maybe you will not require 10, 20 people. But to say that you will require 0 is wrong. Okay, you will require some of the people who will supervise these systems to see that the triaging is proper, and just correct it if it goes wrong. So these kind of things where there are a lot of manuality involved, because of the speed factor itself, is going to, maybe it will not require those many people. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be out of job. You will basically reorient them into doing something else.
Yeah.
You remember there was one time there was a huge crowd before registration desk. I still remember 3-kilometer long line in front of AIIMS Hospital. And we brought online registration system, gone. But did they remove the registration windows? No. They became specialized to treat those things which cannot happen over online and things like that.
They decentralized it,
Yes.
basically.
So
They decentralized.
it's going to be reorientation here and there.
Yeah.
If at all job is getting lost, it's in actually my domain. It's like IT and science.
Right.
Everybody is saying you will be replaced, but so
Right.
far nothing has happened.
No, same. In the medical field also there is always a talk about imaging, especially. Imaging, AI has gone into imaging so much that, in the peripheral hospitals, you don't need radiologists. They're, diagnosing on their own. And, one of our good friends, Shuchin, he does work in the peripheral hospitals and, administers peripheral hospitals.
But there is an angle to it, sir, and even in radiology.
So I think due to the lack of time, I'm not going to summarize also. All the experts have already summarized their own fields, and there is enough discussion which has happened on each and every aspect of digital hospitals. So I think I'll leave it to the organizers to take it forward. Thank you very much, the panelists, and you have been really great in terms of giving your inputs. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for taking long time. Sure. Photo.
Yes, one photo, please. Many apologies for butting in, but we have to because we have to follow an agenda. Otherwise, we'll get too far late. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we're doing the photo shoot, thank you very much to the panelists for sharing your experience with us. Our next panel discussion, we must move on as swiftly as possible, this is actually something we discussed very briefly in the morning session, and now we're going to explore this in depth. The topic of the discussion is regional and Tier 2 or Tier 3 city healthcare infrastructure. How do we scale this infrastructure for both quality as well as access? I want it to be accessible and high quality at the same time. So to dissect and analyze this topic, I'd like to welcome our panelists on stage, starting with Lieutenant General A.K. Das, who is from the Institute, who's a member of the of AIMS Kalyani. Also, please welcome Lieutenant Colonel Tarapranav Bhattacharya, who's the Medical Superintendent and Head of Emergency Services at Clear Medi Healthcare. Also, please help me welcome Mr. Chinmay Patil, who is the Vertical Head of Medical Planning and Healthcare Architecture at Edifice Consultants. I would like to also welcome on stage Mrs. Pranati Shroff, who is the Director of Sustain and Save and the Director of the Shroff Group. Please help me welcome also Mr. Sachin Bose, who is the Chief Operating Officer of SMBT Hospital. And finally, the moderator for our discussion, the final discussion this afternoon, is Dr. Ajay Vasant, who is the Medical Director of Kamal Nayan Bajaj Hospital. So please take it away, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, would like to thank the organizers for inviting us and for inviting me as a moderator for this particular session. And definitely, after a very interesting discussion on digital transformation, so here I am representing the Kamal Nayan Bajaj Hospital, which is a leading healthcare institute in the region. It is from Sambhajinagar. We are a 300-bedded institute, fully NABH accredited, the first hospital to get digital NABH accreditation, and we are extending to 300 more beds soon. Apart from that, I am a NABH assessor as well in multiple roles, in multiple platforms. I am also happy, I am basically a practicing diabetologist. I still practice diabetology, and I am happy to be a contributor of diabetes care guidelines published by NABH in the month of September this year on the occasion of Patient Safety Day. Now today's discussion would be, we have got 4 eminent panelists with us, and today's discussion is basically about how to upscale the infrastructure and quality of regional Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So just to tell you, the context is Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities are not only peripherals, they are not remained only the referring centers. Like they are not the feeding centers of bigger cities or bigger hospitals. They are also developing in, the focus is on their development also, but there are multiple challenges in regional, in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities as well. The challenges would be in terms of expertise, in terms of manpower, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of quality development, and in terms of funding. So we'll be just dissecting all those aspects in a very few short time span. So I'll be asking each of the eminent panelists a few questions which are related to their specialty. So first question would be to Dr. Lieutenant General Dr. A.K. Das. So what are the biggest infrastructure challenges that you see in Tier 2 and 3 city, and how the healthcare providers, they can prioritize the implementation of them?
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I am General Das. I am an army veteran. I have served about close to 40 years in the armed forces in various capacities as an administrator and as a teacher also. After that, 6 years I have been in the healthcare as a group medical director of a healthcare chain in Delhi. And now I have come back to Pune. Pune is my hometown, and I am thankful to ET for giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you. Now coming to the topic for today about the infrastructure gaps. India is a very large country with 1.5 billion people, and taking healthcare to so many people is a Herculean task. So if you will ask me gaps, there are gaps galore. In every domain of our healthcare, there are a lot of gaps. But I will just talk a few points which are relevant to today's discussion. About 70% of the primary care in India is provided by the government sector and 30% by the private. And 70% of the specialist care is given by the private and 30% by the government. We got about 70,000 hospitals, both government and private, 45,000 private hospitals, about 25,000 government hospitals. Of these private hospitals, about 85% are small-sized and mid-sized, unorganized standalone facilities in the various parts of the country. About 50 to 60% of all our healthcare infrastructure is scattered or rather concentrated on a few eight metro cities. And if you see the footfall in these metro cities, 75 to 80% of these patients are going from the 2-tier and 3-tier cities over there. Talking about infrastructure, 50 to 60% of the MRI and cath labs are in the metro cities only and remaining in the peripheries. Robos, 80 to 90% of the robos are only in the metro cities. Talking about LINACs, there are total about 700 to 750 LINACs in our country, out of which only 200, 250 are there. Now, since so many people are going to cities for their treatment, the facilities which are existing in 2-tier, and they are underutilized. Now, since they are underutilized, their operational costs are much higher. Since operational costs are higher, the RPOBs are much lower. RPOBs are lower, so investments are much lesser. So that is why these cities are not progressing so well. But the situation is not the same now. In the last 5 years, we have seen a lot of these global chains occupying these spaces in the 2-tier and 3 cities, because these cities have now been recognized to be the engines of growth.
Right.
Now, if I were to invest in a healthcare facility in a 2-tier or 3 city, what are the things? That will depend on various factors. I will just tell 1 or 2 fundamental things. The basic principle which I consider is, firstly, is that you must consider revenue versus relevance. To start off, not to start off in a big way, start off in a modest way, then scale it up later on. And second part is to have asset-light, lean hospitals, so that in 2-tier cities and 3-tier cities, the cost is a very big factor. So what are the 3 or 4 things that you can do is, firstly, choose the right-sized hospitals. 75 to 150 bedded hospitals are the correct size, but they should be a modular design and scalable up to 300. Then you choose the right specialities. There are certain specialities which will give you more yield and which are more commercially viable, like your general medicine, general surgery, laparoscopic surgery, OBG, your pediatrics, then orthopedics, dialysis. So these are the ones which give you more of a footfall and more volume to this thing. Then follow the hub and spoke model. You have a hub hospital where you concentrate all your high-end services, and you have a 20 to 50 bedded spokes, smaller hospitals or clinics which can give you the referrals from over there. Then you adopt digital, because digital is a equalizer. Whether it is a big hospital or a small hospital, the digital can do the same job for both. And lastly, I would say, is your workforce. The qualified workforce is very difficult to get in smaller cities. So you have to have a plan and a smart HR activity so that you can conserve this workforce and utilize them for your future.
Very nice, sir. You have not only summarized the entire gaps in infrastructure, you have also suggested few solutions how to overcome them. Coming forward, next as a part of infrastructure is architecture. So as we all know, architecture shapes the behavior, outcomes and experience. So would like to ask the expert, Mr. Chinmay Patil, in a resource limited environment, which is a regional tier 2 and tier 3 cities, what design innovations can create scalable, cost effective, yet patient centric hospitals from a point of view of architecture?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. So the question that we generally ask ourselves every time, it typically boils down to three, like where, who, and what. Right? Where we already know it's about a regional tier 2, tier 3 town. Who is building it, and for whom we are building it. These are two important parameters to understand. In the first who it is, and as Das sir rightly pointed out, we are now making a transition where hospitals are not institutions.
Yeah.
They are an asset class.
Yes.
Those are the rules of the games. We need to accept it. But what it also does is that it puts greater onus on us as professionals, where the care is still, the patient is still the king, patient experience is still the highest parameter, but you also help companies achieve what they want to do. Because that's also a bigger kind of, I would say a lacking, that you don't have these kind of hospitals or these kind of operators entering into a tier 2 or a tier 3 town, right? The other part of who is that whom we are building for, where we are building it, right? If you look at Nashik or if you look at Nagpur, you have a lot of people who have retired from metro cities into there. Yeah. So their approach to healthcare, their need of healthcare is different. But you also have a lot of neighboring areas where you might have villagers, you might have tribals who are coming to the same hospital, and their needs are completely different. So how do you kind of cater to them is also equally important as a part of design. And what we are building is to do with what kind of hospital we are building. Right, a multi-speciality hospital has different needs. A mother and baby hospital has a different needs, and oncology hospital has a completely different needs. So I'll give you a few examples that we did the cancer care grid for Tata Trust, and all of them were in tier 2, tier 3 towns. Okay. Right. So the hospitals that we built for them in Varanasi, in Chandrapur in Maharashtra, and at Ranchi, so these are not like your metro cities or your cities to do it. But the architecture or the design that was taken about is one that you have to design it for the people, right? What is a tribal in and around Chandrapur going to feel when they come to a hospital? It can't be a completely glass box, right? Swanky building. As it is, everyone has their own anxiety levels. They are, you have been diagnosed with cancer, you don't know what it is. So your building has to be appealing. It's for the user. It's not to make a statement anymore. So your building has to do that. The designs from a purely operational point of view, the designs have to be modular. All the designs that we did for them were scalable. Okay. Because estimating growth is something that no one can do, right? How a cancer hospital is going to function 10 years down the line, we cannot sit here and now kind of predict it. It is extremely difficult to do that, right? And at the same time, we also, infrastructure is one of the biggest contributors to the capex. Correct. Right? How much we build, yes, and at what cost do we build, because that is what is going to affect the ROIs at the end of the day too, right? So you have to build apt, you have to be flexible, you have to give yourself that much of an elbow room wherein a hospital can seamlessly expand, right? And that expansion needs to happen, because for them we did like they had like different types of hospitals, right? An apex center to a community level center to a screening. Right? The same hub and spoke way. But you have to design them in such a way that they can expand, right, whether it is in the given land or whether it is as a part of the building. Right. And the third, the next point is that how open we are to new technology construction. Right? Nobody thinks about, look at construction and you're still talking about RCC. Yes. Right? We are not yet completely opened up to a steel building, which is much faster to construct, which is much more agile, which brings in, which reduces your carbon footprint also, and which has a good salvage value at the end of the day as well, right? We did the steel building hospital in Varanasi, which was like a 6 lakh square feet building, not a small one. At the same time, we also did one in Imphal, okay, right, where traveling and logistics is a major kind of connectivity issue. but the advantages you will need to weigh in very well as long as your advantages weigh, supersede all the cons of it,
Right.
then newer technologies are available to construct.
Wonderful. So, to summarize what you have told is the architecture has to be scalable. It should be it should have the provision to expand the hospital, use of technology, and it should be as per the patient needs or local needs of that particular. So that's a very wonderful thing, and like technology, use of technology is very important. Similarly, we had a very wonderful discussion just before in terms of digital technology. Now coming to Mr. Sachin Borse, sir, like we have been talking a lot about digital technology, AI, telemedicine. Now, how would this be useful in bridging the gap in the availability of consultants in a tier 2 and tier 3 city?
Good evening all. Just wanted to ask if anybody knows which is the world's largest telemedicine network and which country is having? Any guesses? So it's India basically. It's a government. E-Sanjeevani is a initiative of the central government, which has scattered almost 43 crores of teleconsultation, and they have done it through almost 1.37 lakhs of spoke and around 17,000 of hub and spoke model. And interesting thing is that out of that 43 crore teleconsultation, 62 or 60, around 65% consultation happen of the female teleconsultation, around 12% of senior citizen consultation. So all this consultation happen to the very vulnerable crowd, which is not having so much of access to the healthcare facility, and central government has done a very great thing of launching that initiative, and government also initiatives has set up. So why I'm saying this, because if the government can do this, I'm certainly sure keep private players having more funding and all those things, and they should able to do that. And as sir has said, 70% of health needs are done by the government, and only 30% is catered by the private sector. So there is a huge scope as far as teleconsultation is concerned. And I'm coming from the medical college. We are also having hub and spoke model, and we are doing almost every day around 100 teleconsultation, and most of them are the female, because we are in the location where there is a remote location, which is Adivasi area, we can say tribal area. And most of the female consultation happen through, and reaching to our place also is very difficult. So we started teleconsultation. Not a single surgical patient coming back follow physically. Most of them are done by the teleconsultation. So there is a huge scope as per the teleconsultation is concerned, and it will definitely help the people time and money, and they will get on time support as per their health needs are concerned. So. And as for that teleconsultation, nowadays lot of digital equipments has come, wherein all super specialist consultation can happen with the accurate diagnosis. So there are live ECG. We also do almost 100 ECG every day online ECG. We are doing it. So all, and if any and every day, every month, at least 2 to 3 MI cases we get by reading those online ECGs. So there is a huge scope as per the teleconsultation and digital equipments are concerned. So which will help the needy patient to get on time treatment, and we can save lives. This is also getting added with the AI. Now AI is coming up. So a lot of initial diagnosis can be done through AI with the AI. All these equipments are equipped with the AI technology. So I'm sure all these equipments and with the teleconsultation it will help. And private players has a big role to play, because I think even if they from 30% to 50% it goes to the crowd, it will help in a great extent to the save many lives. Thank you.
Wonderful. So, considering the shortage of specialists or consultants in a tier 2 and tier 3 cities, regional areas, there are multiple ways in which these digital tools can help us, including AI. So, like we were discussing about radiologist, AI can be used for interpret the results, images, many of the images. Another thing which I think of and which I have actually implemented is a sort of creating doctors panel, like in which some national or international repute consultant can be a part of that panel virtually, and they can help in like for example tumor board for a cancer patients. So that would be also possible in a tier 2. Yeah.
In tier 2, major issue is they don't have a super specialist,
Yes.
super specialist
Yes.
availability.
Yes.
So only tier 1 cities and metro cities having
Right.
super specialist availability, and also the equipments and necessary support system is available to do the right diagnosis at the right time. And for that only all this super specialty consultation, cardiac, where this cancer or any nowadays every time new diseases are coming up.
Yes.
So and most of these things are happen. All research happens. All the treatment protocols starts with the metro cities or tier 1 cities. So all this it will be of great help to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities if every hospital, every private hospital at least take 10 or 15 villages kind of thing out of tier 2 or tier 3 cities as a
Yeah, that we do
So that
actually.
will
Yeah.
also definitely
Yes.
help in getting to the larger crowd, which is in time help they will get. At the same time, it will also help in training to the doctors, which is there in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, with the help of the senior consultants available in the tier 1 and the metro cities. So definitely all these super specialty consultants and private players should come up with the idea of setting up the hub and spoke model for at least 10 to 15 places in the tier 2 and 3 cities, which will help at large to the crowd.
Exactly. So very nicely pointed out. We have at Bajaj Hospital we have adopted 40 villages, and our mobile van every day reaches out to those 40 villagers. They check, and whenever required through teleconsultation, the consultant expertise is and even prescription is being delivered. So that is the way it is going further. Thank you, sir. Now we have seen infrastructure, architecture, and digital technology. Now, what is the key thing which is the catalyst in developing regional tier 2, tier 3 cities in healthcare infrastructure is funding. So next question would be to Mrs. Pranuti Shroff ma'am, is what will make the tier 2, tier 3 cities the funding, how we can ensure that the funding is worth doing it is feasible in terms of operational efficiency and less risk, and of course return on investment.
So I think the question is how is the funding on operational efficiency?
Yes.
Okay. So I think Chinmay spoke about design. He says, form follows function, as we put it in the architectural world, where we say that a good design defines, whether a building is coming up well. Now, we must understand that most, the hospitals, so there are two kinds of ways that a hospital comes out. Either a doctor or a group of doctors coming together to start a hospital. Of course, I'm not taking the government story, because governments also have a lot of hospitals that are being funded, and that's a different model, and that I would take up also. The second is a lot of trusts. So if it's a corporate trust or corporates like spoke about Tata Trust, which is building, or I am working with multiple trusts which are coming up with hospitals. And that is also a big model which is going into the market, because that's a big, people look at it as a revenue stream, look at it as a CSR, so multiple ways of putting it. And the third is the government story. Yes. So all these three have different models of working, and all these three have different perspectives in when it comes to funding or when it comes to design philosophy also, I feel. Because when doctors come together, so we are doing about 15, 20 hospitals around the country, and what we realize when doctors come together, or it's like a small, I'm specifically talking about tier 2, tier 3 cities and not going for tier 1 cities as a story. But when doctors come together and put up a hospital, the briefs are very different versus when a corporate comes to us and puts up hospital. So there is definitely a difference in perspective. There's a difference in funding also, because the funds are limited here, the funds are more. But coming to one of the basic things, what we must ensure in hospitals is operational cost. Because the entire operational costs in a hospital come back to the entire management, as we call it.
Right.
And that is something that is not, I feel, very closely looked at in the design stage. So we look at what materials you're using, whether you're doing a steel building or you're doing so what material stories. We also, to some extent, if the project and design allows, look at a little bit of ventilation, cross ventilation, energy efficiency. But from the beginning, I think in hospitals, one must definitely look at the operational costs.
Yes.
And I think that's the key to a successful hospital. So I'll give you a few examples when we talk about this. So we've done one hospital in Nagpur, then we've done, I think, some of them must be present here also. So when we started Design Story, and we're doing one in Jamshedpur, then we're doing, so I really think it's important that one must, and we started the brief. So, the design came to us, and we started looking at the entire thought process. And I think what we realized that nobody was discussing operational costs in the beginning. And then we started putting these things together. Right. So, we spoke about technology in prescriptions. Like everybody here was using AI in all your, whether medicals or whether whether you prescribe your doctor. So how you use technology in ensuring better medical facility. But are we really also looking at technology in operations? So I think that is also very important.
Very important.
And it's very important to understand whether you're using technology in operations and ensuring whether, so for tier 2, tier 3, it could be, so there are multiple. Now, whether we talk about BMS, we talk about small solutions. So BMS, again, is building management systems which you use for small solutions can be actually implemented right at the design stage, right in the, entire planning stage, which can make a lot of difference in the total project budgets when you come to operations and you don't suffer this.
Very wonderfully put, ma'am, by you. And operational efficiency is what the focus should be. And just I would like to add here, irrespective of the model, whether the hospital is oriented towards profit or it is charitable. So it is, many of the times it is presumed that if a hospital is charitable or not for profit, then operational efficiency is excused. It is not like that.
It should never be like that. It should never be like that. So and it's also so that's why I said, jitna design important hai ek hospital mein, because it's so much, it's so intensive on electrical loads.
Oh, right, exactly.
Yeah, so it's very intensive. All your machines are highly energy consuming.
Demanding, right. Very nice, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chinmay. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't
please.
resist myself. An example just came to my mind.
Yeah.
Right, we were designing a hospital for a client in a tier 2 town.
Yeah.
And they were migrating, which is very true for all tier 2 towns as a story, right? That they have a nursing home or they have a small setup, and then they want to go big, right? They want to become a 100-bed or 150-bed standalone building, which is in line with their aspiration, which is in line with the aspiration of the demand as well. But then suddenly that transition that the doctors need to make is that I'll need my own STP. I'll need my own effluent treatment
I didn't
plant.
get into that, but yes.
I'll need to adhere to the norms of Pollution Control Board, MOEF, right? That is something which is huge to make that mental shift to.
Yeah.
And then suddenly to realize that, oh, my electricity bills are going to be, 40 lakhs per month? Or my maintenance charges are going to be so much. It is not something that we have accounted for, right? So those discussions are extremely important, and picking of your systems, which are going to help you reduce your operational cost.
Exactly.
It's very, very important.
That is extremely important.
Extremely important, right. Correct. Thank you. Now, next question is to Dr. Das, sir. Basically, we have been talking about quality. So we have spoken about funds, we have spoken about infrastructure, manpower. Now we are talking about quality. Now, it is often perceived that the quality in tier 2, tier 3 cities, basically it's a wrong perception that quality is costly. Actually, not maintaining quality is costly. It turns out to be in a longer way. So, what are the challenges you see, and how to ensure that a quality in a tier 2, tier 3 city is comparable to a national or international standards? A very brief input from you.
In one of the previous sessions, there was a lot of discussion on how the demands of the patients are. Some wants food court, somebody wants a play school for children, and all those kind of things. So idea is to say that today is the age of a consumerism. In the cities, people can afford to pay money. They expect that they will get a treatment or a facilities which they are seeing in the malls or everywhere, and they are willing to pay for it. So there is, once you are getting the facilities, there is some cost embedded into it. It doesn't come without a cost. As such, maintaining quality, they say quality costs money, because you need trained power, you need technology, you need training, you need various other things to maintain quality. But yes, I do agree, there are certain elements of this quality which can be done away with. The luxury element of this part can be done away with, and it is actually not required. If you come to tier 2 and 3 cities, you can maintain a similar quality without having so much to pay for that price as which you have done in the metro cities. So what should be done and what should be our strategy be? The main thing is our strategy should be that we go from a infrastructure-led quality to a process-led quality. You have to be so robust in your process and protocols that you don't compromise on quality anywhere. Second thing is that you have to go for if it's a new startup hospital, go for an entry level NABH as soon as possible. Thirdly is that when you start, whatever you are going to adopt should be the best practices, because whatever you will adopt in the initial stages will become your culture over the next 4 years. And lastly is the innovation, that you have to keep on innovating from time to time. So a few important points in this matter I would say is to have outcome-based or a value-based, quality maintenance.
Very good.
So what we would like to do is have a standardized processes for protocols, pathways, and checklists. And then this, because sometimes we don't get senior doctors or a good doctor is always available. But if you have a good pathway or a protocol, the patient is not deprived of a standardized care. Then is the infection control. It is within our control. We don't have to go to metro cities for that. Infection control leads to lot of dissatisfaction for the patient, delayed recovery, increase in cost, and loss to the hospital, because as the ALOS will be prolonged, ARPOBs will be over coming down. So infection control can be done. Then you have to keep on measuring your outcomes. Whatever you do, the quality audits and the outcome measurement has to be done through CROMs and PROMs or PROMs, whatever we call it. All these measures are going to add to the quality. Then where we should not do conjugacy is, when you should not hesitate in spending, is your infrastructure in ICUs, in OTs, then you're in diagnostics like labs, CT scan, CSHD, all these places. But where you can cut down frills is on your interiors of the rooms, facade, lobbies, all those things you can do. And last part is, most important thing is your workforce. Now in metro cities, qualified people, nurses, doctors are very difficult to get. So what you should do is, you should have some kind of a pipeline for medical or paramedical people by tying up with local medical colleges, nursing colleges. You can have those kind of a tie-up. Rather than having a full-time specialist, you can have a specialist from a tier or a metro city coming to you twice in a week and visiting those patients and gone. Then you should have strong retention strategies. Because what happens is, you have opened a hospital today, tomorrow a government setup will come up or another hospital will come up, all your people will be taken away. You will lose all your people. So you have to have some strategy of holding on to your people. So at the end, I would say that you can have a good quality people, good quality in 2-tier cities also, provided you have established good processes to maintain those qualities.
Right, sir. Rightly pointed out. Would just like to add here one thing. Like healthcare quality itself is a subspecialty. It is called qualitology, and there are multiple courses which are like, one is, if you are aware, CPHQ. There is a course that is called Certified Professional in Healthcare Quality. That's the world's only accredited course in healthcare quality. So one important thing I would ask to the audience as well as panelists: do you feel, is there any difference between the terms healthcare quality and quality of healthcare? there are two different terms with two distinct meanings. Healthcare quality is what we perceive as quality. It is our perception. Like we monitor quality parameters, we ensure that infrastructure is good, everything is good. But what is quality of healthcare is the perception by the patient. So that is very important. We should be focusing on quality of healthcare more than the healthcare quality. So ultimately what matters is the patient delight, which is one step ahead of patient satisfaction. So I think that's a wonderful thing as far as healthcare quality is concerned. Now over to Mr. Chinmay. Very briefly, I would like your inputs on how to future-proof our architectural design. You already mentioned the it has to be, expandable and all that. So how to ensure that it is future-proof?
Well, I would say it can't be made future-proof. Okay, but what
I would change my question. How it could be made future-ready?
Right.
Yeah.
So future ready is also difficult.
Yeah.
But what I would say is that we can make our infrastructure agile.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's the most important thing. For any hospital, you can't really foresee 5 years down the line. Right? You can't say which of your service lines are going to boom, which of your service lines are going to stagnate. But it needs to be done in a way that wherein you can seamlessly expand. Right? So gone are the days. I'll give an example of, let's say, OPDs. Right, consultation rooms. Gone are the days where you have consultation rooms designed around the doctors. Right? Today you have 6 cardiologists, that's fine. Tomorrow you may have 2, or tomorrow you may have 12, depending on your practice. It's how you design your OPD to be. Right? We used to have like different models that OPDs used to be designed around the central waiting area, all the consultation rooms would open up over there. Or now the transition is being made towards more of a pod-based model.
Yes.
Right, where the waiting area is centralized and you have OPDs as pods. That gives the organizations the flexibility that, maybe in the mornings this pod is full, right? But in the afternoon the other pod is kind of low because the doctors are maybe under surgery or doing procedures. But that waiting area is there for everyone to use, right? That's how you make it more usable, more efficient to it. And that's the only way to make it agile. Right? In terms of future ready, I would say is that if, and even the morning session, it kind of touched upon it, like, how it could be scalable, is to that if you do know that in future you predict that, currently my need is for probably 2 cath labs, the service demand may go for a 3rd, it is prudent to build all 3 cath labs as a cohesive unit right on day 1. Right. Don't add the equipment to it, don't get your HRs to it. But at least it's a one contiguous department, right, which is going to help your clinical flow at the later stage when you choose to kind of equip it. So these things you will need to bring in to make yourself more agile to it. Sir mentioned about technology part of it too. Yeah. Right? In a lot of sense, we have like small things like medical gases. Right? People talk about that, in this department, I don't need so many gases. No, I don't need any need. But now COVID has taught everyone that you need to be ready, right? So there is no harm in having an extra receptacle over there, right? It's fine. Or in terms of technology needs, you really don't know what all new equipments are going to come in. There is no harm in having a couple of extra data points right at the bedhead side of the things. Yes, you are spending on day 1, but imagine the cost that you will pay later on when you have to add like 1 data point, 2 data points in a different location. Right. So you can anticipate a few things and build it, and that is the only thing which is going to help you in your becoming agile or becoming flexible part of it.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Sachin. Would like to understand from you very quickly, would you enumerate the challenges which we face in digital adaptation in a regional tier 2, tier 3 city?
Regional tier 2 and tier 3 is major challenge is the budget because without budget, tier 2 and tier 3 their main focus is on the adding the services rather than adopting this digital or where they don't know how much will be my return on investment.
Right.
So this is one of the biggest challenge because considering the feedback coming system, we got this system but it didn't work well and then we need to wind it up. So this is one always a fear is there whether we'll be able to implement it or not. That is one of the challenge. Second thing is is the people. Is the people whether they will be able to adapt it or not. That is also one of the biggest challenge, because they may not be able to adapt or they're not ready to mentally accept the changes as per digital is concerned. Also, there is a fear of okay, our speed will be slow.
Yes.
If we start using the systems and all those things, so the people are more comfortable with the pen and paper. So, but for this we need to do a step by step. We start with some small module, like say registration. We start with the registration module, and then billing module. Step by step, we can start implementing things. We also find one champion in the team where who can drive this implementation thing. Also, instead of outright purchase of any system or anything, we can have a subscription-based model nowadays available in market, where pay-per-use systems are available. That also we can use. So, but going forward, I think government also putting so many things, like every hospital, there are some other government schemes are there which is digitized already.
Yes.
So going forward, I'm sure government will come with the system where everybody will have to implement the ABA integration has to be done, ABDM has to be integration has to be done.
Correct.
So slowly, I think it's just a matter of time where entire our country will be as a health record is concerned, it will be digitized as like the Aadhaar card. ABA card also will be it's going to be compulsory, and everybody's health record will be maintained in that, and it is accessible to the wherever the patient goes or wherever that person needs any treatment. So these challenges are there, but it is just a matter of time, and this considering the government's heavy push towards digitization, I think maybe in the next 4 to 5 years, it's going to be like Aadhaar card, ABA card is also going to be there.
So in this context, would just like to add that NABH digital standards have come up. If you are aware, I am one of the assessors for one of the first few assessors across the country, and we have seen revolution once these standards have been put in place. That's a wonderful way. Another thing is now NABH has gone one step ahead, and now what they have started is what is called as NABH Digital E-Mitra. So they have selected certain hospitals like our hospital. So we have been privileged to have one of the first few centers across the country. So we are the digital NABH E-Mitra hospital. That means we are there to support and help other hospitals who wish to implement the digital systems or digital health systems. So that's a wonderful thing. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So the NABH definitely is going to play, because nowadays even the government scheme also wanted NABH to happen, and grading is happening on the basis of your digitization.
Right.
So definitely NABH is going to play a major role, because it's by force it will be done to the hospital. They have to adopt certain digitization, and government nowadays in at least in Maharashtra, or I'm sure all the state also, government comes with so many health schemes, and it is as good as insurance. Everybody is insured, including you, me, and everybody is insured as per the government point of view. So, and all government things, nothing is manual, everything is digital. So there is no option but to adopt digitization and ensure once we start digitization of the government things, automatically our own system also start fall in place. So I think it's just a matter of time. Again, I'm saying it's just a matter of time, 4 to 5 years, everything will be digitized here.
Your comment?
Yeah, I was just adding on to what Sir said, right? It's also important to identify what kind of technology and AI you want to deploy.
Yeah.
Right? That plethora is, I mean, there is enough
it's confusing.
It's confusing, and then you also need to identify.
Correct.
I mean, in the earlier session, as an architect, it was very endearing to hear everyone talking about the AI that they are using, AIG. Actually, we are the architects who are designing the AIG hospital for them, and then they call it as MIRA, Medical Information Robot for AIG. That's the name. But it's also needs to be deployed contextually, right? I mean, imagine MIRA being deployed in somewhere of a tribal area.
Yeah,
it won't work.
Yes.
Right? But especially in a tier 2, tier 3 town, where Sir also spoke about, like you have paucity of personnel,
yes,
HR, right? But maybe you could deploy an automated, medicine vending machine,
exactly,
or robot over there.
Exactly.
Right? And it could maybe alleviate your HR concerns. It maybe get you a better clinical outcome. So once you identify what you want to deploy, then I believe that the possibilities are endless.
Rightly said. And similarly, NABH has also come up with like 3 levels of standards, like silver, gold, and platinum. It is scalable. So at the basic minimum, you can go in for silver, so that doesn't become very much taxing on any small healthcare institute. Yes, ma'am, you wanted to
No,
say.
no, I just wanted to add. So I've been working very closely with Dr. Mashelkar, and I don't know if you're aware, but he has this every year gives an award for innovation in medical innovation, like technological medical innovation. And of course, we do something different, but every time I've attended that, all the solutions I've seen in the last 5 years that have come, and we're working very closely with that, is to do with tier 2, tier 3 or rural setups and solutions. So they are basically tech solutions. Maybe it started, I'm not a medical specialist, but what I can, write from your hemoglobin and everything. So there are devices which are actually being used by hospitals or being deployed to these tier 2, tier 3 cities to ensure that, you get fast medical service. So that is also a big thing that's happening around our country, and there are so many innovations that are happening and are being funded by government, are being funded by private players to ensure that more and more medical treatments happen when it comes to tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Just give a small example. It's like ASHA workers.
Yes.
ASHA workers, which is a very ground level worker, which is having nowadays app. And we are in a very tribal area, so we know exactly in the 50 kilometers radius how many women are pregnant, which is their trimester running.
It's a very interesting.
What if there is any deficiency, and immediately we can send our ambulance and pick up the. So that kind of micro level of digitization is happening, and so it's good thing. We'll have very on time at right time.
Right time, right service. Yeah. So so that ASHA workers one of those things that I've also seen. There's so many. There's another company called Atmo. So many companies working in this sector.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. So I think we have reached our time limit. So we'll just request all the panelists to summarize their topics with a single line. So, sir, infrastructure in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Just a 1 or 2 liner. Sir,
Sorry.
Sir, to you.
Acha.
Yeah, for you. Yeah.
I would like to just summarize that in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, you focus on the outcome, but be mindful of the cost.
Right.
Because cost is the biggest factor, because unless your P&L is in a healthy state, rest everything is meaningless.
Right.
And escalate in phases, see how much you are doing, how much you are earning, accordingly you can scale up that way.
Right. Mr. Chinmay, architecture, 2 lines.
I would summarize it as I'm looking at it with hope, because ultimately tier 2 and tier 3 towns are going to end up being the lifeline of our entire system. They are the ones, because cities can only handle so much, right? Unless until the mid-level systems also become robust, the top tiers are not going to be able to cater to any of our needs.
Right. Mr. Sachin, digital adoption.
Coming up era is a era of volume, and volume will only happen through, we will able to do the scalability only through digitization. So I think if you need to treat the more number of patient, digitization is the only way forward, and even if you don't adopt it, you will be fall behind.
Madam, funding and operational efficiency.
I think funding is the key to any kind of infrastructure. So there's no option but to, and there's enough funding. Let me tell, I also believe there's a lot of funding available in the market when it comes to medical facilities and medical development.
Right.
And I did speak about operations, but I think as he had mentioned, and I was going to take it up in my second question, but operations is not just about, it's about energy, water, waste.
Right.
And going to the last mile, because just to put it, even your medical waste, all your biomedical waste is a big discussion and issue that needs to be worked around and needs to be sensitized. People need to be aware of it, whether it is in, and I think more and more in tier 2, tier 3. So I think energy, water, waste, and all three of them need to be given equal importance when you're doing your infrastructure and development as a building.
That's a wonderful dimension to operational efficiency. Any questions from the audience? 1 or 2 questions we can take quickly, if there are, because we had a wonderful discussion with our expert, eminent panelists.
Late in the day, and of course, everything was covered. So.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much. Once again, thanks for inviting us for this panel discussion. Thank you.
of the 20th edition Healthcare 360 Summit. Thank you all very much for being a part of this conference. And we shall all keep you informed about the upcoming initiatives that we continue to keep putting on as well. But for today, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon.